My twin daughters came knocking at my door. In his middle age, Mingyuan, the invisible richest man in the world, felt an overwhelming emptiness. Wealth, beauty, and power, he had enjoyed them all. But there was one thing he had never possessed: family affection. With billions in wealth, a high-paying job, and a heart full of love, Mingyuan still couldn't find a woman who would remain devoted to him. So, he decided to conceal his identity and fortune, entering the lower-tier dating market. Who would have thought that the two young women he met were actually his long-lost twin daughters? The reunion with his daughters brought him immense joy, and so, Mingyuan, along with his two daughters, embarked on a journey to the peak of his life. Chapter 1: Divorced at 38 with 3 sons. Chilean offline dating event. Do you have a car? No. Do you have a house? Also no. Can you accept a 38-year-old divorced man with 3 boys? Mingyuan, with a dark expression, stared at the middle-aged woman in front of him. He didn't discriminate against divorced people, nor did he have any issue with divorced individuals with 3 boys. But to raise someone else's sons, and to watch their children inherit his fortune and take care of his biological father. What kind of high-end sucker is this? Mingyuan would rather donate all his wealth to the country before letting his ex-husband benefit from it. Second dating candidate. I'm 32 years old. I don't have high demands for my husband. The age difference can't be more than 3 years, and he must be either unmarried or divorced without children. My mom only had me, so I want a dowry. The dowry is 8.88 million. A luxury flat in the city center, at least 300 square meters, must be in my name. Buy my parents a place in the city, no less than 150 square meters, and it must be labeled as a gift with no possibility of retrieval in case of divorce. The wedding banquet must have at least 200 tables. We're from out of town, so all the relatives have to come. My parents care about face, so each relative must have their round-trip tickets and hotel paid for, and an extra 20,000 renminbi red envelope per person. There will be about 100 relatives. The car must be worth at least 5 million, no cheap BBA brands. And Mingyuan, what can you bring to the table? I'll marry into your family, isn't that enough? The kids will have your surname. I won't do housework, cook, or clean. I need 3 maids, 1 for cooking, 1 for the kids, and 1 for cleaning. Mingyuan looked at the obese, single, and unmarried woman in front of him, his mouth twitching. This wasn't exactly high demand for him. All these conditions could be settled with a few million. A few million, to Mingyuan, was just pocket change. At the beginning of the year, after defeating his last competitor, Mingyuan truly became the invisible richest man in the world. A week ago, his finance team roughly estimated 1/3 of his wealth. He had 5 billion in personal deposits at the Big Four banks, 10 billion in various investment funds. He owned 50 billion in domestic and international securities. His company, Yuanming Group, owned 30% of Penguin Group, 25% of Ali Group, and 20% of Zichin Group, among other major shares. His overseas holdings were already valued at $1 trillion. Additionally, he owned 5 gold mines and 2 silver mines abroad. In real estate, he had 3 traditional courtyard houses in the capital, a mansion in Shanghai, and 3 villas in the city center. He also owned villas in Pengcheng and Yancheng, with around 1,000 properties across the country's major cities, most in prime locations. His collection of antiques, paintings, and other items hadn't even been fully valued yet, but a rough estimate put the total at no less than 100 billion. Mingyuan was 38 years old. However, he was a transmigrator from another world who had arrived on this planet called Blue Star. He also activated a system. The system not only improved his physical health but also kept his appearance young, making him look like he was 25 years old indefinitely. It helped him accumulate a vast fortune, turning him into the world's invisible richest man. It was just recently, on his 38th birthday, that he officially became the invisible world's richest man. His wealth surpassed that of any financial tycoon or family in the world. And on that day, the system retired. Now, though he no longer had the system, Mingyuan had enough to stand on his own in this world. The wealth described above was just 1/3 of his fortune. With this kind of wealth, Mingyuan could easily meet the extravagant wedding requirements of the obese woman. But there was no need. Mingyuan was looking for a wife, not an ancestor. She couldn't cook, didn't want to do housework, had no family background, and her looks were average. Why would Su Mingyuan, the top billionaire, marry someone like this? Even Empress Dowager Cixi was beautiful in her youth. And what about this woman? Saying she had a fat head and big ears was a compliment. Who gave her the audacity to make such outrageous demands? Liang Jinru? Su Mingyuan wasn't he here to be someone's husband? He wasn't he the dragon in the 7 Dragon Balls granting wishes? In fact, this wasn't he the first time he'd been on a blind date. A week ago, he hid his identity and went to a high-end dating club. To avoid revealing his wealth, Su Mingyuan took off his $1 million Patek Philippe watch and wore a low-end Rolex worth a few thousand. He removed his top designer custom-made casual suit, worth $1 million, and wore a cheap suit worth several thousand. He didn't take his limited edition Rolls-Royce but drove a $2 to $3 million Mercedes Maybach instead. To Su Mingyuan, this outfit seemed very ordinary, and he was sure no one would think he was rich. But soon, he realized he was wrong. In these high-end dating clubs, the men were all wealthy and prestigious, while the women were generally of average backgrounds, with outstanding looks or education. Su Mingyuan didn't care about the women's family backgrounds as long as they were good people. But to these ordinary women, he looked like the perfect diamond bachelor. At 38, with the appearance of a 25-year-old, a car, a house, and savings, single and childless, with no parents or in-laws to deal with, he was the perfect man. A group of 20-something women clamored to date Su Mingyuan. "Little sister, don't you think I'm too old?" "Of course not, uncle, you're so talented. We like you, we can't wait." Wealthy and billion-dollar? They were right. He was indeed rich, talented, and had a heart full of love. Such an outstanding man could never be interested in these girls. So, he rejected them all. Chapter 2, Uncle, what do you think of me? After returning home from their high-end matchmaking event, Su Mingyuan immediately instructed the website to remove his profile. High-end matchmaking was unreliable. It seemed he would have to go down the middle or low-end matchmaking route. With that thought, Su Mingyuan asked his secretary to sign him up for a lower-tier website. This time, he disguised himself as an ordinary person. He was 38 years old, earning $120,000 a year, without a car, house, wife, or children. As for being orphaned, that detail wasn't necessary to mention. After his previous round of matchmaking, Su Mingyuan learned one thing: in the matchmaking market, being an orphan was a bonus. Thus, the scene unfolded as it did. At first, Su Mingyuan wasn't interested in marriage. He lived alone in a massive 300-acre estate on the outskirts of Shanghai, enjoying a very comfortable life. Of course, there were servants and gardeners, but they were just employees, and once night fell, the estate became eerily quiet. That day happened to be the Double Ninth Festival. Far away from home, feeling lonely. Whenever the holidays arrive, my thoughts of home are doubled. This line truly reflected Su Mingyuan's feelings. He had been in this world for 20 years but was still a lonely person. He had many friends and lovers, but friends and lovers could never replace family. Su Mingyuan had thought about finding a partner to live with and have children, so he could at least have a family. But among his so-called confidants, all were attracted to his status and wealth, and none had genuine feelings for him. Additionally, after undergoing bodily modifications by the system years ago, it became difficult for him to make a woman pregnant, and he deliberately avoided such situations. He still had no children by now. His loneliness was comparable to the saying, "The higher one stands, the colder it gets." Su Mingyuan wasn't a person who liked settling, especially when it came to relationships. He would rather live alone for the rest of his life than have his marriage or family tainted by ulterior motives. "Sigh, it looks like I'll be lonely forever." Su Mingyuan sighed. "Damn system, you only give me money, but never thought of giving me a wife." If the system could assign a wife, he wouldn't have to worry about someone marrying him for money. But now, it was too late for regrets. The system was gone. From here on out, he had to rely on himself. Why not? "I'll try matchmaking again." Su Mingyuan's eyes immediately lit up. He was quite proud of this brilliant idea. Matchmaking was a good way to go. Although Su Mingyuan was the richest man in the world, he was low-key about making money and never appeared in the media. In other words, except for top billionaires or high-ranking officials, hardly anyone knew Su Mingyuan. This meant, when he went to a matchmaking event, he wouldn't meet people who were after his money. Thus, the two matchmaking events took place. After spending an afternoon at the matchmaking event, Mingyuan still hadn't found anyone suitable. But he didn't feel discouraged. Matchmaking was usually the last resort, so if today didn't work, he could always try again tomorrow. After all, matchmaking events were held every day. For the matchmaking site, as long as you paid the membership fee, they didn't care how much effort you put in. And so, Mingyuan started his 3-day matchmaking journey. During these 3 days, he felt like he almost saw through everything in this world. The people who were reduced to attending group matchmaking were rarely the ones with mainstream values. There were too many big-headed, big-eared women like that. Of course, it wasn't just the women who were odd, there were plenty of strange men too. In this group, Mingyuan was actually one of the most normal individuals. However, after 3 days, his patience was completely worn thin. Today's the last day. If I don't find anyone suitable, I'll stop looking. Mingyuan clenched his teeth. Although he was practically semi-retired, he couldn't keep wasting time at this matchmaking venue. He could go travel, fish, or do something more interesting. If loneliness persisted, he could always find a confidant and try having a test tube baby. Soon, the time reached 3 p.m. Mingyuan glanced at the watch. He was wearing a 300 yuan model and shook his head helplessly. It seemed these 3 days had been a waste. Matchmaking really was the most unreliable option. Matchmaking is impossible. Even a dog wouldn't go for it. With that, Mingyuan stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Uncle, are you here for matchmaking? What do you think of me?" Hearing the voice, Mingyuan instinctively looked over, and his eyebrows immediately furrowed. "You young ladies are also here for matchmaking?" He wasn't frowning without reason. Standing in front of him were 2 young girls. They couldn't exactly be called little girls, both seemed to be adults, but they didn't look older than 20. The 2 girls were both very beautiful. About 1.7 meters tall, with full figures and long legs. They were both wearing JK uniforms, one in a white checkered skirt, the other in a khaki skirt. They had black and white knee-high stockings, with their hair styled in twin ponytails, giving them a pure and cute appearance. The 2 girls looked strikingly similar, and with their outfits, it was clear they were twins. However, Mingyuan didn't have any messy thoughts. The 2 girls were too young, around 18 years old, and could be his daughters. Mingyuan felt guilty even if it was just a simple blind date with such girls. "Yes, uncle, we are here for a blind date." The girl in the white queen plaid skirt pulled up a chair with a smile and sat down with another girl next to her. "My name is Su Jingjing, and this is my sister Su Xiaoxiao. We are both here for a blind date. Uncle, whichever one you like, we will go with you. If you want, it's not impossible for us to go with you." Su Jingjing's personality was obviously more lively, and she spoke very playfully. On the contrary, her sister Su Xiaoxiao looked introverted and never opened her mouth from beginning to end. However, this was not the point. The point was that Mingyuan always felt a little familiar when looking at the 2 girls. As if he had seen them somewhere before. But he was sure that he had never seen these 2 girls before. In his circle of friends, no one had twin daughters. So, Mingyuan was sure that he didn't know the 2 girls. However, Su Jingjing was a little too bold. 2 girls followed him? Who could afford such a blessing? Girls nowadays are too open-minded, right? Little girls, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Forget about blind dates, you're too young and not suitable for me. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After Mingyuan finished speaking, he stood up from his seat and turned to leave. Seeing that Mingyuan was about to leave, the 2 girls were obviously anxious. Su Jingjing quickly called Mingyuan. "Dad, wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chapter 3, Becoming the Twins' Father. Mingyuan abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze locking onto the 2 girls in front of him. Having been in this world for so many years, navigating the ruthless business world filled with deceit and intrigue, he had seen it all. Normally, he smiled amiably, blending in like an ordinary man, but when he got serious, his presence was overwhelming, nothing that 2 18 or 19-year-old girls could withstand. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing were both stunned, their eyes filled with fear, as if they had seen something terrifying. The standoff lasted for a full minute. Finally, it was Mingyuan who broke the silence. "Who are you? Who sent you? Su Mingyuan coldly eyed the two sisters. He naturally assumed they were sent by his competitors or enemies. Over the years, Su Mingyuan had many rivals. While most of them were dealt with, there were always a few who slipped through the cracks. The two girls were indeed beautiful, and it was possible that his enemies intended to use their charms to seduce him. But Su Mingyuan had seen all kinds of women. Trying to use seduction to tempt him was nothing but a pipe dream. Perhaps the girls were inexperienced, and the charm tactic failed, so they resorted to using the family card. But unfortunately, Su Mingyuan knew his own physical condition too well. Was it possible for him to have two 18-year-old daughters? It seemed absurd. Just as Su Mingyuan was convinced the girls were sent by his competitors, Su Jingjing spoke, and with one sentence, she broke his defense. Dad, do you remember Yi Xiaojing from Shisha Mountain? Boom. Upon hearing that name, Su Mingyuan's mind exploded. Yi Xiaojing? How could he forget that name? She was someone he could never let go of in his life. Years ago, Su Mingyuan had crossed over into this body. The original owner was a poor orphan, just 18 years old and about to enter college. But the original's academic performance had been poor, and the entrance exams 20 years ago were extremely competitive, so he didn't make it into university. He couldn't return to the orphanage and ended up wandering the streets. By the time Su Mingyuan arrived, the original body hadn't eaten for 2 weeks and had nearly starved to death. After taking over, the system didn't immediately bind, and Su Mingyuan almost died from hunger in a foreign land. Fortunately, Yi Xiaojing appeared. With her help, Su Mingyuan not only got enough to eat, but he also found a stable job. In the next 3 months, their relationship blossomed quickly, and they became a couple. That was the happiest 6 months of Su Mingyuan's life. However, one day, 6 months later, Yi Xiaojing left a note and disappeared. And she disappeared completely, never to appear again in Su Mingyuan's world. The note was harsh. It essentially said that Yi Xiaojing found Su Mingyuan too poor, that their 3-month relationship was just a game, and she was going to marry a rich second-generation man. She told Su Mingyuan not to contact her again. At that moment, Su Mingyuan nearly broke down. But in that moment of despair, the system appeared just in time to save him and helped him rise to the peak of his life. After that, Su Mingyuan never saw Yi Xiaojing again. As he grew, he never searched for her either. After all, she was someone he once loved, and even though she betrayed him, Su Mingyuan had no interest in flaunting his wealth in front of her after he became successful. Without Yi Xiaojing, he might have starved to death. In the end, it was a kindness that Su Mingyuan could never repay with revenge. As for how she was doing now, Su Mingyuan didn't care. She must have had her reasons for leaving, and the best choice was for them to forget each other. However, because of this relationship, Su Mingyuan never again gave his heart to anyone. In his eyes, everyone who got close to him was simply after his wealth. So-called love was all fake. Su Mingyuan had originally thought that he would never have any connection with Yi Xiaojing again in this life. But unexpectedly, today, in this matchmaking venue, he heard her name once again from the mouths of 2 young girls. Suddenly, Su Mingyuan understood why he had felt a strange familiarity when he first saw the 2 girls. They resembled Yi Xiaojing so much that it was uncanny. Their names Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing were even the split form of Yi Xiaojing's name. You're Yi Xiaojing's daughters? Su Mingyuan asked, his voice shaking slightly. Yes, Dad. Yi Xiaojing is our mom, and you're our real dad. Su Jingjing said, beaming. We even have a photo of you and mom at home. While speaking, Su Jingjing took out a photo. In the photo, an 18-year-old Su Mingyuan was with an equally young Yi Xiaojing. In the picture, Su Mingyuan looked as handsome as he did back then, with hardly any change compared to now. Yi Xiaojing beside him looked strikingly similar to the 2 girls standing in front of him, though there was a gentle look in her eyes. Her temperament, however, seemed closer to Su Xiaoxiao's. Looking at the familiar yet strange photo, Su Mingyuan fell silent. His hands trembled slightly. All these years, could he never let go of what happened back then? Dad, are you okay? Su Jingjing asked cautiously. Su Xiaoxiao, though silent, had a look of concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Su Mingyuan took a deep breath, then shifted his gaze to the 2 girls. And no, I'm not your dad. Su Mingyuan was not someone who liked to suddenly become a father, especially someone else's father. Dad, you are our dad. If you don't believe it, let us do a paternity test. Su Jingjing immediately jumped up from her seat. A paternity test? Fine, let us do it, and you'll see. Su Mingyuan said calmly. If it were anyone else, Su Mingyuan would never agree to a paternity test so easily. After all, he was the world's richest man. If anyone came and demanded a paternity test, he'd be swamped. But for some reason, when these two girls suggested it, he instinctively agreed, without any hesitation. It felt as though some special bond had tied them together. That natural sense of closeness made Su Mingyuan unable to refuse. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at Shanghai Ming Hospital by taxi. This was a private hospital and one of the best in the country. Their hospital boasted the most advanced medical equipment and the most professional doctors in the country. It was even better than hospitals in the capital. The Ming Hospital could treat diseases that even the capital's top hospitals couldn't. It was known for saving lives when others couldn't. Their hospital was only 15 years old but had already earned an excellent reputation. Its name was built on its solid reputation and ability to perform miracles. The major owner of Ming Hospital was none other than Su Mingyuan. The system not only gave him wealth but also provided him with many other means to stand firm in this world. After arriving at the hospital, Su Mingyuan took the two girls directly for blood tests. Since it was a paternity test, both of them needed to be tested. Ming Hospital's efficiency was excellent, especially when it concerned the boss, so everything was handled with care. In just half an hour, the results were ready. Yay! Dad, I told you, you're our dad. Looking at the paternity test report, Su Jingjing immediately jumped up in excitement. Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but her expression was equally excited. Clearly, they were both thrilled to have found their father. I have children. And 2 daughters. Su Mingyuan stared blankly at the paternity report. This was his hospital, and the report was absolutely trustworthy. So, it seemed he really did have children. From today onward, he would no longer be alone. He had suddenly become the father of twins? As he thought about it, Su Mingyuan's gaze softened as he looked at the 2 girls. Chapter 4, Daughter's a Model. Dad, do you believe now that you're our father? Su Jingjing asked excitedly. Millimeter. Although Su Mingyuan still didn't quite understand why Yi Xiaojing would leave after having his children, it didn't matter now. What mattered was that he had children. Xiao, Jingjing, how is your mom now? Su Mingyuan was about to ask about Yi Xiaojing's situation, as he was eager to understand what had really happened back then. Why did she leave suddenly after carrying his child? Was it because she didn't want to bring trouble to the poor version of himself back then? For a moment, Su Mingyuan's mind was in turmoil, wanting to quickly find out the truth. However, just as he was about to ask, Su Xiaoxiao's phone rang. Manager Chen, okay, we'll be there right away. Sorry, something came up just now. No, we're on our way. What's wrong, Xiao? What happened? Su Mingyuan asked, seeing his eldest daughter in a hurry. Dad, we took leave today, but the boss told us to come back immediately. Took leave? Hearing his daughter's explanation, Su Mingyuan frowned. The 2 girls were supposed to be at the age to go to college, but why did it sound like they were working instead? 18-year-old girls, what kind of job could they be working? It wouldn't be anything inappropriate, right? For a moment, Su Mingyuan couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment towards Yi Xiaojing. How did this woman raise her children? She left back then, and now, her 2 daughters hadn't even gone to college and were already working. This was dereliction of duty. At this age, they should be studying, not working. Xiao, Jingjing, didn't you 2 go to school? Looking at the anxious expressions of his daughters, Su Mingyuan remained mostly calm. His daughters didn't need to work at their age. What kind of work did they need to do? He hadn't known this before, but now that he did, he was definitely going to make sure they went back to school. With him as a rich father, they could attend any school they wanted. Tsinghua, Peking University, Shandong University of Finance and Economics, and so on. He could arrange that. Just donate a few billion, and getting his daughters enrolled wouldn't be a problem. Dad, we need to go now, and we'll explain everything when we get there. Su Xiaoxiao said while pulling her sister to leave. Su Mingyuan had exchanged contact information with his daughters earlier, so they could reach him at any time. Wait, I'll go with you and check out what kind of work you're doing. Su Mingyuan immediately followed them. He wanted to see what kind of work his daughters were doing. At the same time, Su Mingyuan decided to not tell them yet that he was wealthy. What if they went astray and, knowing he was rich, it became hard to correct them later? So, he'd first see the situation before deciding. Okay, Dad, let us take a taxi. Su Xiaoxiao said, pulling her sister outside. Sure. Su Mingyuan didn't object. Actually, his driver had been waiting at the hospital entrance. But since he wanted to observe his daughter's character and behavior, he didn't want to take his own car. If they saw he was driving a Rolls-Royce with a dedicated driver, the disguise would be pointless. Anyone could guess that he was wealthy. Soon, the three of them arrived at the hospital entrance and took a taxi. Driver, to Yuanshan International. Su Xiaoxiao said as she sat in the front seat. Yuanshan International. Su Mingyuan, sitting in the back, raised an eyebrow subtly. He knew that address very well. Yuanshan International was located in the city center, a 50-story skyscraper. Moreover, it was an asset Su Mingyuan had purchased early on. In the past, Yuanshan International was the tallest office building in Shanghai, with a state-owned bank as a tenant. However, with the rapid economic development in Shanghai, the title of the tallest building had long been taken by another, and the state-owned bank had moved out more than 10 years ago. Nonetheless, Yuanshan International's location was prime, and it was never short of tenants. Now, the building housed 30 or so small and medium-sized enterprises. The rent income alone brought Su Mingyuan over $1 billion annually. So, Yuanshan International remained a very good fixed asset. Since they were going to Yuanshan International, the job probably wouldn't be some messy or inappropriate one. With this thought, Su Mingyuan relaxed a little. Jingjing, don't you two go to school anymore? Su Mingyuan asked, turning to Su Jingjing. Dad, we're still in school. Both me and my sister are freshmen at Shangjia University. I'm majoring in journalism, and my sister is studying finance. Shangjia University. Wow, I didn't know you two were such academic stars. A smile appeared on Su Mingyuan's face again. It seemed he had misunderstood his daughters were clearly part-time working or interning on the weekends. Shangjia University was one of the top 5 universities in Daxia, and getting into it meant they were top students. Yes, me and my sister are just working part-time on weekends to earn some pocket money. Millimeter, I get it now. Su Mingyuan smiled with satisfaction. These two girls were really sensible. Even as freshmen, they were working part-time to help with living expenses. At their age, especially with their looks, most young girls wouldn't think about working part-time to ease the family's burden. That showed how mature they were. While they were talking, the taxi arrived at their destination. Then, following the girls, Su Mingyuan entered the 19th floor of the building. As the elevator doors opened, Su Mingyuan was taken aback. It turned out to be a modeling agency. In the lobby, there were more than a dozen girls dressed in various bikinis and sexy clothes, seemingly waiting for photo shoots. However, instead of feeling pleased, Su Mingyuan's brow furrowed again. Could it be that his daughters were models? Given their looks and figures, they would certainly make great models. Su Mingyuan wasn't against modeling, although many models were unfairly labeled as escorts. The majority of them maintained their integrity. But as a father, he hoped his daughters would pursue a career with more dignity, not one where they wore bikinis to please others. It wasn't that he couldn't accept it, but most fathers would have a hard time accepting their daughters working in such a profession. Just as Su Mingyuan was about to ask, a middle-aged man came out from inside. Su Xiaoxiao. Su Jingjing. You don't want to work anymore, do you? If you don't, then don't. The company doesn't need you two assistant photographers. We're about to start shooting, and you two assistants ran off? Couldn't he even find you? You really think you're famous photographers? Assistant photographers. Hearing this, Su Mingyuan finally understood. So his daughters weren't working as models, they were assistant photographers. That was fine. Being assistants helping with tea, arranging backgrounds, and such was still considered a service job, but at least they weren't wearing revealing clothes. Sorry, Manager Chen, something came up at home. We're heading to work now. The two girls said apologetically. Go. If the photographer gets angry, forget about your wages this month. Can't even do one job properly. Manager Chen gave them an exasperated look. The girls nodded repeatedly and hurried to their photography studio. Mingyuan didn't follow them in but waited outside. He had no intention of interfering with his daughter's legitimate work. He found a spot in the lobby to sit, preparing to check his phone when Manager Chen walked over. "You're not one of our models, are you?" Chapter 5. Sir, are you willing to be a model? While talking, Manager Chen looked Mingyuan up and down. Gradually, a little appreciation appeared in his eyes. Perfect. The figure of Mingyuan in front of him is simply too perfect. 1.85 meters tall, slender long legs, well-proportioned muscles, beautiful lines, and noble temperament. This is simply a perfect male model. Even those international male supermodels have few temperaments like Mingyuan. If he can be recruited to the company, he may become the pillar of the company. Thinking of this, the smile on Manager Chen's face became more ambiguous. "That's right, I'm not from your company." Mingyuan nodded slightly. "Sir, are you interested in joining our company? Our company is the second-ranked model agency in Shanghai. The strength is still very strong. If you join us, with your figure, temperament and appearance, under our training, you will definitely become a top model." "Be a model?" Mingyuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this grumpy Manager Chen would actually invite him to be a model. However, thinking about his perfect figure, he could let it go. Mingyuan's original height was only about 1.8 meters, which was not short, and was considered a standard height. But after a systematic transformation, he reached 1.85 meters. In addition to his height, all functions of his body have also been strengthened. In addition, he usually insists on scientific exercise, which can maintain such a good figure. However, to be a model, that's a bit far-fetched. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Mingyuan directly shook his head and rejected the other party's invitation. "Sir, you can consider it, this is my business card. Join us, you will definitely not regret it," Manager Chen said, while taking out a business card and handing it to Mingyuan. Mingyuan nodded, and did not refuse, and put the business card away casually. Seeing Mingyuan accept the business card, Manager Chen also smiled. Just when he wanted to get close to Mingyuan again, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Are you blind? You stepped on my skirt. Do you know how much this skirt is? Can you afford to pay for it if you step on it?" After the voice fell, a weak voice rang out. "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." After hearing these two voices, Mingyuan couldn't sit still and immediately stood up and walked towards the shooting room. When Manager Chen saw Mingyuan standing up, he was stunned for a moment, then he realized something and hurriedly chased after him. Soon, the two of them came to the shooting room. There were 6 people in the shooting room, one holding a camera, obviously the cameraman. There was also a model wearing a long skirt that dragged on the ground, which looked like an evening dress. There was also a woman standing next to the model, who seemed to be her assistant or agent. The model herself looked pretty good and had a good figure, but her facial features showed that she had undergone surgery. But it doesn't matter. The models who can be photographed alone in this room are basically famous. In addition to these 3 people, there is a lighting technician, and the rest are the Su Xiaoxiao sisters. The Su Xiaoxiao sisters each hold a lighting board in their hands. Obviously, their job is to light. There is no special technical content in lighting. Just do it according to the photographer's requirements. When Mingyuan walked in, the model was pointing at Su Xiaoxiao's nose and scolding. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head with red eyes, feeling a little aggrieved. "Lily, what's the matter? What happened?" Manager Chen walked in and immediately asked the model what happened. "Manager Chen, your lighting technician is too unprofessional, right? Look, my skirt is dirty. How much money do I have to pay for this?" The model named Ju Lily pointed to a shoe print at her feet and complained. "Did you step on it?" Manager Chen turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoxiao coldly. "Manager Chen, it's not me, it's a man's footprint, I can't slap." Before Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Manager Chen raised his hand and slapped her in the face. "You didn't know how to repent after doing something wrong? Forget about this month's salary. Also, apologize to Miss Ju immediately." Manager Chen looked at Su Xiaoxiao coldly. "She's just an assistant, so it's okay to hit her. Ju Lily is a well-known model, and it's obviously unwise to offend her for an assistant." Su Xiaoxiao was stunned by Manager Chen's slap, and a line of tears immediately flowed down. Why do you hit people? We come to work, not to be your slaves. Are you blind? That shoe print is obviously a man's foot, not my sister's at all. It was this bitch who framed my sister. Su Jingjing has a hot temper. Seeing her sister being beaten, her temper instantly soared. If she hadn't restrained herself with her last bit of rationality, she would have gone straight up to fight with him. Har har, customers are God, don't you know? Even if she didn't step on them, she deserves to be beaten for questioning them. Manager Chen sneered. Two little girls without any background, what would happen if they were beaten? Can they still go to heaven? You? Su Jingjing was so angry. She swore that she really wanted to give this guy a big nose bag. What do you mean you? Get out of here now. Don't ask for last month's salary, just consider it as compensation for the loss of this skirt. Also, apologize to Miss Zhu Lily. Manager Chen crossed his arms and said coldly. Zhu Lily on the side was a little proud. They are just two lighting technicians. So what if they are beautiful? Without fame and background, they are still bullied by others? Apologize. Compensate for the loss. Hearing this, the two sisters' eyes were full of fire. This matter obviously had nothing to do with them, but they were maliciously framed. It was simply a case of finding a pretext to accuse someone. Forget about the apology, kneel down and kowtow to me, and then let the cleaning fee for the skirt go, and forget about this matter. Zhu Lily said lightly. In fact, she deliberately made things difficult for Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. Her boyfriend accidentally stepped on the skirt yesterday. This skirt was rented and had to be returned when it was due. If it got dirty, it would cost several thousand yuan to clean it. She didn't want to pay this money, so she came up with this idea. Zhu Lily knew Manager Chen very well, and this person was very good at handling things. Even if the two assistants were fired, it would not offend a small-time person like her. In the modeling industry, she was still well known. So, this happened. Did you hear what Miss Zhu said? Pay the money, kneel down and kowtow, and let this matter go. Otherwise, I will report directly to your school, and you can wait to be punished. Manager Chen sneered. Two interns, aren't they letting him control them? Fuck you, this matter has nothing to do with us. If you want to sue the school, then sue. If I'm afraid of you, it's because of you, a bastard. Su Jingjing is not a pushover, and she cursed at Manager Chen directly. Where has Manager Chen been cursed like this by his employees? He was so angry that he stretched out his hand to Su Jingjing. One is a hit, two is a hit, just two slaps, it doesn't matter at all. Just when the slap was about to hit Su Jingjing's face, a figure quickly appeared in front of the two of them, followed by a scream. R. Chapter 6 A 30,000 yuan skirt. Dad. Seeing Su Mingyuan appear, the two sisters Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, and their faces showed surprise at the same time. Obviously, they didn't expect their father to appear at this time. Seeing their father come out, the two girls felt relieved and a sense of security they had never had before. Perhaps, this is the sense of security brought by a father. Su Mingyuan's body had undergone a systematic transformation in the early years, and his speed and strength were much stronger than ordinary people. Even the top Olympic champions were not as strong as him. Just now, he wanted to take action when he saw his eldest daughter being beaten, but it was too late. Fortunately, he stopped his younger daughter in time before she was beaten, and kicked Manager Chen away with one kick. Su Mingyuan controlled his strength very well, and Manager Chen would only feel pain and discomfort, but would not be injured. As for Zhu Lily, at this moment, she was looking at Su Mingyuan with a confused face. Just now, she heard Su Xiaoxiao and her sister call Su Mingyuan Dad. Dad? Are young people playing so big now? Besides in the hotel, do they usually call each other like this? Isn't it too exciting? Dad. How did you come in? Su Jingjing hugged Su Mingyuan's arm and asked curiously. I just heard your voices and guessed that something bad happened, so I came in. Su Mingyuan smiled at his little daughter, then turned his head and looked at his eldest daughter's face. There was a 5-finger mark on her face, but fortunately, Manager Chen looked effeminate and his hand strength was not heavy. It will probably fade away after a while. Xiaoxiao, how is it? Does it hurt? Sorry, Dad is late. Su Mingyuan's face was full of heartache. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen on the first day he and his daughter reunited. His daughter, Su Mingyuan, was slapped in the face, and in front of him. This was the biggest insult to him. At the same time, Mingyuan blamed himself for not protecting his daughter. "Dad, I'm fine." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. It was indeed painful when she was hit just now, but now that she saw her father's caring eyes, she didn't feel the pain instantly. "Well, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup later. Our Xiaoxiao is so beautiful, she can't be hurt by someone." Su Mingyuan touched Su Xiaoxiao's little head distressfully. Although the little girl felt a little uncomfortable, after all, she hadn't enjoyed her father's love for so many years. But this feeling of being cared for seemed pretty good. Hey, are you and your daughter done with the warmth? Is this matter still resolved?" At this time, Zhu Lily's untimely voice rang out. "Oh? How do you want to solve it?" Su Mingyuan stopped moving his waist and turned around, glancing at Zhu Lily indifferently. "Didn't I just say it? Kneel down and apologize. Pay more money. Let's forget about this matter." Zhu Lily tugged at the hem of her skirt and continued. "A skirt worth 30,000 yuan, you can't afford it as a father, right?" 30,000 yuan? Hearing Zhu Lily's words, the pretty faces of the two girls turned pale instantly. It felt a little dark in front of her eyes, as if she would faint at any time. This is tens of thousands of yuan, enough for the living expenses of the two sisters for 4 years. They only make 100 yuan a day working part-time here, which is still considered a high salary. If they work part-time at school, they can only make 20 to 30 yuan a day. 30,000 yuan, I don't know how long it will take to save enough. Sister Zhu, are you going too far? It's just a little dirty. It'll only cost a few thousand yuan to wash it. You can't ask us to pay for a new dress just because it's a little dirty, right? Su Jingjing's eyes were full of anger. You asked for 30,000 yuan at the beginning. Do you really think you can make tens of thousands of yuan a month just by twisting your hips and exposing your breasts like these models? This dress is rented by the company. If it gets dirty, you can't wear it. Of course you have to pay according to the price. No way. You can't even take out 30,000 yuan. What era is this? Zhu Lily sneered, and her laughter was full of disdain. She earned 30,000 yuan in 3 nights. If she was more diligent, she might earn it back in 1 day. It's just that beauty suffers. It's not easy to earn this little money. These people can't even take it out. Sure enough, poor people are poor people. Dad, how about I apologize? Maybe she will forgive us and won't let us pay. Su Xiaoxiao tugged at Su Mingyuan's sleeve and said carefully. 30,000 yuan is not a small number, and their father doesn't seem to be very rich. Besides, they caused the disaster, so they should naturally bear the responsibility. Perhaps, a good apology can turn the page on this matter, and there will be no need to pay. If it's just some laundry money, the two sisters can still afford it. But they will have to live a hard life for a while. Don't worry, Xiaoxiao, you are right, I will solve this matter. It's just 30,000 yuan, it's nothing. 30,000 yuan is indeed nothing to Su Mingyuan, not even pocket money. He already knew that the two children should not be contaminated by the bad atmosphere of society, so it's okay to expose his wealth. Puff. Zhu Lily couldn't help laughing when she heard Su Mingyuan's words. 30,000 yuan is nothing. Look at what you are wearing. A piece of cheap goods. If you can take out 10,000 yuan from your pocket, I will think you are awesome. A piece of cheap goods. Su Mingyuan looked down at his clothes. He was indeed wearing very simple clothes, without any decorations. In order not to show off his wealth during the blind date, he deliberately dressed simply. However, simple does not mean cheap goods. Su Mingyuan was wearing casual clothes today, but this set of clothes was designed and sewn by the best designers. Just his pants are worth hundreds of thousands. As for the watch on his hand, it looks very simple. But this is a watch made by the best watchmaker in the world. There is only one in the world. Moreover, after making this watch, this master stopped making watches. The value of this watch is self-evident. If it is put in the top auction, someone will want it even if it is 100 million, and it is in US dollars. This is actually a street stall product. It is really embarrassing when people are ignorant. What's wrong with wearing street stall products? Although my father wears street stall products, every penny of his clothes is earned by himself. Unlike you, you earn dirty money. Su Jingjing is also a girl who can speak well and scold people. She is always piercing their hearts. Everyone in the company knows what kind of person Zhu Lili is. She can get to where she is today completely by relying on her beauty. She earns a lot of money every day, but it is not earned properly. Since they have already torn their faces, Su Jingjing will naturally not indulge the other party. Chapter 7. Are you going to call the police? What did you say, bitch? I think you are a dishonest woman who makes dirty money. Su Jingjing's words broke Zhu Lili's defense. Some things everyone knows, but no one says them. If they are said, it will be a fight to the death. However, Zhu Lili just finished speaking when she was hit by Su Mingyuan's personality correction palm. You dare to hit me? Are you crazy? Zhu Lili was completely stunned. She didn't expect that Su Mingyuan would actually hit her. If you dare to say a word to insult my daughter again, it won't be solved by a slap in the face. Su Mingyuan sneered. He doesn't hit women, but Zhu Lili in front of him insulted his daughter again and again, so she deserves to be hit. At the same time, Manager Chen also stood up from the ground, holding his chest. You son of a bitch, you dare to hit me? I'll call the security now. You're dead. Manager Chen gritted his teeth in hatred. He had never suffered such a big injustice since he became the manager of this model company. He must avenge this. If you don't shut up, I can beat you up again now. Su Mingyuan glared at Manager Chen and said coldly. Okay. Son of a bitch, you wait, I'll see if you dare to be arrogant when the security comes. Okay, I'll wait. The security moved quickly, and a group of people rushed in less than 3 minutes. Who dares to make trouble in our Yuanshan International? As soon as their voice fell, a security guard in his 30s rushed in with 5 young security guards in their 20s. Captain Yi, you are finally here. It is this guy who just kicked me. This is our company. He beat people in our company. You must give him a good beating. Seeing the security guards coming, Manager Chen seemed to have found a savior and immediately commanded them. Manager Chen thought that he was a tenant and half an owner, and the security guards would definitely stand on his side. This is indeed the case. If the security guards can't even protect the safety of the tenants, then there is no need to do this security job. In fact, Manager Chen can also choose to call the police. But he is not stupid. Just now, he hit Su Xiaoxiao first, and then he wanted to hit Su Jingjing. Su Mingyuan hit him, which is at most a mutual fight, and it may even be classified as legitimate defense. So, it is better to ask the security guards to be reliable and beat him up first. That's right, Captain Yi, catch him quickly, you see my face is swollen from his beating. Zhu Lili covered her red face and glared at Su Mingyuan fiercely. Who are you? You dare to come to our Yuanshan International to make trouble? I think you are. Captain Yi was about to say something harsh, but when he saw the person in front of him, he was stunned. You are Su Xian. I am Brother Su. Captain Yi Long, I didn't expect you still remember me. Su Mingyuan saw the security captain in front of him, and his face eased. Remember, Brother Su, how come you have time to come here today? Isn't the company busy? Yi Long's face was full of excitement. I didn't expect to meet Su Mingyuan here. Yi Long is the security captain of Yuanshan International. He is responsible for the security of the entire Yuanshan International building. He has been working here for many years. He came here when Yuanshan International was just established. He is considered the oldest employee here. Yi Long was a special forces soldier. After retiring, he couldn't find a decent job. Su Mingyuan thought he was good at it and arranged him here. And he gave him a high salary. However, later, Su Mingyuan's career focus shifted from here, and he rarely came here. The old man kept leaving, and the newcomers didn't recognize him. Fortunately, Yi Long has been here. However, he hasn't seen Su Mingyuan for a long time. I'm a driver for the company's boss. Today is a good day off, so I came to check on my 2 daughters' work. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he winked at Yi Long. Yi Long was able to be the security captain, so his emotional intelligence was naturally very high, and he immediately understood what Su Mingyuan meant. TSK, you're a driver. A driver is so awesome. Do you think you're the driver of the municipal party secretary? Hearing Su Mingyuan talking about his profession, Zhu Lili on the side sneered disdainfully. A driver, a low-class profession, earning at most 10,000 yuan a month, what's so great about it? Unless you're a driver for a leader. Madam, please don't insult others casually. Being a driver is also a normal job. Yilong's face fell instantly. Su Mingyuan had been kind to him, so he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to insult Su Mingyuan in front of him. Captain Yi. Which side are you on? You can't just turn your elbow out just because you know this Su guy, right? We are the owners of this building. Manager Chen said with some dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the boss behind Yuanshan building, Manager Chen would have cursed long ago. However, the big boss behind Yuanshan International Building is indeed someone he, a small model company manager, can't afford to offend. This guy is said to have made a fortune 20 years ago. Moreover, to own a building in the most prosperous place in Shanghai, that is not an ordinary person. So, Manager Chen still maintained basic courtesy. Manager Chen, I think you offended Mr. Su first, right? I know Mr. Su. If you hadn't provoked him, Mr. Su would never have embarrassed you. Yilong was very confident when he said this. He didn't say how well he knew Su Mingyuan, but he knew a truth, that is, elephants would not be bored and deliberately step on ants. Captain Yi, you are obviously taking sides. I want to complain. I will complain to your property manager. Manager Chen was so angry. They were obviously the owners, and now they were beaten by outsiders, but the property people didn't stand on their side. Where in the world is such a reason? Brother Su, this. Yilong didn't know how to deal with it for a while. The other party offended his big boss, and the big boss didn't want to reveal his identity. If he complained to the property manager, it might be more troublesome. Captain Yi, this is what happened. We are the victims. Su Jingjing saw that the security captain knew her father, and took the initiative to explain the whole thing. The more Yilong listened, the brighter his eyes became. By the end, he had understood what had happened. I know what happened. You too, are you going to call the police? Call the police? Manager Chen and Zhu Lili looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Zhu Lili would definitely not call the police. If she did, they would definitely find out that she had deliberately soiled her clothes. Blackmail, they probably can't get away with it. They just want to settle it privately and teach the three bastards a lesson. Since you don't want to call the police, Brother Su, you guys go first. I'll take care of this. Chapter 8. He is the owner of this building. Okay, Captain Yi, I'll leave this to you. Let's go. Su Mingyuan nodded, took his two daughters' hands and left without looking back. This operation directly stunned Manager Chen and Zhu Tingting. Captain Yi, what do you mean by this? How can you let them go? The matter has not been resolved yet. You can't protect your friend like this. Manager Chen hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. His tone was somewhat complaining, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Yilong for letting Su Mingyuan and the other two leave privately. Manager Chen, I think it's better to forget it. You can't afford to offend that person. If you really anger him, I'm afraid you can't get along in this industry. Yilong glanced at Manager Chen indifferently. This guy is really stupid. If he hadn't appeared today, these guys would have been in trouble. Captain Yi, I think you are just helping your friend on purpose. How much can a driver do? Zhu Lili on the side sneered. Even if he is a driver for the municipal party secretary, what can he do? Can he still be lawless? Miss Zhu, I have something to clarify. Yilong smiled faintly and continued. Mr. Su is not a driver. He is the landlord of this office building. Landlord? Captain Yi, what do you mean by landlord? Manager Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart, and he quickly asked. It means literally. This building belongs to Mr. Su. Hiss. After getting a positive answer, Manager Chen and Zhu Lili took a breath of cold air at the same time. They never thought that Su Mingyuan just now was the landlord of this building. Although this building is an old building, it has a large area and a very good location. If it is sold, it will be very easy to sell it for 700 million or 800 million. The most important thing is, can someone who can own an office building in the center of Shanghai be an ordinary person? If such a person wants to kill them, it is probably no different from pinching an ant to death, right? When they thought about offending such a person, the two of them immediately felt bad. Especially Manager Chen. A few days ago, the boss asked him to buy some gifts for the property manager to see if the rent could be reduced this year. But he directly offended the owner of the building. In this case, he still wanted to reduce the rent. If he didn't kick them out, Su Mingyuan would have a conscience. Yi, Captain Yi, are you kidding? Manager Chen swallowed hard and asked tentatively. Are you kidding? Mr. Su has been kind to me. Can I joke with my benefactor? You guys should learn from your mistakes. I still have to report to our manager. Brothers, retreat. After Yi Long finished speaking, he waved to several security guards, turned around and left. Chen, Manager Chen, what should we do? Will we be retaliated against if we offend the owner of this building? Zhu Lily's face was full of regret. If she had known that the young man was the owner of this building, she would never offend him. Besides, she looks so young. If she can cling to this guy, she won't have to worry about her life. Such a good opportunity is wasted, and she may even get herself into big trouble. At this moment, Zhu Lily wanted to die. How should I know? If I really want revenge. Manager Chen smiled bitterly, and before he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his boss calling. Hello, boss, what's the matter? Mr. Chen. You still have the nerve to ask me what's the matter. Do you know who you have offended? Now, immediately, get out of the company. Go to the HR department and submit your resignation report. Don't even think about finding a job in this circle in the future. And that Zhu Lily. Get out too. Permanently ban her. The person on the other end of the phone spoke and hung up the phone with a click. It's over, everything is over. Manager Chen and Zhu Lily looked at each other, their legs softened at the same time, and they sat on the ground. On the other side, after Su Mingyuan and the other two left Yuanshan building, they took a taxi directly to their homes of the two girls. Dad, who are you driving for? Why is Captain Yi so polite to you? Su Jingjing asked with curiosity. Su Xiaoxiao, who was sitting in front, also pricked up her ears when she heard her sister's question. Oh, I'm the driver for the boss of Yuanshan building. Su Mingyuan sent a message to the person in charge of Yuanshan building, asking him to deal with what happened just now, while explaining with a smile. What happened today could definitely not be solved with a slap. The person who hit her daughter must pay the price. As soon as Su Mingyuan sent the message, the other side immediately took action. This is how the phone call that Manager Chen and Zhu Lily were blocked came about. Wow. Dad, I heard that the boss of Yuanshan building is a super rich man. Su Jingjing's eyes lit up immediately, and then said. Does this boss pay you a high salary? Being able to be a driver for such a big boss, the salary must not be too bad, right? However, being a driver for a private person must be very hard work. No wonder Dad has been single all the time. He must not have time to fall in love, right? Well, it's okay, 200,000 a year. Dad lives alone, which is enough. He has saved some money over the years. 200,000 a year, it's 16,000 a month. Although the salary in Shanghai is very high, not everyone can earn more than 10,000 a month. So, this income is actually pretty good. Wow, Dad, you are so awesome. Su Jingjing couldn't help but praise. Su Mingyuan on the side smiled and touched the little girl's head. Is this awesome? If the little girl knew that her father was actually a billionaire, wouldn't she be in awe? Su Jingjing's family was still far from the city center, and could even be said to be near the suburbs. The taxi fare cost more than 200 yuan. Originally, the two children wanted to take the subway and then transfer to the bus. But Su Mingyuan refused directly. He wanted to see Yi Xiaojing as soon as possible. Ask her in person why she left him and gave birth to two children alone. The car drove for nearly 2 hours and finally arrived at the destination. Dad, we're here, this community. After getting off the car, Su Jingjing took Su Mingyuan's arm. Su Xiaoxiao is relatively introverted, and even if it is her biological father, she is embarrassed to be so close all of a sudden. However, after what happened just now, he also felt differently about his father. Perhaps, when his mother left his father was also unaware. As they talked, the three of them walked into the community. This is an old open community. The floors are very low, and each building has 6 floors. Because it is an old building, there is no elevator. The community also has no property management, so naturally there is no greenery inside the community. The roads in the community are also dilapidated, with cars parked everywhere. It looks like an old community that has been built for decades and is waiting to be demolished. Chapter 9. What happened back then? Dad, that's building number 5 in front. We're on the top floor, the 6th floor. It might be a bit tiring to climb up later. Su Jingjing pointed to an old building in front and said, 6th floor? Can your grandparents handle going up and down? Su Mingyuan frowned slightly. Just now in the car, he already knew that Su Xiaoxiao and her sister lived with their grandparents. The floors of this old community are relatively high, and the 6th floor is equivalent to the 7th floor of a high-rise residential building now. For two elderly people in their 60s and almost 70s, climbing stairs every day is indeed a hard thing. Well, it's okay. Grandpa and Grandma are in very good health. They treat climbing stairs as a sport every day. Su Jingjing said with a smile. Okay. Su Mingyuan didn't say much. He would just change a house for the old couple when the time comes. There may be some unknown conflicts between Su Mingyuan and Yi Xiaojing, but it definitely has nothing to do with the old couple. After all, they also raised Su Mingyuan's 2 daughters. Just for this reason, it would not be too much to buy the old couple 10 villas in the city center. While talking, the 3 people walked into the building and began to climb the stairs. The stairs in the building are still relatively narrow, about 1 meter wide. If it is a larger piece of furniture, it may be more difficult to carry it up. Soon, the 3 people climbed to the 6th floor. The 2 girls were obviously a little out of breath, and their plump upper bodies were a little ups and downs because of climbing the stairs. Dad, why are you not tired at all? Su Jingjing put her hands on her waist and panted, looking at her father in surprise. Har har, how can I be tired on the 6th floor? Dad has been exercising all the time. Su Mingyuan laughed. He had undergone a systematic transformation of his body in the early years, and his physical fitness was particularly good. Climbing the 6th floor is no problem at all. Wow. Dad, you are awesome. Su Jingjing flattered him. It's not hard to climb to the 6th floor in one breath. Har har, you two just don't exercise enough. You have to keep exercising even when you go to college. Su Mingyuan stretched out his hand and pinched Su Jingjing's little face, saying with a smile. We don't have time to exercise. We have to go to class every morning, and we have to work to earn money when we don't have to go to work. When we don't have to go to work, we have to study and take exams, which is so busy. After going to college, we haven't asked Grandpa and Grandma for money. How about it? Awesome, right? Su Jingjing pouted proudly. Hearing this, Su Mingyuan fell silent again. Although Su Jingjing's tone was very proud, it was a slap in the face to Su Mingyuan's ears. His child, Su Mingyuan, actually had to work so hard to make money, and didn't even have the most basic living security for children from ordinary families. This was his dereliction of duty as a father. Dad, what's wrong with you? Su Jingjing noticed that Su Mingyuan was not in the right mood, and realized that she might have said something wrong, and asked with concern. I'm fine, I just think you sisters have been too hard these years. Su Mingyuan adjusted his mood and looked at his 2 daughters with some heartache. His 2 daughters were really well trained. Not only did they get into famous schools, but they also had no problems with their character. Poor and beautiful girls of this age have 100 ways to make their lives easier. Lying on the bed, spreading their thighs, and earning millions a year. However, neither of them went astray, but used the most difficult way to support themselves. This is what Su Mingyuan felt most distressed about. His children should live a life of luxury, with clothes and food provided for them. Why should they work so hard? Not bitter dad, Grandpa and Grandma and uncle and aunt are all very good to us. Right, sister. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma are indeed very good to us. The 2 sisters sang in unison. Okay, that's good. Then let's go in. Okay. Su Jingjing took out the key, opened the door, and walked into the house with Su Mingyuan. The house is not small, about 100 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. However, the house is quiet and no one is there. Huh? Why are Grandpa and Grandma not at home? Where did they go? Su Jingjing turned around and made sure that no one was at home. Maybe they went to the Senior Citizens Association to play cards and chess. I'll call them later. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was indeed possible that the 2 old people were at the Senior Citizens Association at this time. Dad, sit down for a while. I'll call Grandpa and Grandma. Dad. Su Jingjing wanted to invite Su Mingyuan to sit down and have a cup of tea, but she didn't hear Su Mingyuan respond after calling twice. Just when she wanted to call the third time, she suddenly saw Su Mingyuan standing in front of the photo wall and trembling slightly. Su Xiaoxiao also noticed that something was wrong with Su Mingyuan, and immediately came to his side and whispered, "Dad. Xiaoxiao, is your mom gone?" Su Mingyuan's voice was very low. In front of him was a large framed half-length photo. The girl in the photo had a sweet smile and was very generous. This was a normal photo, but it looked a little strange when placed in such a large frame. Only one kind of photo would be made like this. That is a posthumous photo. "Well, Mom died of lung cancer when my sister and I were 5 years old." Su Xiaoxiao nodded and said sadly. "Lung cancer? You said your mom died of lung cancer? When did she get it?" Su Mingyuan suddenly grabbed his head and grabbed his daughter's shoulders, staring at his eldest daughter with his eyes, as if he wanted to find the answer he wanted from her eyes. "Dad, you hurt me." Su Xiaoxiao felt pain and couldn't help but exclaimed. "Dad, what are you doing? Let go of my sister." Su Jingjing hurried over and pulled Su Mingyuan's hand away. "I'm sorry, Xiaoxiao, Dad is too excited." "Are you hurt?" Su Mingyuan saw the pain on his daughter's face, and then reacted, and his hand retracted from his daughter's shoulder. Su Mingyuan knew his hand strength very well. If he didn't control it, he could even crush Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder with his bare hands. "I'm fine, Dad." Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her shoulders and shook her head. "Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, how did your mother die?" After calming down, Su Mingyuan asked this question again. He had to find out why Yi Xiaojing left him. "Mom died of lung cancer. Grandpa and Grandma said that when Mom was pregnant with us, she was already in the middle stage of lung cancer, but she couldn't have surgery because she couldn't bear to abort us. After giving birth to us, it was already in the late stage. The doctor said that being able to live for another 5 years is already a medical miracle." Boom! The daughter's words hit Su Mingyuan's head like a thunderbolt. He finally understood why Yi Xiaojing left without saying goodbye. The reason is very simple: mid-stage cancer. Cancer is a disease that may not be cured even now. 18 years ago, getting this disease was basically a death sentence. Yi Xiaojing left without saying goodbye, definitely because she didn't want to drag Su Mingyuan down. Su Mingyuan at the time had no system, no background, and no education. He was simply a 3-no person. Why should he treat Yi Xiaojing? Yi Xiaojing's existence would only drag her down. "I'm sorry, Xiaojing, I'm sorry for you." Su Mingyuan muttered to himself. He regretted it very much. He regretted why he was so stubborn back then. If he had done a little research on the reason why Yi Xiaojing left, he would have found out why she left. Cancer is indeed incurable, but that is for ordinary people. Su Mingyuan is the master of the system. What can't he do? If there had been a little doubt that Yi Xiaojing's love for him was true, then maybe this poor girl would not have died. "Dad, are you okay?" Su Xiaoxiao and her sister looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. They actually knew what happened back then. When they grew up, they read the diary left by their mother and knew that their mother was not dumped by their father. They also knew that their father was not a scumbag. The two must have loved each other deeply. It was precisely because of this that they did not complain about why their father did not come to find them. Now seeing their father so sad, they feel bad. "Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, can you take me to your mother's grave?" "Okay, Dad, Mom's grave is in the nearby cemetery." "Then take me to see it." "Okay." Half an hour later, Su Mingyuan stood in front of Yi Xiaojing's grave. A photo of Yi Xiaojing was embedded on the tombstone. The photo was taken when she was 20 years old. She was young, bright, and very beautiful. She was no different from the one in Su Mingyuan's memory. "Xiaojing, I owe you." Su Mingyuan sighed in his heart. "Don't worry, now that I have found my daughters, I will never let them suffer again. I will make them the happiest children in the world. I will make up for all the debts I owed over the years. Rest in peace." Su Mingyuan did not say these words, but he knew that Yi Xiaojing could definitely hear his voice. After the words fell, a breeze blew across Su Mingyuan's face. A smile appeared on his face again. The dead are gone, and the living should continue to live. Remember the lost, cherish the people in front of you. Chapter 10. Grandpa is in trouble. "Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, is your surname also given to you by your mother?" Why didn't she let you take her surname Yi? When going down the mountain, Su Mingyuan couldn't help asking. Under normal circumstances, children from such single-parent families will take their mother's surname. But Yi Xiaojing didn't do that, but let the two children take her surname, Su. This made Su Mingyuan a little confused. Dad, this is not simple. Mom has already regarded you as her husband. I just left you because I didn't want to drag you down. She always thinks that we are your children. We are also members of the Su family, and it can't change. Su Jingjing has a very straightforward personality and directly stated the reason. Hearing this, Su Mingyuan fell silent again. After all, he owed Yi Xiaojing. Seeing that her father was silent again, the more mature Su Xiaoxiao glared at her sister unhappily. Then he changed the subject. Dad, let's go home now. Grandpa and Grandma should be at home. They will be very happy to see you. Well, we have to visit the two old people. Su Mingyuan nodded. Yi Xiaojing is gone. Although Su Mingyuan did not marry Yi Xiaojing, after knowing the truth, he has regarded this woman as his wife. As a son-in-law, he should be filial to his wife by her bedside. Of course, the more important thing is that the two old people raised the children for him. Yi Xiaojing left when the two children were 5 years old, and now the children are 18 years old. Su Mingyuan must repay the 13 years of raising. As soon as the three people left the cemetery, Su Xiaoxiao's phone rang. Hello, uncle. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and answered the phone. Hello, Xiaoxiao, your grandpa just fainted while playing chess at the Senior Citizens Association and has been sent to the 6th hospital. Uncle is on a business trip and can't get back. Can you go with Jingjing to see how he is? Uncle's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. What? Grandpa fainted. How is Grandma? Is she scared? Su Xiaoxiao and her sister were immediately anxious when they heard the news. What would they do if Grandpa had any accident? They finally went to college and didn't have time to report to Grandpa. Your grandma is fine. He said that Grandpa is not in big trouble. I'm just worried, so I asked you to go and see him. Okay, uncle, I'll go right away. Well, be careful on the road. Okay. Xiaoxiao, is Grandpa sick? The 5th hospital. Is it far? Let's take a taxi. Su Mingyuan said as he took out his mobile phone and was about to take a taxi. Not far, Dad. Just 2 kilometers. Well, the car will be here soon. Okay. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the hospital. After getting off the car, the two girls came to the service desk to ask for the ward number, and then hurried to the inpatient department. Su Mingyuan followed closely, and soon the three of them found the ward. Grandma. How is Grandpa? As soon as they entered the ward, Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing saw their grandmother pouring water. At the same time, they also saw their grandfather lying on the bed with an oxygen mask. Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, how did you get here so quickly? Seeing the two children, the grandmother was obviously a little surprised. She didn't expect that the two granddaughters would arrive so quickly. Grandma, we are nearby. How is Grandpa? Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the grandfather with his eyes closed on the bed, and her face was full of worry. Your grandpa is fine, he just got angry because he lost the game of chess. Fortunately, he was rescued in time and is fine now. Grandma sighed, and then she noticed Su Mingyuan standing at the door. Su Mingyuan was also looking at Grandma. Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, this is. Grandma pointed at Su Mingyuan and asked. By the way, Grandma, this is my dad, Su Mingyuan. We met by chance at school. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained. Dad, this is my grandma, Lin Xiaoshuang. Are you Xiaosu? Hello, Aunt Lin, I am Xiaosu. Su Mingyuan took 2 quick steps to Lin Xiaoshuang, bent down and bowed to her at 90 degrees. With Su Mingyuan's status, he didn't need to perform such a great ceremony when meeting anyone. But Lin Xiaoshuang in front of him was different. The grace of raising a child is greater than heaven, and as a father, he had to and must perform this ceremony for her. Well, Xiaosu, you are really handsome. Our Xiaojing didn't make a mistake back then. Aunt Lin, don't you blame me. Why blame you? We all know what happened back then. Your Uncle Yi and I don't blame you for this matter. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame our Xiaojing for having such a bad fate and getting such a disease. Lin Xiaoshuan sighed deeply. Back then, they did blame Su Mingyuan, blaming him as a father, why he never showed up. But after learning the truth from their daughter, they let it go. In the final analysis, it was the daughter who was sorry for Su Mingyuan. It was the daughter who dumped Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan was unaware of this matter from beginning to end. In a sense, he was also a victim. In that case, what else is there to blame? Besides, the two granddaughters have grown up, and there is no need to think about the countermeasures of the past. I'm sorry, Aunt Lin, if I had insisted on looking for Xiaojing back then, maybe I wouldn't have. Looking at the kind old man in front of him, Su Mingyuan felt ashamed. If he had wanted to find Yi Xiaojing at all, Yi Xiaojing might not have left like this. The two old people would not have raised two children so hard. Xiaosu, let the past be the past. It's a good thing that you can reunite with the two children. Aunt Lin, thank you for your understanding. Next, Su Mingyuan went to the nurse's station to pay the outstanding fees. The old couple's medical insurance cards were all empty, and because of the emergency, they didn't have time to withdraw money. After paying the fee, Su Mingyuan called Luo Jiapan, the director of Ming Hospital. Hello, Mr. Su. As soon as the call was connected, Luo Jiapan's respectful voice came. Director Luo, do you know the director of the 5th hospital? I have an elder in the hospital. If you know him, say hello. The director of the 5th hospital. I know him, his name is Zhang Zhenqian, he is my student. Mr. Su, please wait, I will contact him now. Yes. At the same time, in the conference room of the 5th hospital, Zhang Zhenqian was in a meeting in the hospital. At this time, unless there was a serious illness, outsiders were generally not allowed to disturb. Just then, Zhang Zhenqian's cell phone rang. The people who were reporting below heard the ringing of the cell phone and immediately quieted down, and looked at Zhang Zhenqian at the same time. You continue, don't worry about me. Zhang Zhenqian gestured to everyone to continue, and then took out his cell phone. When he saw the caller ID, he was shocked. Wait, don't talk yet. Chapter 11. The Dean is here. After Zhang Zhenqian finished speaking, he immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo. Hearing Zhang Zhenqian greet the other side, all the doctors on the scene sat up straight. The doctors who can sit here today are at least deputy chief physicians or above. Not only that, half of their students are Luo Jiapan's students. Luo Jiapan is not only the dean of Ming Hospital, but also the nominal dean of the best medical school in Shanghai. He often goes to the medical school for classes, and the students who can take his classes are basically very capable. After graduation, it is easy to become a deputy chief physician. As for Zhang Zhenqian, he usually mentions Luo Jiapan. Everyone knows that he is Luo Jiapan's last disciple, and the teacher Luo he mentions is only Luo Jiapan. Zhenqian, go to the inpatient department and find Mr. Yi Jiaqing now. This old man should have a cerebral hemorrhage. Ask an expert to see if there is any problem. There is a Mr. Su there now. Remember, you must be respectful to Mr. Su. Mr. Yi? Mr. Su? Be respectful? Teacher Luo, this Mr. Su is. Zhang Zhenqian asked tentatively. Mr. Su's identity is not something you can know. You just need to follow Mr. Su's words. Okay, go now. I have something else to do. I'll hang up first. Luo Jiapan didn't explain. He hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking, without giving his disciple any face. However, Zhang Zhenqian was not angry. Although he was the dean of the 5th hospital, most people were respectful when they saw him. But Zhang Zhenqian was a leader in the national medical community, so he naturally didn't dare to get angry. The fact that Zhang Zhenqian treated him like this showed that the other party regarded him as his own. Everyone, the meeting is suspended. All cardiovascular and cerebral experts, please come with me to the inpatient department. Go to the inpatient department. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why they were going to the inpatient department. Ward rounds. That's impossible. Even if they were doing ward rounds, it's impossible for so many experts to do it together. Could it be that some leader is staying in their hospital? What leader is that? Even if it's the district head, he wouldn't be so aggressive, right? As for the mayor? It's impossible for the mayor to stay in their 5th hospital. Is Ming Hospital not good or the 1st hospital too bad? It's not the 5th hospital's turn. However, those who can become deputy chief physicians are all smart people, so they naturally won't rashly ask the dean. Led by the dean, a group of doctors came to the inpatient department. The nurses were also shocked by the appearance of so many chief physicians at the same time, thinking that the hospital leaders came for a tour inspection. Everyone immediately corrected their attitude. Soon, Zhang Zhenqian found Yi Jiaqin's ward and rushed over with experts from relevant departments. "Excuse me, who is Mr. Su Mingyuan?" "I am Su Mingyuan." "Hello, Mr. Su, I am the dean of this hospital, Zhang Zhenqian." Zhang Zhenqian hurriedly went up and took the initiative to extend his hand to Su Mingyuan. However, when he saw Su Mingyuan clearly, he was still a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mr. Su was so young. "He looks like he's only in his early 20s, right?" "Hello, Dean Zhang." Su Mingyuan didn't get up, just sat there and shook hands with the other party. If someone else was so rude, Zhang Zhenqian would definitely be angry. How could he, a dean, be looked down upon like this? But Su Mingyuan was someone who was personally told by his teacher to be polite, so he naturally didn't dare to neglect him. Let alone Su Mingyuan sitting there, even if he was lying there, he didn't dare to have any complaints. Although I don't know what Su Mingyuan's identity is, he must have an extraordinary background since he is polite to teachers. It is definitely right for him to be respectful. After the two sides exchanged pleasantries, Su Mingyuan introduced Lin Xiaoshuang next to him. "Hello, Aunt Lin, we already know about Uncle Yi's condition. Don't worry, Uncle Yi just needs to rest. Remember not to have too much emotional fluctuations in the future, stay in the hospital for another 3 days, and you can be discharged if you are fine." Before coming to the ward, Zhang Zhenqian had already asked about Yi Jiaqin's condition in advance. Yi Jiaqin's problem is indeed not big, he was just excited for a while. As long as he takes good care of himself in the future and doesn't get excited, he will be fine. "Thank you, Dean Zhang, thank you so much." Lin Xiaoshuang thanked him again and again. After getting the confirmation from the dean, he was really relieved. "You're welcome, Aunt Lin. I see this is a 6-person ward, it's not convenient for you to live in it. How about this, I'll make a 1-person ward for you, and then find you a nurse. You're so old, it's hard for you to take care of an old person at such an old age. Don't worry, our hospital will pay for these expenses, don't worry," Zhang Zhenqian said as he turned around to make arrangements. Lin Xiaoshuang refused, of course. They had no relationship with the hospital, how could they let them help them for no reason? "Auntie Lin, since the dean has arranged it, let's go. I will pay for it, don't worry. You are old, if you get tired again, Xiao Xiao and Jingjing will not have the heart to go to school. It will be inconvenient for them to take a leave of absence to take care of you and uncle, right?" After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, without giving Lin Xiaoshuang a chance to object, he stood up and said to Zhang Zhenqian, "Dean Zhang, thank you for your trouble. It's my duty, it's all my duty." 15 minutes later, in a single room. "Wow. Dad, you are so awesome. Do you know this dean? Why is he so polite to you? Could it be because of your boss?" Su Jingjing held her chin with both hands, looking at her young father with admiration. "Yes, my boss helped to say hello." Su Mingyuan was still thinking about how to explain this problem. Although he wanted to tell his 2 daughters that he was very rich, he was afraid that the 2 little girls would not be able to bear it if he told them about his huge wealth all at once. Some things still need to be said slowly. Unexpectedly, the little daughter solved the problem by herself. The boss of Yuanshan International Building said hello, so it was understandable that the dean attached so much importance to it. "Wow, Dad, today is really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, my sister and I don't know what to do." "Thank you, Dad." Su Jingjing walked to Su Mingyuan and took his arm on her own initiative. She looked intimate, like a daughter who had been raised since childhood. "You are my children, don't be polite. Don't say such polite words in the future." "Yeah." The hospital's matter was resolved, and the 2 girls breathed a sigh of relief. Although Grandpa didn't wake up, it was not a big problem. The 2 sisters had part-time jobs in the evening, so they said hello to Grandpa and Grandma and left with Su Mingyuan. Chapter 12. You are really a rich second generation. Soon, Su Mingyuan and the other 2 returned to the entrance of a shopping mall in the city center. "Dad, you go back. We will go back to school after get off work. We will see you tomorrow." Su Jingjing waved at Su Mingyuan and said with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao looked back every few steps, reluctant to part with her father. "You go. Dad has nothing to do today. I will wait for you here. I will send you back to school later. Mingyuan smiled and shook his head. He wanted to see what the two children did in the mall. It was hard to see the two children, so of course he was reluctant to part with them. Okay, Dad, we will be done in about 2 hours. Yeah. Soon, Mingyuan knew what the second part-time job of the two girls was. They came to the corner outside the mall, where there were already several girls. After the two girls arrived, they immediately put on the costumes of large dolls with the other girls. Then, they began to jump outside the mall and interact with the tourists. Seeing this scene, Mingyuan felt even more ashamed. It is almost summer now, and the weather is getting hotter day by day. It doesn't feel good to stand there in long sleeves, but it is very hot to put a doll on your body. Over a long period of time, you may even get heat stroke. Mingyuan is the richest man, and his daughter actually has to do such a part-time job to make money. He feels that he is a failure as a father. However, he has decided to make up for the two children in the future. 2 hours passed quickly, and the two girls took off their doll costumes. Mingyuan saw the two children finish, and he also went up with a bag of drinks. Wow! Jingjing, look, there is a handsome little brother walking towards us. Beside Jingjing, a girl who was about the same age as them, only about 1.6 meters tall, but very cute, pointed excitedly in the direction of Mingyuan. A handsome little brother. Jingjing looked in the direction of the girl's finger curiously, and then a surprised smile suddenly appeared on her face. Wait for me. After Jingjing finished speaking, she went straight to Mingyuan. Xiao Xiao, is that Jingjing's boyfriend? Then I have no chance again. The girl turned her head and pouted at Xiao Xiao. If it was Jingjing's friend, then ordinary girls like them really had no chance at all. The looks of the two sisters Xiao Xiao were too amazing, and their men were really hard for ordinary people to snatch away. Don't talk nonsense, that's our dad. My dear dad. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at the girl and followed her. Dad? Such a handsome dad. No wonder these two sisters are so beautiful. The girl was stunned for a moment, and at the same time her eyes rolled around, as if she had thought of some tricks. On the other side, Jingjing also came to Mingyuan. Dad. Jingjing, drink a bottle of water, and then share these drinks with your colleagues. Mingyuan smiled and handed the bag in his hand to his little daughter. Yeah, thank you, Dad. Jingjing laughed and quickly took the bag from Mingyuan, then turned and walked towards his colleagues. Dad, you didn't go home. Xiao Xiao also came up at this time. Well, I drove the company car out and will take you home later. Mingyuan said with a smile. He asked the driver to bring the car, which is now parked in the square parking lot. Although taxis are convenient, they are really uncomfortable to sit in. Some drivers drive very fast in order to save time. Mingyuan is used to riding in luxury cars, and he is really not used to it. As a driver, it is reasonable for the boss to drive the car out for private use when the car is not in use, right? Dad, will your boss be unhappy? Let's take the subway back later, so as not to affect your work. Xiao Xiao raised her clear eyes and looked at Mingyuan with some worry. Don't worry, Dad has said hello to the boss, it's okay. Mingyuan patted his daughter's shoulder and gave her a reassuring look. Oh, so, then I'm relieved. Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly and finally accepted this. At the same time, Jingjing also came to her colleagues with water. Sisters, my dad brought us water. 1 bottle for each person. Jingjing said while distributing water to everyone. Wow. Jingjing, is your dad a rich man? He actually gave us such expensive water. As soon as the girl took the water, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Isn't it just mineral water? What brand is this? Jingjing was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously took out another bottle of mineral water and handed it to another colleague. Oh my god, baby, don't you know what kind of water this is? This is Iceberg brand glacier water, and 1 bottle costs 900 yuan. You have 10 bottles of water in this bag, right? This is 9,000 yuan. Baby, you and your sister are not the second generation of rich people who come to experience life, right? 9,000 yuan. Just these few bottles of water. Jingjing was a little dazed. They worked hard in the hot weather wearing doll costumes for 2 hours and earned 50 yuan. And you told me that this bottle of water costs 900 yuan. 900 yuan a bottle, they can only earn that much by working for 36 hours without eating or drinking. And they drank a bottle of water. Isn't this too wasteful? 1111, you are not kidding, right? My father is just an ordinary person, not a rich man, and it is impossible for him to afford such expensive water. Su Jingjing frowned and looked at John 1111. Of course not. Look, I just searched online. Is it 900 yuan a bottle? Zhang Qianqian showed the picture on her phone to Su Jingjing. Oh my god, it's really that expensive. Su Jingjing looked at the water in her hand that was exactly the same as the one in the picture, and immediately fell into deep thought. Jingjing, tell me honestly, are you really a rich second generation? If you are really a rich second generation, don't forget me, your sister. Zhang Qianqian came to Su Jingjing, and her plump body pressed against her, looking flattering. Sister, you think too much, my father is a driver for the big boss. This water may be a welfare issued by the company. Su Jingjing curled her lips helplessly. She didn't think it was shameful that her father was a driver. Hee, Jingjing, don't hide it from me, you must be a rich second generation. I want to ask if you still need a stepmother? If you do, you must consider me first. Go away, I'm really not a rich second generation. Drink your water quickly, I'm leaving first. Okay. Chapter 13, A Gift for You. Dad, where did you get such expensive water? My colleague said it costs 900 yuan a bottle. Was it given by your boss? Leaving the square, Su Jingjing pulled Su Mingyuan to ask. Dad, this water costs 900 yuan a bottle. Isn't this too expensive? Su Xiaoxiao on the side couldn't help but exclaimed. They have been used to being frugal since they were young. Not to mention the water that costs 900 yuan a bottle, even the water that costs 2 yuan a bottle is too expensive. Under normal circumstances, they only drink the waahar that costs 1.5 yuan a bottle. Yes, our boss gave it to me, and I have several boxes at home. So you sisters can drink it without worry, don't feel pressured, it doesn't cost money anyway. If it expires, it will be wasted. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. Since you have become a driver, then you should be a driver to the end. No wonder. My colleague thought I was a rich second generation. Su Jingjing laughed. Maybe, you are really the second generation of rich people. Su Mingyuan looked at his little daughter meaningfully. Dad, it doesn't matter whether you are the second generation of rich people or not. What's important is that we found you. Yes, Dad, even if you have nothing, you are still our dad. We don't care whether we are the second generation of rich people or not. We have to earn money by ourselves. That's right. We will work hard to become the first generation of rich people. The two sisters sang in unison and spoke very sincerely. Seeing that the two daughters' three views were so positive, Su Mingyuan also showed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that there is really no problem with the character of the two daughters. Find an opportunity to tell them that they are the second generation of rich people as soon as possible. If you keep it secret for too long, there may be trouble. Thinking of this, Su Mingyuan immediately had an idea. Okay, Dad will send you home today. Dad will pick you up tomorrow and give you a surprise. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. Surprise? Dad, are you going to give us a gift? Don't buy us anything too expensive. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly warned. Don't worry, Dad knows. Yeah. As they talked, the three of them came to the parking lot. Su Mingyuan quickly found his car Rolls-Royce Phantom. Okay, babies, please get in the car. Su Mingyuan, like a driver, took the initiative to open the back seat of the Rolls-Royce for the two children. Wow. Dad, this is a Rolls-Royce, right? Your boss is so rich, isn't he? Seeing the Rolls-Royce, Su Jingjing was so excited that she almost jumped up on the spot. She had only seen this car in short videos. The super rich in the short videos all drive cars of this brand. No, it should be said that they all ride in cars of this brand. The real top rich people will not drive themselves, but let the driver drive. Yes, this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Don't stand there, get in the car. Su Mingyuan urged with a smile. Hey, Dad, are you sure your boss agrees to let you use the company car for private purposes? Or should we take a taxi? It would be bad if we break the car. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the luxury car in front of her with some worry. Although she was not as familiar with cars as her sister, she still knew the brand of Rolls-Royce. This is a top luxury car, and a slight scratch on the paint would cost hundreds of thousands of yuan to repair. She really didn't dare to ride in such an expensive car. Don't worry, it's okay, it won't break down if you sit in it for a while. You may ride it often in the future. Su Mingyuan smiled, then pushed the two girls into the car without saying anything, and sat in the driver's seat himself. Okay, babies, let's go. There's a car refrigerator in the car, with Coke and some common drinks in it. Just take whatever you want to drink, don't be restrained. Let's go. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he drove the car and set off. Shanghai Jietong University is not too far from the city center, and it takes about 20 minutes to get there. After arriving at the school gate, Su Xiaoxiao originally wanted to get out of the car and walk in, but was rejected by Su Mingyuan. After registering the vehicle information at the school gate, he sent the two children to school. The university campus is very large, and it may take more than 10 minutes or even longer to walk from the school gate to the dormitory. It's more convenient to drive. With the guidance of the two girls, the car soon arrived at the dormitory door. Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, I'll pick you up for lunch tomorrow. Okay, Dad, then we'll go first. Okay. After watching the two girls walk into the dormitory gate, Su Mingyuan drove away. When Su Mingyuan returned home, the sky had completely darkened. After dinner, he pondered for a while, then took out his cell phone and called his secretary Liu Qingran. Qingran. I want to modify my will, bring the lawyer and the notary office here right now. Okay, Mr. Su. The next day, Su Mingyuan set out early to pick up the two children. Jingjing, get up quickly, Dad will come to pick us up soon. Su Xiaoxiao came to her sister's bedroom and pulled her out of bed. Is Dad here already? Su Jingjing sat up suddenly from the bed. Originally, she was thinking about sleeping in, after all, it was Sunday, and she had to rest, but when she heard her sister say that Dad was coming, she immediately became energetic. Dad has already gone out, and he said he would be here in half an hour. So soon, I haven't washed my face yet. I'll go wash my face now. Okay, then hurry up. Okay. Su Jingjing's movements were still very fast. The main thing is that she doesn't need to put on makeup. She can go out after brushing her teeth, washing her face, tying her hair, and changing into decent clothes. It only took 20 minutes in total. After packing up, the two sisters went downstairs together. There were many boys standing at the door of the dormitory. These boys were either waiting for their suitors or waiting for their girlfriends. Such scenes are very common in college girls' dormitories. Spring is here, and animals have love, not to mention people. As soon as the two beauties walked out of the dormitory door, they immediately bloomed like bright pearls. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing's looks and figures are definitely school beauties, and they are twins. Even if they are dressed simply, they are enough to attract other people's attention. Especially since there are young men in their teens at the scene, how can they refuse such beautiful girls? For a while, many boys were a little stunned, and they didn't even notice their girlfriends coming out of the dormitory. Therefore, there was a continuous stream of coquettish scolding outside the dormitory. Su Xiaoxiao and her sister were already used to this scene. The two of them quickly walked to the door of the dormitory, and then waited patiently for Su Mingyuan to pick them up. At the same time, a BMW X5 was parked not far away. Brother Liu, this is the number 2 female dormitory. Girls from the Department of Literature, Department of Finance, Department of English, and Department of Journalism all live here. The girls in these departments are all very beautiful. They are much better than the girls from the Department of Mathematics and Department of Physics just now. Chapter 14. Look, they are twins. The co-pilot of the BMW X5, a tall and thin yellow-haired man, like a pimp, introduced the young man in the driver's seat. Well, it's really good. The girls who just came out are all very good. Liu Jiqing smiled and nodded. He is a sophomore student in the Department of Computer Science at Shanghai Jietong University, and he is also a rich second generation. This can be seen from the fact that he is driving a BMW X5. Before the price reduction, this car cost 600,000 or 700,000 yuan, and the top configuration even reached more than 800,000 yuan. It can be said that it is a real luxury car. The yellow-haired man next to Liu Jiqing is called Chen Yingqiao, his little follower. Today they came to the door of the girls' dormitory, mainly to see if they could hook up with some young and beautiful girls. Liu Jiqing is a typical playboy. The number of girlfriends he has changed since his freshman year has exceeded 100. Each one lasted no more than a week. According to his original words, after graduating from college, he wants to achieve the goal of killing 1,000 people. This is not impossible, and Liu Jiqing's so-called girlfriends are not all from Shanghai Jiaotong University. Among their 100 girls, girls from Shanghai Jiaotong University account for less than 1/10. After all, his reputation as a playboy is still very big. After knowing what kind of person he is, most girls who are self-disciplined will stay away from him. Of course, there are definitely girls who worship money, no matter which school there is such a girl. This kind of people does not distinguish between good and bad schools. Because they know Liu Jiqing's character, most girls in the school will reject him, but he still has many girlfriends. There is no way around it, there are many other universities around, and even high schools. Although Liu Jiqing has a bad character, he is still very generous. When pursuing, he gives an Apple phone and some high-end cosmetics, and it is easy to deceive those girls whose monthly living expenses are only 1,000 or even a few hundred yuan. So, it is not necessarily too difficult for him to kill thousands of people. Today, I am here to see if I can hook up with a new girl. For this reason, he also drove the BMW that his parents gave him after he went to college. Brother Liu, the one just now is not bad, but he has a boyfriend. Are you interested? His boyfriend looks like a loser. If you are interested, I can get his phone number for you. Chen Yingchao rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. As Liu Jiqing's younger brother, he still got a lot. Liu Jiqing usually takes him out to eat, drink, play games online, and occasionally gives him some pocket money. Therefore, Chen Yingchao feels very honored to be Liu Jiqing's younger brother, and is happy to do such things. Forget it, that girl has been played by that loser, I'm not interested. I want a pure girl. Liu Jiqing shook his head and refused directly. In fact, pure girls are nonsense. 90% of his 100-man kills have already been in a relationship. A serious and self-disciplined girl would not choose to be with him. It's just that the girl just now didn't catch his eye. It should be said that although Liu Jiqing is a bit of a scumbag, his vision is still good. Especially after killing 100 people, he really doesn't care about ordinary girls. Yeah, brother Liu, let's take a look. It's still early, and there are still many girls who haven't gone out. Today is Sunday, and there will definitely be many girls coming out of the dormitory to go shopping and have fun. They have cars and money, so they can definitely catch the object of their dreams. Yeah. Liu Jiqing nodded and continued. Keep an eye on me, I'll take a nap, tell me if there's a top-notch one. Okay. Fuck, top-notch. Liu Jiqing just closed his eyes and heard Chen Yingchao scream. Why are you making a fuss? What top-notch one? Is it that exaggerated? Liu Jiqing slapped Chen Yingchao on the back of his head in annoyance. That scream almost scared him to death. Brother Liu, it's really a top-notch one, look. Twins. Chen Yingchao pointed at the door of the girls' dormitory and said excitedly. Twins. Hearing Chen Yingchao's words, Liu Jiqing sat up from his seat, his little eyes looking towards the door of the girls' dormitory. Fuck. Top-notch, really top-notch. Such a figure, such a beautiful face, isn't it too beautiful? Liu Jiqing looked at the twin beauties in front of him, his saliva was about to flow down. It's not that he hasn't seen beauties before, but such top-notch beauties are really rare. This is definitely the school beauty level. Moreover, it's a pair of beauties. If the twin beauties can become his girlfriend at the same time, it's simply a blessing. Liu Jiqing has seen countless girls, and it's easy to see that both girls are virgins and definitely have never had a boyfriend. This makes him even more excited. If they can go to their hotel and look at two similar faces. Just thinking about it is exciting. Brother Liu, shall we go and say hello? Chen Yingchao said stiffly. He must like such beautiful girls. However, Chen Yingchao also knew. He can only think about such girls, and forget about hooking up. It's impossible for a goddess to fall in love with a loser like him who has no house or car. Well, I'll drive over there. Liu Jiqing nodded repeatedly. Taking advantage of this moment, it's just right to show his strength. Thinking of this, Liu Jiqing started the car and drove towards Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. Soon, the car arrived in front of the two. Liu Jiqing took the initiative to shake down the window of the driver's seat and shouted to Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. "Two ladies, where are you going to play? You can take my BMW X5, I'll take you there for free." While Liu Jiqing was talking, he also posed a pose that he thought was very handsome. Although Liu Jiqing's eyes are a little small, he is not too ugly. If he didn't have this local tyrant temperament, he would look more handsome. This is why he can kill hundreds of people. If a person is too ugly, even if he has money, it is difficult to hook up with a girl. If he looks handsome, coupled with the local tyrant temperament, it is still very easy to hook up with a gold digger. After all, a gold digger will not refuse to cry in a BMW. However, it is obvious that neither Su Xiaoxiao nor her sister are gold diggers. "Sorry, Senior, someone is here to pick us up." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and rejected Liu Jiqing directly. They are also experienced. It is not a good thing for a girl to be too pretty. It is easy to be approached on the street. Such pretty girls as Su Xiaoxiao are no exception. After entering junior high school and starting to grow up, such things often happen. So, the two of them have long been accustomed to rejecting others. What's more, those who come to approach in a BMW car have bad intentions at first glance. Chapter 15: Threat of failing a course. "Miss, did you take a taxi? You might as well take my car. This is a BMW X5. It cost almost $1 million. You must have never ridden in one, right? It's much more comfortable than an online taxi. Hurry up and get in the car. I really will take you for free." As Liu Jiqing spoke, he opened the car door and got out. He also opened the back seat door and made a gesture of invitation to Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. The two girls, Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing, looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. If it had happened a day ago, a luxury car worth millions might have really surprised them. However, although they were surprised, they would not get into a luxury car worth tens of millions. Moreover, they had just been taken by Su Mingyuan to experience a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions yesterday. Even though that was just the car of my father's boss, but for those who have ridden in a luxury car worth tens of millions, the world must have been different. So, Su Xiaoxiao once again patiently refused. "Sorry, Senior, we do have someone here to pick us up. Thank you for your kindness." After being rejected again, Liu Jiqing felt a little embarrassed. But as an old pervert, he still has some patience. After a few seconds of silence, he turned and went to the trunk. Seeing Liu Jiqing leave, sisters Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing also breathed a sigh of relief. Presumably, this person will not continue to harass them. Just wait until Dad comes. However, before they could be happy for long, they saw Liu Jiqing coming over with 2 cell phone bags. "My 2 junior sisters, these are 2 Apple phones. I see you are both using domestically made phones that cost over 1,000 yuan, right? And they are models from 2 years ago. We are from the same school, so we can be friends. Consider these 2 phones as a gift for meeting each other." As Liu Jiqing spoke, he was about to put the phone into the hands of the 2 girls. The Apple phones he bought were not top-of-the-line models, but they were all new models, generally costing around 7,000 yuan. He has several more in his trunk, mainly used to seduce girls of this age. He could see that Su Xiaoxiao and her sister were not from a wealthy family. This can be easily seen from the smartphones used by the 2 people. It is even possible that their family conditions are very poor. To deal with a little girl like this, money is definitely the most effective way. Who can refuse a mobile phone worth 6 or 7,000 yuan given by a senior who has a smile on his face, is harmless and drives a BMW X5? It's just that Liu Jiqing knows the platinum girl, but not all girls. Su Xiaoxiao was shocked when she saw the 2 mobile phones Liu Jiqing handed over. Senior, no need. We have our own cell phones. We don't even know you, so we can't accept such an expensive gift from you." Su Xiaoxiao waved her hands repeatedly to refuse. Giving someone such an expensive gift after just a few words of conversation, everyone knows that the other person has bad intentions. Although they are simple, they are not stupid. Girls should protect themselves when they go out. It's not expensive. It's just a toy to me. Look at your phones, they are all so old. They are lagging and inconvenient to use, right? Very stuck and inconvenient. Hearing this, the 2 little girls looked at their phones and fell silent. This phone is really stuck. This phone was bought for them by their uncle when they were in their second year of high school because they needed to take online classes. Later, when they went to college, their uncle also wanted to give them new mobile phones, but they refused. My uncle and aunt are not well off and they have a son of their own. It is very stressful for two people to raise 3 children. A mobile phone is just a tool, as long as it can be used. They don't play games or watch TV series, and their mobile phones are enough for making calls and chatting. But of course they also want new phones. But you have to buy a new phone based on your own ability. If it's a gift from someone else, you absolutely cannot accept it. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but this phone is too valuable, we can't take it. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and once again decisively rejected Liu Jichen. This time, Liu Jichen's face finally looked bad. Not even gifts. Aren't these 2 little girls too stubborn? Thinking of this, Liu Jichen's expression turned cold. 2 junior sisters, it seems that you don't give me face. Do you know what kind of background I, Liu Jichen, have? All the leaders in the school have my people. If you don't give me face, believe it or not, I will make sure you can't even get your diploma. Just accept the gift and get in my car. I'll take you out for a ride. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't get your diploma. Liu Jichen's voice was very low, making sure that only Su Xiaoxiao and her sister could hear it. After all, it was broad daylight, and at the doorstep of the girls' dormitory. If he made blatant threats and someone took a video and posted it online, no matter how strong his connections were, they would not be able to protect him. But it doesn't matter if it's just a whispered threat like this. Sure enough, when Su Xiaoxiao and her sister heard Liu Jichen's words, expressions of fear immediately appeared on their faces. They had worked so hard to get into Shanghai Jiaotong University. It would be so unfair if they couldn't get their diplomas just because they offended the rich boy in front of them. They did not doubt Liu Jichen's words. After all, they knew that some people did have such ability. And it is not a difficult thing to prevent them from getting their diplomas. All we need to do is ask the leaders to give a heads up to the teachers and have them fail a few more subjects. University exam scores are made up of regular scores and final scores. As long as the regular scores are bad enough and the exam scores are deliberately changed to some incorrect ones, there is a high probability that you will fail the course. The usual scores depend purely on how many points the teacher gives. Senior, we really can't accept your gift. Our family will be here to pick us up soon. Please don't embarrass us. Su Xiaoxiao held down her sister who wanted to go up and argue with Liu Jichen, gritted her teeth, and patiently refused again. She didn't want to escalate the conflict. My sister and I are both ordinary people without any support. Exacerbating the conflict will only be more disadvantageous to them. Okay. In that case, you can expect to fail the exam. Liu Jichen sneered. He does have a relative who works in the school's finance department, and it was his family who donated money to the school free of charge, which enabled him to attend this school. The people in the finance department are very familiar with all the teachers and deans. It is really easy to make 2 insignificant students fail a course by just saying hello and giving them some money. Liu Jichen had used this trick to seduce a good girl before, and this time he was just repeating the same old trick. How can you be so shameless? We just don't want to ride in your car. Let me tell you the truth. We just don't like the BMW X5 you drive. Only rich people drive this kind of car. After being threatened again and again, Su Jingjing on the side suddenly exploded and started to retort against Liu Jichen. If her sister hadn't held her back, she would have rushed out and scolded Liu Jichen. Chapter 16. Do you know what a Rolls-Royce looks like? Only wealthy locals drive this kind of car? Hearing her sister's words, Su Xiaoxiao's mouth corners immediately raised. It's not that they look down on people who drive BMWs, after all, BMW is also a luxury car brand. The BMW X5 is a luxury car that ordinary people may not be able to drive in their entire lives. The title of local tycoon is mainly used to describe Liu Jichen. You think you can control all the girls in the world just because you have a little money. What else can you be if not a nouveau riche? There are many people who are richer than him, but I have never seen anyone look down on women as much as he does. You little bastard, who do you think is the local tycoon? Su Jingjing's few words immediately broke down Liu Jichen's defense. His father spent a lot of money and did everything he could to send him to Shanghai Jiaotong University, just so that his son could get rid of the title of a nouveau riche. With a diploma from Shanghai Jiaotong University, you are a cultured rich man, completely different from a nouveau riche. Liu Jiqing himself thought that after studying at Shanghai Jiaotong University, no one would call him a nouveau riche anymore. Who would have thought that he would actually be called that? For a moment, he couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't it? Just because you drive a BMW, you think you are the best in the world. Have you ever seen the world? Although we are poor, we are also ambitious. Don't think that all the girls in the world will kneel down in front of a rich man like you for money. Su Jingjing's words became louder and louder, and the girls who had just walked out of the dormitory and the boys waiting at the door were also attracted by their voices. Hey, aren't those our school's twin beauties, Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing? Wow, they are the campus beauties. I just noticed them, they are so pretty. Yes, the two sisters look like they were cast from the same mold, and their figures and looks are really perfect. Who is that wretched guy across from them? Why is he arguing with these girls? I'm in the class next to Su Xiaoxiao, and she seems to have a good temper. Har har, I know this guy, Liu Jiqing from the computer science department, a scumbag among scumbags. He takes advantage of his family's little money and changes girlfriends every week. Changing one every week. That's really scumbag. Yeah, his reputation in the computer department is ruined. I guess he has set his sights on the Su Xiaoxiao sisters this time. Then he made the wrong choice. Sister Su Xiaoxiao is well known for being chaste. When school just started, there were men who came to pursue her in Ferraris, but the sisters didn't take them seriously. Har har har, that's good. It seems that Liu Jiqing has met a tough opponent this time. Does he really think that driving a BMW X5 makes him the best in the world? That's right, the BMW X5 isn't a good car. If you have the guts, drive a Lamborghini to pick up girls. People around were talking about it, and Liu Jiqing heard some of it. This made his face look even uglier. However, before Liu Jiqing could speak, his younger brother Chen Yingchao spoke first. What are you looking at? A bunch of poor losers who can't even afford a BMW X5. You say you look down on BMW, but can you afford one? After he finished speaking, the people around him all shut their mouths. Although I look down on traitors like Chen Yingchao, what he said is indeed right. They say they look down on BBA, but when they really enter the society, even an entry-level BBA is a car that ordinary people will never be able to afford in their lifetime. Seeing that everyone around him was silent, Liu Jiqing patted his little follower's shoulder with satisfaction. Sure enough, having such a little brother is very useful at critical moments. Little sisters, do you see this? You will never be able to afford this car in your lifetime, but as long as you follow me, I can promise to buy you a Mercedes-Benz C. Is this car good enough for you? The top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz C is only around 350,000 renminbi. As a rich second generation, it is worth it for Liu Jiqing to spend a Mercedes-Benz C to pursue the school beauty. Moreover, the car does not have to be in their name, they just need to drive the car. Humph! Who wants your junky car? My dad has his own car. His car is better than yours. Su Jingjing said through gritted teeth. At this time, I can only use this excuse to get rid of this annoying person. It's not that she cares about her reputation, but if she doesn't do this scumbag will definitely continue to pester them. Oh? Better than mine? What car is it? Porsche Panamera or Mercedes-Benz Maybach? Little sister, you two sisters are both using old cell phones that cost 1,000 yuan a few years ago. Why are you pretending to be rich and beautiful to me? Liu Jiqing sneered. Although the two little girls in front of me were dressed neatly and decently, they were all cheap from head to toe. The bags they both carried were not luxury goods, but just generic brands without any brand. How could a girl like this have a rich dad? How is that possible? My dad drives. Su Jingjing really wanted to tell Liu Jiqing that their father drove a Rolls-Royce. But when I thought about the fact that my dad was just a driver, and there were people at the scene holding up their phones to record videos. If what I said was posted online and seen by my dad's boss, it would bring trouble to my dad. So, even if Su Jingjing wanted to refute, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Har har, let me see, your dad drives a van, right? Otherwise, how could I allow my two beautiful daughters to use such an outdated mobile phone? Doesn't he know that his daughter should be raised in wealth? Liu Jiqing laughed loudly. Raise sons in poverty and daughters in wealth, this has been a traditional virtue for thousands of years. As long as the family is well off, they will never let their daughter down. You. My dad drives a Rolls Royce. Su Jingjing blurted out in anger. Jingjing. Stop talking. Su Xiaoxiao quickly stopped her sister. They didn't want to cause trouble for their father. It's very hard for dad to be a driver, and they don't want to embarrass him. Poochie. Rolls Royce. I have a yellow bikini. Little girl, do you know what a Rolls Royce looks like? You said your father was a driver for the owner of a Rolls Royce. I believe it to some extent. Liu Jiqing laughed loudly. Rolls Royce is a luxury car worth tens of millions. Anyone who can afford this car must be worth at least 100 million. Even higher. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford this car. Although Liu Jiqing's family had a little money, it was no problem for them to buy a Rolls Royce. But being able to afford something and buying it are two different concepts. Spending more than 10 million to buy a car is already a waste of money for their family. Liu Jiqing's words made Su Jingjing feel very ashamed. If she had known this earlier, she would not have boasted. This is not only embarrassing for her, but also embarrassing for her father. Seeing the little girl's appearance, Liu Jiqing became more certain of his opinion. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Of course my daughter knows what a Rolls Royce looks like. Chapter 17 I am the stepmother. As soon as he finished speaking, a black car stopped in front of them. The front of the black car was shiny and glossy, and the angel sculpture on the hood sparkled in the sun. Immediately afterwards, Su Mingyuan opened the door of the Rolls Royce and got out of the car. Wow, so handsome. As soon as Su Mingyuan appeared, all the girls in the audience exclaimed. With a height of 1.82 meters, elegant temperament, decent clothing, and the domineering power of the Rolls Royce, Su Mingyuan looks extremely handsome. His appearance was even more domineering than those of today's popular stars. The most important thing is that Su Mingyuan's handsomeness is masculine, which is completely different from those feminine handsomeness. There were young girls around 20 years old all around. How could they withstand such a shock? However, Su Mingyuan was used to such scenes, and he quickly came to his two daughters in 2 steps. Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, are you okay? Su Mingyuan bent down and looked at the 2 children carefully, checking whether there were any signs of injury on their faces. Dad, we're fine, we're just being harassed by this guy. Su Jingjing shook her head and pointed at Liu Jiqing in front of her with her slender, white little hands. Oh? You just said that my daughter Su Mingyuan has never seen a Rolls Royce, right? Su Mingyuan turned his head and looked at Liu Jiqing coldly. He has seen too many rich second generations like Liu Jiqing. Normally, he would not take it seriously at all, and would not even look at it for a second. In other words, this kind of rich second generation, even his father, is not qualified to meet Su Mingyuan. The gap between the two sides is too big. But this guy provoked his daughter, so Su Mingyuan had to have a good talk with him. You are the father of these 2 girls. So young? Liu Jiqing swallowed and looked at Su Mingyuan in disbelief. What? Do I have to show you the paternity test? Su Mingyuan snorted coldly. The real dad. He is actually my biological father. The onlookers around were all staring at Su Mingyuan in a daze. No wonder the Su Xiaoxiao sisters are so beautiful, it turns out their father is so handsome. Yeah, he looks like he's around 25, not much older than us. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. My dad was also very handsome when he was young, but his youth was too short. He was bald at the age of 30. Now he is 42 and has a big bald head. I wish I had such a handsome dad. A dog doesn't despise a poor family, and a son doesn't despise an ugly father. You might as well consider having such a handsome husband. That makes sense. I heard that Su Xiaoxiao and her sister's mother passed away a few years ago. Does that mean I can be their stepmother? It's not impossible. Look, he drives a Rolls Royce. He's a wealthy family. Fuck, I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me. I'm definitely going to be the stepmother. Don't fight with me, I'm the stepmother. I am. Har har, so what if he's your biological father? Don't think that just because you drive a Rolls Royce, it really belongs to you. From what I see, you're just a driver. Liu Jiqing smoothed his bangs, calmed down, brainstormed quickly, and soon figured out something. That means Su Mingyuan in front of him is definitely the driver. If he really was the owner of a Rolls Royce, why would he let his daughter use a 1,000 yuan phone? And it was a model from 3 years ago. How is that possible? Even if he is a rich second generation who wants to experience life, there is no reason not to tell his daughter the truth after she goes to college, right? There is only one truth, that is, Su Mingyuan in front of him is just a driver. Har har, who told you I'm the driver? Su Mingyuan chuckled. He hasn't met such a stupid rich second generation for many years. In fact, most of the stupid rich second generations appear in the middle class circle. The second generation of the truly top wealthy circle are the elites among the elites. They would never rely on the power of their parents to bully others. However, it is quite fun to meet such a stupid second generation. Life is short, and it would be too boring if we lived according to the routine every day. Occasionally pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face, this way life will be colorful. You're not a driver. You're not a driver. Why are your two daughters dressed so simply? And they are using domestic mobile phones from 3 years ago. Look at yourself again. You're wearing nothing but a logo. Do you think this outfit costs $100? Look at this Gucci short-sleeved shirt of mine. It costs over 4,000 yuan. It can buy you over 400 sets of this kind of clothes, right? Liu Jiqing's face was full of disdain. Clothes that didn't even have a logo, they were just a second-rate brand, right? If you were wearing something like Acne, people wouldn't look down on you like that. However, what Liu Jiqing didn't know was that although there was no logo on Su Mingyuan's clothes, they were tailor-made by the best designer. This outfit is not without a logo. On the inside of the clothes, there is the designer's exclusive logo. In addition, the raw materials used are also of the best quality. Because it is custom-made, it fits perfectly when worn. It can be said that the value of this set of clothes can be exchanged for 400 sets of clothes on Liu Jiqing. Of course, it's normal that Liu Jiqing couldn't see it. This is the difference between the top rich second generation and the nouveau riche second generation. Anyone who is a top rich second generation can tell that Su Mingyuan's dress is very exquisite and was specially designed by someone. Only the second generation of nouveau riche would think that what he wears is very ordinary. Har har, what if I say this car is indeed mine? If this car was yours, I would eat shit live on TV. Eat shit, forget it. If I can prove that this car is mine, just smash your broken car. Of course, you don't have to bet. If you lose, just kneel down and kowtow to me. Smash the car? Liu Jiqing was stunned. He bought this car this year and has driven it for less than 2,000 kilometers. If it was smashed, even if only a few windows were broken, he would be heartbroken. However, Liu Jiqing quickly reacted. Smashing the car? How is that possible? This is clearly an empty city tactic. It was obvious that Su Mingyuan proposed two options in order to scare Liu Jiqing. If he was really the owner of the Rolls-Royce, how could he have given himself the choice of kneeling down? Wouldn't it be better to just put up the driving license and then smash the car with your own hands? The reason there is another option is that this guy cannot be the owner of a Rolls-Royce. Thinking about the two girls' clothes and appearance, Liu Jiqing became more convinced of this idea. Har har, kneel down. You are not worthy. I'm making a bet with you. I don't believe this Rolls-Royce is really yours. If it is really yours, I am willing to smash the car. Chapter 18: The pleasure of pretending to be nice in front of others. Oh? That's what you said, don't regret it later. Su Mingyuan looked at Liu Jiqing with a smile on his face. Humph. Since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. But you, if you lose, do you dare to smash the Rolls-Royce? Liu Jiqing took a ruthless approach. The Rolls-Royce is indeed much more expensive than his BMW X5. Even if all the glass was smashed, it would be enough to make Su Mingyuan go bankrupt. He wanted to see if this guy dared to bet with him. Of course, no problem. If the car wasn't mine, I would smash it right there. Su Mingyuan smiled calmly. It's just a Rolls-Royce. Even if it was smashed, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Dad, let's not gamble anymore. Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, pulled Su Mingyuan's sleeve worriedly. Others don't know about Su Mingyuan's situation, but the two sisters know him very well. Dad is just a driver, how can he prove that the car is his? If the car was really damaged, Dad would never be able to pay for it in his lifetime. They had finally reunited with their father, and they didn't want him to fall into such a dangerous situation. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao, he can't win. Su Mingyuan squeezed his eldest daughter's hand and gave her a reassuring look. Seeing her father so confident, Su Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but she stopped herself from saying it. Maybe this car really belongs to Dad. Although it's a little hard to believe, what if it's true? Har har, okay, if it's your car, just take out the driving license and you'll know. Oh, and a driver's license. I don't know your name. Liu Jiqing is quite smart. The driving license only has the owner's name, but no portrait of the owner. For example, if the driving license says passerby A, and Su Mingyuan says that he is also passerby A, there is no way to prove it. Only together with the driver's license can it be proved that this car belongs to Su Mingyuan. No problem. Su Mingyuan smiled faintly. It's really only fun to show off in person. This feeling of being slapped in the face is simply too good. Although Su Mingyuan is already 38 years old, he still likes this primitive pleasure very much. Sometimes it's nice to experience this kind of primitive pleasure. Seeing Su Mingyuan so calm, Liu Jiqing became a little panicked. Could this guy really be the owner of this Rolls-Royce? Oh my god, no way. Sister Su Xiaoxiao is not really a rich second generation, right? The onlookers around couldn't help but exclaim. I can't tell. Although the two sisters are very beautiful and have great figures, their daily behavior doesn't seem like that of rich ladies at all. Yeah, have you ever seen a rich girl who has to work part-time to earn money for her studies? Could it be that this is the rich man's long-lost child? The rich man is looking for his relatives. You have a pretty wild imagination, but this point cannot be ruled out. Okay, let's eat the melon first. The other party may not be able to get a driving license. Are you stupid? If he really couldn't produce the driving license, how could he be so calm? That's right. I don't think Liu Jiqing can keep his car this time. It's best if he can't be saved. I've long disliked this scumbag. What does he think of us girls? A toy. Su Mingyuan returned to the car and quickly found the driving license. However, he did not find his driver's license. Su Mingyuan doesn't drive much, and even if he does, he wouldn't necessarily drive this car. So, I don't know which car the driver's license is in. However, it is the same if you have an electronic driver's license. What's more, my ID card is in the car, so it doesn't matter if I don't have a driver's license. After finding the driving license, Su Mingyuan returned confidently with the certificate. Look, the driving license and the electronic driver's license. Is everything okay? As Su Mingyuan spoke, he opened the driving license and showed it in front of Liu Jiqing. See. This is the car owner, Su Mingyuan. This is my electronic driver's license. It has my photo on it. Is everything all right? Su Mingyuan? Rolls-Royce owner? It's really his car? When Liu Jiqing saw the information on the two certificates, he was completely stunned. He never dreamed that the Su Mingyuan in front of him was actually the owner of a Rolls-Royce. Why would the daughter of a Rolls-Royce owner use a domestically produced car that she bought for 1,000 yuan 3 years ago? This is totally unscientific. Could it be that this is role-playing? No, you are not the father of those two girls at all. How can a father be so young? You're lying to me. You are their godfather, right? Call me godfather when nothing happens, and call me daddy when something happens. You are definitely not right to care, you. Bang. Liu Jiqing's words became more and more outrageous. Before he had even finished speaking, Su Mingyuan rushed up and gave him a human spirit-boosting palm. This slap stunned Liu Jiqing. Look, this is a paternity test. I am the biological father of Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing. If you dare to insult my two daughters again, I will beat your mouth to pieces. Su Mingyuan looked at Liu Jiqing coldly. Just now he was just playing with this rich second generation and had no intention of doing anything to him. But now, Su Mingyuan has already developed the intention to kill. This guy must be severely punished. You. Looking at Su Mingyuan's paternity test report, no matter how much Liu Jiqing hated him, he didn't dare to say another word. Although he is stupid, he is not that stupid. Since he can drive a Rolls-Royce, his social status and background are definitely not comparable to that of a nouveau riche second generation like him. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. What do you mean? You lose now, you can start smashing cars. My requirements are not high. Smash the glass. Hit each side 3 times with all your strength. The tires are all punctured. I have the tools. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he turned back to the car and took out a baseball bat and a toolbox. Open the toolbox and take out a long, thin iron nail, which is enough to puncture the tire. Uncle Su, this is all a misunderstanding, we were just joking. Liu Jichen gave an awkward laugh and quickly changed his tone, trying to get closer to Su Mingyuan. He couldn't bear to smash the car. Moreover, if the car was really smashed as Su Mingyuan requested, it would not be scrapped, but it would definitely be considered an accident car. If you buy a car for 600,000 yuan, you will probably lose 300,000 yuan directly. This is a new car, he must be so heartbroken. Stop. First of all, I'm not your uncle. Don't try to get close to me. Secondly, the bet has already taken effect. I just recorded it. There are so many witnesses around. You don't want to deny it, do you? After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, the crowd around him started to make a noise. That's right, Master Liu, you made the bet yourself, how can you go back on your word? Young Master Liu is very rich, it's just a BMW X6, so he can just smash it, what's the big deal? Young Master Liu, if you don't smash it, don't blame me for looking down on you. It's said that young Master Liu has had countless women, but is short and weak. He can't even smash a car, right? Master Liu, if you can't do it, I'll do it for you. Chapter 19, The Rich Second Generation with a Little Money. Who said I couldn't bear to part with it? It's just a car, right? I'll smash it. Liu Jichen gritted his teeth, snatched the baseball bat from Su Mingyuan's hand, then turned around and walked towards his BMW. Seeing this scene, Su Mingyuan didn't say anything and directly took Su Xiaoxiao and her sister into the car. He saw that many people around had taken out their mobile phones to record videos, as if they wanted to capture such an exciting scene of smashing the car. Su Mingyuan didn't want to be on the hot search, so he decisively pulled his daughter into the car. It's so pleasant to sit in the car and watch the show with the air conditioning on. Liu Jichen caught a glimpse of Su Mingyuan and the other two getting into the car. Thinking they were about to leave, he put down the baseball bat. If Su Mingyuan didn't pursue their bet, he certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to smash the car. However, just as he put down the hammer, he saw Su Mingyuan honking the horn at him. It was obvious that Su Mingyuan had no intention of letting him go. This car today will be smashed whether you smash it or not. He certainly can't escape. Brother Liu, what are we really going to do? Chen Yinchao came over and asked cautiously. It's just a bet, why don't we just leave? He can't do anything to us. At most, he will just lose face. Although face is valuable, if you have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy it, then forget it. What does face mean in the face of huge wealth? There is a question like this on the internet. If you are given 10,000 yuan for every time you kneel down and kowtow, how many times can you kowtow? If there is an upper limit and you can only knock once or twice, then most people probably 1 knock. But if there is no upper limit, it is estimated that even if one kowtows for 3 days and 3 nights, the person who kowtows can circle the blue planet 3.5 times. Compared with huge wealth, face is really nothing. This. Liu Jichen hesitated a little. He really wanted to just leave like this. Isn't it just a matter of losing some people? Just when he was about to throw away their baseball bat, Su Mingyuan's faint voice rang out. Hey! Master Liu, are you planning to go back on your word and not abide by the bet? Isn't it just a car worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan? Young Master Liu wouldn't be willing to smash it, right? No way. Su Mingyuan stuck his head out and said this, then immediately rolled up the car window. Puff! Su Mingyuan's words almost made Liu Jichen spit out blood. People have said such things, if he doesn't smash the car, he will probably be scolded to death. The people around were also making a fuss. At this time, Liu Jichen was already in a difficult situation. Fuck! Who said I wouldn't want to smash it? It's just a BMW, right? I have plenty of money at home. I can buy a new car even if I smash it. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, Liu Jichen started smashing the car. Awesome! No one knew who shouted first, but the crowd suddenly became excited. Many people even turned on their phones to start live streaming. Live broadcast of smashing luxury cars, this is very popular. At this time, Su Mingyuan also drove away quietly. He had no interest in watching people smashing cars. Since he had already pretended to be cool, there was no point in staying here any longer. If Liu Jiqing settles the matter peacefully, nothing will happen. But if he persists, he will not let the other party go. Dad, is this Rolls-Royce really yours? You're not going to tell me it's a reward from the company, are you? Su Jingjing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the driving license carefully. This certificate is definitely authentic and there is no trace of forgery. In other words, this luxury car worth tens of millions really belongs to their father. This is a little bit unbelievable. Isn't he Dad the driver? What company reward? Jingjing, we've all been deceived by this bad man. He's just a super rich man. I guess he's the boss of Yuanshan building. Have you forgotten that the boss of the modeling agency called us personally to apologize last night? Su Xiaoxiao behind him rolled her eyes at Su Mingyuan in annoyance. Last night they received a call from the boss of the modeling agency, who not only apologized to them, but also fired manager Chen and banned Zhu Lili. In addition, their wages were paid, and they were given double wages according to the standards for dismissal of formal employees and those who did not sign a labor contract. Not only that, the boss gave Su Xiaoxiao double the salary as compensation for being beaten by manager Chen. The blow was actually not very heavy. Manager Chen was a weak man, so his blow was not very heavy. However, Su Mingyuan's blow would cause him to feel pain for several days. No way, Dad, you are the big boss behind Yuanshan building. Su Jingjing looked at her father in shock, somewhat unbelievably. Well, since you guessed it, I won't hide it anymore. Yuanshan building is indeed your father's and mine. Your dad actually has a little bit of money, and you two can be considered as the second generation of the rich with a little bit of money. Su Mingyuan admitted it with a smile. There is no point in hiding this kind of thing. It is only right to reveal some of your wealth appropriately so that the two girls can enjoy your wealth with peace of mind. Although he had only been reunited with the two children for one day, Su Mingyuan had already grasped their personalities very clearly. If I don't show off my wealth, I'm afraid they won't even ask for the most basic living expenses. Even if he accepted the living expenses given by Su Mingyuan, he would not be willing to spend it. When you need to work, go to work. When you need to save, save. This is not what Su Mingyuan wants to see. Now that he had reunited with his two daughters, there was no reason for them to continue living the hard life they had before. What is the point of making so much money if he can't even improve his own daughter's living standard? Therefore, Su Mingyuan simply chose to spread it out and reveal part of his wealth. One of the reasons why he didn't expose all his wealth at once was that he was worried about scaring his two children. After all, he has so much wealth, who wouldn't be confused when seeing it? On the other hand, Su Mingyuan really didn't know how much wealth he had. Too many to count, absolutely impossible to count. A little bit. Dad, is it a little bit? Su Jingjing pursed her lips. If driving a Rolls-Royce is just a little bit of wealth, then aren't we worse than beggars? Har har har, Jingjing, Daddy didn't hide this from you on purpose. I'm going to tell you today. To express my apology, Dad will give each of you a gift. Gift? The Su Xiaoxiao sisters looked at each other. Yesterday they heard their father say that he would give them a gift, so they were very much looking forward to it. Dad, what gift are you going to give us? Su Jingjing tilted her head and looked at Su Mingyuan curiously. You'll know when we get there. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Su Mingyuan kept the question in suspense. As for gifts, you have to see them to feel surprised. It would be so boring to say it in advance. Chapter 20, 100,000 pocket money per month. 20 minutes later, Su Mingyuan's car drove down the overpass, and after passing 2 traffic lights, he arrived at the destination. Auto City. Dad, you're not bringing us here to buy a car, are you? Buy a car? Hearing Su Jingjing's words, Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly looked out the window. Sure enough, they had arrived at the outskirts of the Auto City, and they could enter the Auto City by turning a corner. That's right, Dad plans to give each of you a car. Your school is too big. It would be more convenient to go to and from school with a car. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. In fact, he doesn't have to buy a car at all. His garage is filled with a variety of limited edition luxury cars. Lamborghini Veneno, Pagani Zonda, etc., any super luxury car that can be named can be seen in Su Mingyuan's garage. It is no exaggeration to say that his garage has more cars than those in a luxury car show. However, those cars are second-hand cars after all. Since Su Mingyuan wants to give a gift, it must be something first-hand. Especially since this is the first car in the lives of the two children, even if it is a top-notch second-hand luxury car, the implication is not very good. So, Su Mingyuan brought his two children directly to order a car. As for those luxury cars in the garage, the two little ones can drive them anytime they want in the future. Dad, are you serious? Are you really going to give each of us a car? Su Jingjing hugged Su Mingyuan's arm, her face full of excitement. Of course it's true. You can pick any car you want later. Dad will pay for it. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. Okay, Dad, then we won't be polite. Soon, the car drove into the auto city. After Su Mingyuan parked the car in the parking lot, he got out with his two daughters. The two little girls held Su Mingyuan's arms on the left and right, and they attracted a lot of attention. Especially since Su Mingyuan is still so young, it is easy for people to think that he is the boyfriend of the two girls rather than their father. A man can have such beautiful girlfriends at the same time, and the two girlfriends can get along well with each other. Which man wouldn't he be so envious that his dick hurts when seeing this scene? However, if someone knew that the three of them were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but were actually father and daughter, someone would probably come forward to kowtow to Su Mingyuan on the spot. And respectfully call out, "Father-in-law. Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, do you have any requirements for the car? For example, size, 100 km/h speed, etc." Su Mingyuan tried to find out about his two daughters' interests and hobbies. Although he could buy all the cars in the entire car city, it would not be good if he could not buy the cars that the two little girls liked. Dad, we don't have any requirements for the car. A mobility scooter would be fine. You can just take your roommates with you to and from get out of class during normal times. The two sisters looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. They usually don't pay any attention to cars, so naturally they don't understand anything about them. As long as it can be opened, it's fine. Roommates are basically from the same department or even the same class, so of course we go to and from school at the same time. If you have a car, you must take each other for a ride. A mobility scooter? Okay, I got the idea. Su Mingyuan nodded, and he probably had an idea in mind. Oh, Dad. We can't buy a car yet. Su Jingjing suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. What's wrong? Su Mingyuan turned his head and looked at his little daughter in confusion. Dad, my sister and I don't have a driver's license. Driving license? Su Mingyuan was stunned for a moment. He took it for granted that both children had driver's licenses. Nowadays, most college students take driving tests during their winter and summer vacations, and 5 out of 10 of them have a driving license. Who would have thought that his two daughters didn't even have a driver's license? But it's normal to think about it. It's very expensive to get a driver's license in Shanghai. You can't get it without tens of thousands of yuan. My two daughters would rather divide $1 into two 50-cent ones to spend, so how could they possibly spend tens of thousands of dollars to get a driver's license? Dad, why don't we just forget it and wait until we get our driver's license? Su Xiaoxiao also reacted, and then comforted Su Mingyuan. Our classes are not far away, so it's very convenient to take my roommate's electric car. Yes. Why don't we just not buy it for now? Or you can buy us a Lexus, Dad. Puff. Old man happy. Hearing Su Jingjing's words, Su Mingyuan almost vomited blood. He is the richest man in the country, with a fortune of trillions, but his own daughter has to play the old man's music to go to and from school. If this gets out, people will definitely accuse him of favoring boys over girls or even discriminating against women. Moreover, two delicate girls, or goddesses, driving an old man's car, it is funny no matter how you look at it. Even driving a Wuling Mini is better than driving a Leotul. At least Wuling Mini looks cute. Har har, Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, you don't have to worry about your driver's license. Dad will arrange a driving school for you this afternoon. You can go and practice driving when you don't have classes or at night. The exams will be expedited. If it's one-on-one, the certificate can be issued in as little as a month. 1 month was already very slow for Su Mingyuan. With his ability, it would be no problem for him to directly get a certificate for the two children. However, having a license but not knowing how to drive is not enough. Su Mingyuan thinks that he should let the two children learn systematically. A one-on-one instructor will teach you how to drive, not just teach you how to take the test. In other words, you can drive as soon as you get the license. But Dad, we still have to work part-time after class. Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Even though I was reunited with my father, I couldn't give up my part-time job. Part-time job? Aren't you slapping Dad in the face? You are not allowed to go there anymore. This is the second gift Daddy gave you. It's a meeting gift. There's 1 million in it for each of you. From now on, Dad will give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Su Mingyuan took out 2 golden bank cards and handed them to Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. This is the VIP card of Dayuan International Bank, and there is already 1 million in it. The names on the cards are Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. Su Mingyuan asked the bank to open the cards specifically for the 2 children. 1 million as a gift. 100,000 yuan pocket money. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing were confused and couldn't react for a while. This amount of pocket money scared them a little. A 1 million yuan welcome gift and 100,000 yuan pocket money every month, isn't this a bit too much? Not to mention the meeting gift, just 100,000 yuan is enough for the 2 sisters' living expenses for 4 years of college. Even 100,000 is not necessary. The combined living expenses for the 2 of them for 4 years of college might be enough for 80,000 yuan. The living expenses for 1 person per week are 200 yuan, which is 400 yuan for 2 people, which is enough just for food. The portions of food in the university cafeteria are quite big, and the dishes you order are enough for 2 people to share, so just order 1 more meal. The food expenses for 1 person per week are 200 yuan, and 300 yuan may be enough for 2 people. So, they are really frugal. But now, 4 years of living expenses have become 1 month's living expenses. The contrast is indeed too great. Chapter 21 Internship Arrangement at Dayuan Bank. Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, what's wrong? Is it because you don't have enough living expenses? If it's not enough, Dad can always give you more. Is 1 million enough for a month? If not, Dad will add more. Seeing that the 2 children stopped talking, Su Mingyuan suddenly panicked. He hasn't been a child for many years and doesn't quite understand the living standards of children today. Isn't he 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses a little too little? Su Mingyuan originally wanted to give more. Even 100 million a month for living expenses was just pocket money for Su Mingyuan. But as mentioned before, he was worried that giving too much money at once would be too much for the 2 children to accept. Getting rich quickly can easily make people lose themselves, or even go astray. Su Mingyuan didn't want this. That's why he gave the child a living allowance of 100,000 yuan a month, allowing the child to slowly transition and accept his identity as a child from a wealthy family. 1 million a month. It's not enough, do you want more? The 2 sisters looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. How much money does their father have? 1 million pocket money a month is 12 million a year. I'm afraid only the children of the richest people can have so much pocket money, right? Could it be that their father is really one of those top wealthy people? The 2 sisters originally thought that their father was an ordinary wealthy man with hundreds of millions of dollars. But now it seems that they may have underestimated this father. Seeing that his 2 daughters were still silent, Su Mingyuan gritted his teeth and decided to speak out his thoughts. Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, it's not that Dad doesn't want to give you more pocket money. Even if it's 10 million a month, it doesn't matter. I'm just worried. Dad, no, my sister and I don't think the money is too little, it's too much. Seeing that her father seemed to have misunderstood them, Su Xiaoxiao quickly began to explain. Yeah, Dad, 100,000 a month is really too much. We can't spend it all. You don't have to give us so much money. We know you have money, but you can't waste it like this. We can both earn money on our own, and the money we earn from part-time jobs is enough for us to spend. The 2 sisters sang in unison and spoke very sincerely. No, I can't go part-time anymore. How about this? The living expenses will be raised to 200,000 yuan, and you are not allowed to work part-time. Just study hard in the future. Su Mingyuan stopped the 2 little guys from continuing. He was actually very satisfied in his heart. The 2 children did not lose themselves because of the sudden increase in wealth. With a living expense of 200,000 yuan a month, they should be able to live a good life. Dad, no, 200,000 is too much. Okay, it's decided. Okay, Dad, we still want to work part-time, just as a social experience. Forget about social experience. What can you gain from working? If you want experience, Dad will let you do internships during the winter and summer vacations. Xiao Xiao, you are in finance, so dad will send you to the best bank for internship. Jing Jing, you are in journalism, so dad will send you directly to Shanghai TV Tower for internship. Su Mingyuan had this idea after he learned about the majors his two children were studying yesterday. As the daughter of the richest man, it was easy for her to arrange an internship for her two children. Social experience is never just about working. Working can only be regarded as a way to experience the sufferings of the world and know how hard the people at the bottom of society live every day. This kind of thing, just go and experience it. If you want to learn skills that are truly relevant to your major, you have to intern in related industries. For example, if you want to work in the financial industry, you have to go to a bank, and specifically the investment banking department of a bank. There is no point in just interning at a bank branch as a lobby guide or teller. The same is true for journalism. Su Mingyuan will also arrange for his daughter to intern at the best TV station. Of course, his two children will definitely inherit his family business in the future. Neither banks nor television stations are their destiny. Going to these places for internship is just to help them integrate into their society faster after graduating from university. Dad, can I really get an internship at a bank? Su Xiaoxiao asked uncertainly. For a financial person like her with no background, being able to intern in a bank during college is definitely a very good opportunity. You know, for a college student to get such an opportunity, he must have someone in the bank. If she could get an internship opportunity, she could use it to gain a head start. Of course you can. The bank of this bank card I gave you is Dayuan International Bank. You can go there anytime you want. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. Oh my god. Dad, is it really possible? If it's possible, I will go for an internship during the summer vacation. When Su Xiaoxiao heard the words Dayuan International Bank, she could no longer suppress her excitement. These 6 words are more attractive than a monthly living expense of 200,000. Dayuan International Bank is the second largest bank in the world, second only to Dashir's Universe Bank. This bank is a private bank and has only been established for about 20 years. However, in the past 20 years, he has successively acquired foreign super banks such as China Merchants Bank, Morgan Stanley Bank, and Salim Bank, as well as more than a dozen banks ranked in the top 100 in the banking industry. He achieved his current status in one fell swoop. Bank branches are spread all over the world. The number of branch outlets in Shanghai alone is no less than that of Bank of China. Of course, no one knows that the biggest boss of Dayuan International Bank is named Su. Dayuan Bank is very strong, and every student majoring in finance is proud to be able to work in Dayuan. However, such large banks recruit only a small number of people each year, and there are even fewer internship vacancies. In addition, the salary and benefits are much higher than those of other banks, and it is entirely based on ability, with no nepotism, which leads to very fierce competition to enter Dayuan Bank. Even if they are studying finance from prestigious universities, they still have to take part in the written test and interview fairly. Therefore, it is very difficult to get an internship position as a lobby guide in Dayuan Bank. Now Su Xiaoxiao suddenly heard her father say that he could arrange an internship place for her at Dayuan Bank, and of course she was very excited. That's right, how could this be false? It's just a phone call. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. He was also very happy to see his eldest daughter so happy. Being able to do more things for his daughters that they like is a small way for him to make up for being an incompetent father. Yeah, thanks, Dad. Su Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. This time she called Dad more affectionately than ever before. Dad, my sister has promised, so you have to promise me that I will go to Shanghai TV station too. Of course, don't worry, Dad will definitely send you to Shanghai TV station for an internship. Thank you, Dad. Chapter 22, Dogs Don't Drive. For the two girls, the biggest surprise today was not buying a car, but the internship opportunity. They chose finance and journalism as their major, definitely because they like these majors. The happiest thing is that I like my major and can do an internship in it during my freshman year. As they were talking, the family of 3 arrived in front of the first 4S store. Dad, it's a Wuling Mini, so cute. Looking at the brand new Wuling Mini cars parked at the door, Su Xiaoxiao and her sister felt their hearts melt. The designer of this car is simply a genius. He designed the car to suit the aesthetic tastes of modern girls. Yeah, it's really cute. Su Mingyuan smiled and nodded, then continued. It's just a little too small. It's still a little unsafe to drive on the road. The car is small, which means that many of the safety facilities inside are incomplete. If you drive slowly, the problem is not serious. If the speed is a little faster and an accident happens, other large vehicles may not be a big problem, but this kind of small car is still very dangerous. So Su Mingyuan was not planning to buy this car for his two children. But Dad, I want this car so much. Su Jingjing held Su Mingyuan's arm and could hardly walk. It would be a shame if you couldn't own such a beautiful car. Har har, okay, now that you have a driver's license and can drive, you can buy one yourself. This car isn't expensive anyway. Su Mingyuan touched his little daughter's head lovingly. This kind of small car, even the top of the line one, would cost no more than 100,000 yuan, so it would be no problem for the two daughters to buy them with the money they have. Hee, okay, I'll come buy it later. After hearing what her father said, Su Jingjing also felt that it made sense. Anyway, I have money now, so it's not too late to buy it later. Unconsciously, she seemed to have accepted that she was rich. Then, the family walked towards the 4S store inside. Dad, let's not buy a car that's too nice. I think the BIC in front is pretty good. I just saw a short video saying that BIC cars are durable and very durable. Besides, usually a little over 100,000 is enough. Su Xiaoxiao pointed to the 4S store in front and chuckled. She actually doesn't know much about cars, she just wants something that is cheap and durable. Although Dad is rich, it is Dad's money after all. It's good enough that their father can buy them a car, they don't want a particularly good one. BIC? It's good, but it's too cheap. Su Mingyuan took a look at the BIC 4S store and shook his head to refuse. What about that Mazda on the left? They say Japanese cars can never break down. Japanese cars. Even dogs don't drive them. And aren't you afraid of getting stuck in traffic if you drive a Mazda 3? The Volkswagen in front is also good, let's. No, it's too cheap. Su Mingyuan took the two girls around the periphery, but couldn't choose a car. It's either unsafe or too cheap. After walking around, they were all a little tired. Su Mingyuan also felt a little regretful. If he had known that buying a car was so troublesome, he would have let his two children choose a car online and then asked the 4S store to deliver it to him. Su Mingyuan hasn't been to the Auto City for many years. He didn't expect that the Auto City has become so big now. It's really tiring to walk around. Fortunately, they soon saw the first 4S store of a luxury car brand. Baby, let's go to the Ferrari 4S store and take a look. Ferrari? The two girls swallowed at the same time. They may not be very familiar with luxury car brands, but they still know what a Ferrari is. This is a real luxury car. The cheapest Ferrari model costs several million. The most expensive ones cost tens of millions or even more. Moreover, these luxury cars can be equipped with additional configurations. The same model can cost millions depending on the configuration. Dad, Ferrari is a sports car, right? That's right. It's not very convenient for us to use a sports car. It can only seat two people, and there are 4 of us in the dormitory. We definitely can't sit together during get out of class. It's okay, this is just for you to practice. You are my daughter, you must have a sports car, otherwise how can you mix in the second generation circle? As for other cars, we will buy them later. But Dad, we are newbies and we are afraid we can't control the supercar. It's okay. Supercars must be reserved. We are here to order a car today. By the time the car arrives, you will all be experienced drivers. But Dad. Let's go, no more talking, it's a happy decision. Su Mingyuan did not give the two a chance to continue to refuse and directly led them into the Ferrari 4S store. Compared with the bustling 4S stores of other popular brands, Ferrari's is obviously much quieter. It is free to view cars in super luxury car 4S stores. Even if you don't have money, you can go in and take a look at the cars, and sit in the display car to experience the feeling of a supercar. This process does not require capital verification, and no salesperson will rush you out. The better the 4S store, the more professional the sales. That old trick of looking down on others rarely happens in such top luxury car 4S stores. However, even so, many people will not go into the 4S stores of top luxury cars. The reason is simple, they can't afford it. If you can't afford to bring it, you will feel embarrassed. I'm sorry to go in and experience it. It cannot be said to be inferiority complex, it's just that most people know that they may not be able to afford it in their lifetime. Since I can't afford it, I won't go in, so as not to cause trouble to others. Therefore, such luxury car dealerships have relatively fewer people. As soon as I walked into the 4S store, a salesperson came up to me immediately. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ferrari." The saleswoman was a pretty young lady, tall, with long legs, and she was wearing a uniform and stockings. Although her appearance is not as stunning as Susheshia's sisters, she is still a beauty. The proud figure is also very eye-catching. INGSRC equals, https, p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpic are de7fe63c4e42635 eaa032c989a267d53 tilde tplv noop.web. LK3S equals 0942F47X expires equals 17341605333X signature equals S6LZFDMQ5LUCPUEJCDZJWBN10 impercent 3D. Hello. Su Mingyuan nodded at the other party and looked around, but did not see anyone familiar to him. But Su Mingyuan didn't think much about it. There is not only one Ferrari 4S store in Shanghai. Moreover, the salesman who once served him had been promoted because of his relationship. You definitely won't see it in the 4S store lobby. "Sir, I'm Li Ku, a salesperson at this 4S store. You can call me Xiao Li or Xiao Ku. Are you looking to buy a car? Who is it? Have you heard of Ferrari before?" As Li Ku spoke, he quickly took a look at what Su Mingyuan and the other two were wearing, and quickly formed an initial memory picture in his mind. In Li Ku's eyes, both the Su Xiaoxiao sisters were dressed very ordinary. Although she is very beautiful and has a good figure, she dresses like an ordinary person and her clothes are very simple, all cheap styles from Pinduoduo. The bag she was carrying was also very simple, and with the clear and stupid eyes that were unique to college students, she didn't look like someone who could afford a Ferrari. But Su Mingyuan between the two of them is different. To be able to work as a salesperson at Ferrari, one must have the most basic vision. Chapter 23 I will take delivery of the car in 1 month. In Li Ku's eyes, Su Mingyuan was dressed simply and there were no brand names on his body. However, his clothes are obviously high-end custom-made, the fabrics are very good, and the style fits his body perfectly. Those who can afford high-end custom-made clothes are all rich people without exception. "Buy cars for my 2 daughters," Su Mingyuan said lightly. "Daughter?" Li Ku subconsciously looked at the 2 girls beside Su Mingyuan. How is that possible? How could a father of 2 grown girls look so young? Just now she thought that Su Mingyuan and the other 2 had that kind of relationship. However, this further confirmed the fact that Su Mingyuan was a wealthy man. Only the rich would spend money to maintain themselves so that they look like they are in their 20s or 30s even though they are in their 40s or 50s. "Sir, you are so lucky to have 2 such beautiful children. But I really can't tell that these 2 girls are your daughters. You have taken such good care of yourself that I thought you were their brother." Li Ku came up and started to flatter me. Men and women are the same, they don't like people saying they are young. It must be okay for her to say that. "Thank you, please show us the car first." "Okay sir, please leave your contact information first." After leaving their contact information, Su Mingyuan took his 2 children to visit the exhibition hall accompanied by Li Ku. There aren't many cars in the showroom, as Ferrari only has a few models for sale in the country. Moreover, each car is very valuable, so there won't be too many cars on display. Moreover, the cars on display are basically new models. Models like the 812 have basically been discontinued. There are 4 main models on sale now, one is Portofino, one is Roma, one is 12 cylindry, and the other is the plug-in 296. Su Mingyuan fell in love with the Ferrari 12 at first sight. This should be the supercar that was just launched this year, because it was the first time that Su Mingyuan saw this car, and he himself didn't even have one. In fact, if Su Mingyuan wanted it, Ferrari would even deliver the car to his door personally. However, he no longer had much interest in these luxury cars 2 years ago. This is just like how children like toys. When a child has a room full of toys, he or she will not be so interested in new toys. Unless it's a brand new toy that you've never played with before. However, the shape of this 12 is quite good, and Su Mingyuan likes it very much. "Mr. Su, this is the 12 that was just launched in June this year, equipped with Ferrari's iconic naturally aspirated V12 engine. There are only 2 colors currently, red and silver. This show car has been in our store for less than a week." Li Ku saw that Su Mingyuan seemed very interested in this 12, so he immediately introduced it seriously. Well, the car is pretty good. Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, do you like it? Su Mingyuan turned around and asked the two children. Dad, I don't like either of the two colors of this car. I don't really like red cars, they are too flashy. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. She just saw the official guide price. Wow, this Ferrari costs more than 7 million, and the price will definitely be higher if it is actually put into production. I'm afraid there will be about 1,000 of them that will actually land. 1,000 to buy a car? This is something Su Xiaoxiao cannot accept. Jingjing, what do you like? Red or silver is fine. Su Mingyuan asked Su Jingjing with a smile. Dad, I like the red one better. Su Jingjing replied casually. Su Mingyuan was not surprised by his youngest daughter's answer. My little daughter is lively and outgoing, and she definitely likes such a bold and passionate color like red. The one in the showroom is red. After Su Jingjing saw the car, she never took her eyes off it. This is very telling. Okay, I want this car. How long will it take for the car to arrive? Su Mingyuan turned his head and looked at Li Ku. Mr. Su, do you want a hardtop or a convertible soft top? If you order a hardtop now, it will be delivered in the second half of next year, and the soft top will be delivered in the first half of the year after next. Each top supercar is customized according to their buyer's requirements. In other words, the factory will start manufacturing the car only after the order is placed. Moreover, many details need to be completed manually. This is also why these sports cars are so expensive. This is why the delivery cycle is so long. Dad, I don't want it. This car is too expensive. And the delivery is too slow. Su Jingjing was shocked when she saw her father ordered a car directly. She just said what color she liked, how come it was decided right away? Moreover, isn't the car ordering cycle a bit too long? By the time she drove the car, she didn't know what time it was. Yeah, Dad, and this car only has 2 seats, so it's not practical for us. You don't have to spend any money. Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, pulled her sister over and quickly refused. 2 seats are no problem. Doesn't this 4S store have an SUV? Just buy them together. Yes, Mr. Su, there is one of our flagship SUVs over there, called Portofino. It is a medium to large SUV with a lot of space. It sells quite well. He immediately pointed to a white Portofino not far away and said with a smile. SUVs have been very popular in Dacia in recent years, and all major sports car manufacturers also want to get a piece of the pie. Therefore, various SUV models have emerged one after another like mushrooms after rain. Of course, although it is an SUV, the price is not cheap either. The price of this Portofino will not be less than 6 million. Well, how long will it take for this car to arrive? It will take more than half a year. This is already the fastest. That's a bit slow. I need them urgently. I want both cars. Want both cars. Hearing this, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face. But she soon calmed down and patiently explained. Mr. Su, these cars are made temporarily according to the owner's requirements. You should know. Well, let me ask first. Su Mingyuan waved his hand, took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before it was picked up, and then a surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Of course, the words spoken on the other end of the phone were incomprehensible to the people present. However, from the tone, it can be heard that he should be greeting Su Mingyuan. Within a month, send me a red 12 to the Ferrari Auto City 4S store in Shanghai, and also a Portofino. Jingjing, what color do you want? After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he lowered his head and asked his little daughter. Dad, I think white is good. Su Jingjing looked into her father's eyes cutely and said subconsciously. A white Portofino. Mr. Su, Portofino is fine, but for the 12, we will deliver them in the second half of next year. If we deliver them to the owner in advance, we are worried that it will cause dissatisfaction among other customers. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously hesitant, but didn't dare to say too much. Any questions? Su Mingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and his tone became a little impatient. No problem, I'll do it right away. Hearing that Su Mingyuan seemed angry, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly panicked and quickly changed his words. Well, I'm ordering it from this store now. Once you receive the order, I'll start production right away. It must be delivered within a month. Okay, Mr. Su. Chapter 24, Too Cheap, Not Worthy. After Su Mingyuan finished the call, he put the phone back into his pocket. Dad, who did you call just now? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's the chairman of Ferrari. Su Mingyuan said casually. Who? Chairman. Dad, are you kidding me? Sister Su Xiaoxiao looked at their father in shock. The chairman of Ferrari. How can ordinary people contact him? Even if one is rich, only the top few can meet the chairman, right? After all, it is a large group that has been passed down for 100 years, so the chairman's status and position are naturally extraordinary. But even such a person was actually very respectful when facing his father. Especially when my father started speaking Chinese, the other party also started speaking Chinese. This alone is enough to show how high the father's position is in the other person's heart. Li Ku on the side was also a little confused. For a moment, he was unsure whether Su Mingyuan was pretending or whether the person on the other end of the phone was really their chairman. She is just a salesperson. She has never met the chairman, let alone the regional manager. It would be terrifying if the person opposite was really the chairman. It takes time to deliver a new car, especially a top luxury car like this. It was agreed that the car would be delivered in the second half of next year, but a private individual drove it a year in advance. What will other wealthy people think? We are all wealthy people, who are you looking down on? Once these wealthy people become dissatisfied, it will have a great impact on the company's reputation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even if someone can contact the chairman of the manufacturer, they will not give him a backdoor. Manufacturers know very well how to choose between one customer and a group of customers. But even in this situation, the manufacturer actually stood on the side of Mr. Su. If the person Mr. Su just contacted was really the chairman of the manufacturer, that would be terrifying. The manufacturer would rather offend so many people and open a backdoor for Mr. Su without hesitation. This kind of strength is beyond their imagination. Mr. Su, is it really our chairman that you just contacted? Li Ku couldn't help but ask. Well, I contacted Freezer directly. Su Mingyuan nodded without hiding anything. Freezer? Dad, why didn't you tell me that you were contacting Kakarot? Su Jingjing standing by rolled her eyes at her father. Obviously, he thought his dad was joking or bragging. What Freezer? That must be a joke. But only Li Ku knew that what Su Mingyuan said was true. Their chairman's name is really Freezer. What Kakarot? Dad is serious. Let's go choose their configuration first. Xiao Xiao, can I order 2 for you as well? Facing his little daughter's questioning, Su Mingyuan did not get angry. He smiled and rubbed her little head, then said to Li Ku. Xiao Li, take us to the selection first, your superior should contact you soon. Okay, Mr. Su. After Li Ku finished speaking, he immediately brought Su Mingyuan and the other 2 to their VIP room. Although she still had some doubts as to whether Su Mingyuan really knew their chairman, whether he knew him or not would not affect the sales of the car. She is just a salesperson, and she just needs to follow the formal procedures to sign the sales contract for the customer. As for how the group made the promise to Su Mingyuan, that had nothing to do with her as a salesperson. However, Li Ku was still very happy at this time. If this order is really successful and 2 supercars are sold at one time, she will basically be the sales champion this month. Moreover, their commission will not be small. When they arrived at the selection room, Li Ku first took bottles for the 3 people, and then handed a pad to Su Mingyuan. Mr. Su, you can configure the options on this pad. Su Mingyuan took the pad and started watching it with his 2 daughters. Jingjing, the first page is to choose the paint color of the car. You want red, right? Yeah, Daddy, I want the red one. Okay. Then add the shield as well, and it will be 14,800. Su Mingyuan pressed the button as he spoke. Dad, a sign like this costs more than 10,000 yuan. Why not just give it up? Su Jingjing said with some heartache. She is still hesitating whether to buy the car. Now that she heard that the bid price is more than 10,000 yuan, she immediately backed off. It's not yours. It's a Ferrari, so how can it not have a logo? You don't have to think about paying more, just look at the style and see if you like it. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he turned directly to the next page. Carbon fiber wheels. They have to be carbon fiber. 262,008. Cheap. The wheels are all made of carbon fiber, so their hubcaps must also be made of carbon fiber. More than 6,000 is not expensive. How about a yellow caliper? Red and yellow look good together. Let's go with a racing seat. Xiao Xiao, you're less than £100, right? Then choose an L size. It should be enough. Seat belts. The color must be unique. Jing Jing, choose a color. And the 360-degree images are a must. Not having them and not having them are two completely different concepts. Too cheap, have to add. 15 minutes later, Su Mingyuan put down the PAD. Jing Jing, Dad has already selected the configurations for the two cars. Take another look and see if there's anything else you need to add. Su Mingyuan handed the pad to Jing Jing with a smile. Dad, I'd better not give up this 12. It's too expensive. It costs more than 10 million. I wish I had that SUV. This one costs 8 million after options. Su Jingjing pursed her lips. The total cost of the two cars is almost 20 million. This price was beyond her imagination. She wouldn't even dare to dream of such a dream. Even if you won the lottery, you wouldn't dare to buy this car. After all, the first prize in the lottery is only 10 million. Unless you get extremely lucky, you can double your bet tenfold and win 100 million. It's just a pity that lottery is about statistics, not probability. Winning 100 million is basically impossible. No, one car is not enough. We must buy two. Su Mingyuan shook his head and directly rejected his daughter's immature request. Dad, how about I give up 12 and switch to that Roman one? The Roma is a cheap Ferrari. The low-end version of the beggar version costs about 300 yuan. If she must buy a Ferrari, Su Jingjing thinks it would be better to buy a cheap one. After all, a cheap Ferrari is still a Ferrari, and it is a luxury car that ordinary people cannot afford even if they work hard for several lifetimes. These are all what Su Jingjing just checked on the internet. If you want to buy this car, you have to check it out. Although she knew that her father might be a super rich man, no matter how rich he was, he couldn't spend money like that. Being rich doesn't mean you have a lot of cash flow. The money you spend on buying a car is all in cash, so you have to be frugal. If one day you don't have enough cash to spend, that will be troublesome. Rome? How much? Su Mingyuan set his eyes on Li Ku, who was standing opposite him. Mr. Su, the Roman beggar edition lands at around 300? Too cheap. Not good enough for my daughter. She's almost 12. Chapter 25. Is this really the change balance? Too cheap. Li Ku curled his lips secretly. The Roma is selling very well and is considered an entry-level Ferrari. But even if it is an entry-level product, it will cost at least more than 3 million. More than 3 million is a sum of money that an ordinary person cannot save in a lifetime, but when it comes to Su Mingyuan, it is too cheap and he doesn't like it. Even among the wealthy, few would think that a car worth more than 3 million is too cheap. Okay, that's it. Xiao Li, these are the models you can choose from. Su Mingyuan did not give his younger daughter a chance to continue to refuse and directly returned the pad to Li Ku. Okay, Mr. Su, then I'll prepare the contract for you and then place the order. No problem. Dad, these two cars are too expensive. More than 18 million yuan is enough to buy a house in the city center. Why don't we just forget about buying it? As soon as Li Ku left, Su Jingjing immediately grabbed Su Mingyuan's big hand and tried to persuade him. Cars are high-end consumables. As soon as it lands, it depreciates. The more you open it, the more it depreciates. Even luxury cars are no exception. It's better to buy a house. At least in an international metropolis like Shanghai, houses still maintain their value. We have plenty of houses, but a car is a necessity of life, so we still need one. Su Mingyuan smiled and touched Su Jingjing's little head, then said. Besides, this money is just pocket money for me, your father. It's nothing. Just accept it with confidence. Good job. When the two sisters heard Su Mingyuan say this, they exclaimed, wow. More than 10 million is just pocket money? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? If an ordinary person had so much pocket money, wouldn't he be very happy? But Dad, I'm a little scared to drive such a nice car. It would be so painful if I accidentally hit it. Su Jingjing said with a frown. She had heard that a simple scratch on one of these top-of-the-line luxury cars would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. She doesn't have a driver's license yet and doesn't know how good her driving skills are. If you accidentally scratch it, it will be so painful. It's okay, just let it crash, as long as no one is hurt, it doesn't matter. Money is only a thing outside of the body. If it really crashes, tell Dad and Dad will buy you a new car. Su Mingyuan said lovingly. As for cars, it is not a big deal for him to change one every day. Dad, Okay, no more talking, it's a happy decision. All right. Su Jingjing knew that it was useless to persuade him anymore, so she stopped trying. Her father is determined to buy her this car. Soon, Li Ku came back with the contract. The next step is a series of contract signing processes. Of course, the contract was signed by Su Jingjing and the 4S store. Since she was the one buying the car, it must be in her name. Mr. Su, the contract has been filled out. The deposit is 20%. Do you want to transfer the money or pay by credit card? Pay the full amount, the car will arrive in a month, no need to make another trip. I'll transfer my Prestige to you. Okay, I'll get the payment code. Wait, sir, what do you want to pay with? Li Ku was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have just heard the word Prestige. Weixin is the most popular mobile payment software now. In developed areas, even old men and women in rural areas who sell vegetables on the roadside use Weixin to collect money. However, Weixin can only be used for small payments, and there are restrictions on transfers, with a maximum of 200,000. A transfer of 200,000 is not a small amount and is enough for ordinary people. Even buying a car is enough. Many 4S stores support Weixin payment. But those are all cheap cars, such as cars that cost hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. There is no such thing as prestige payment in top luxury car 4S stores like Ferrari. For a car that costs 3 million, even if it is a 10% deposit, you still need to pay 300,000. This has exceeded the payment limit of Weixin. Moreover, Su Mingyuan had to pay the full amount. If the two cars were paid in full, that would be more than 18 million. Can such a large amount of money be paid with Weixin? How is that possible? For a moment, Li Ku wondered if he had been fooled. But she quickly rejected her idea. The contract has been signed, so they will definitely not play tricks on her. Use WeChat. Just bring the QR code here and I'll transfer it to you directly. Su Mingyuan said lightly. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. He was also not prepared to explain why he could pay so much money with his prestige. As long as there is no upper limit on the other party's bank payment code, the money can be transferred smoothly. Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I'll go get the QR code. Li Ku nodded and said nothing more. He turned around and hurriedly left back to the front desk. Xiaozheng, give me the bank payment code. Eh? Sister Li, what do you need a bank code for? Don't you need a POS machine? I just heard that you sold 2 cars today. Doesn't that mean you're the top seller this month? You have to treat me to a meal when you get the bonus. When Xiaozheng at the front desk saw Li Ku, a smile immediately appeared on his face. 2 top luxury cars are not a small number. Only a few hundred units are sold in China each year, and Li Ku sold 2 at once. How could this not be the sales champion? No problem, I'll treat you guys to a meal once I get the bonus. Give me the payment code first, the customer is in a hurry to pay. Immediately urged. Sister Li, you said the customer wants to pay with a QR code. He won't use Weixin, right? Xiaozheng looked at Li Ku in disbelief, as if he was looking at someone who was being scammed online. Could it be that this young lady was deceived? More than 18 million was paid with Weixin? Is this true? That's right. I don't know if what he said is true or not, but the contract has been signed anyway, so we'll know after we give it a try. Okay, then remember to ask the finance department to check the accounts. Don't worry, we will definitely check. Good. Mr. Su, here is the QR code. I just asked the finance department, and they said that this QR code payment is not available online. Li Ku is very cautious in doing things. He knows that there is an upper limit for Weixin payments and bank collections, so he asked the finance department in advance. After the finance department confirmed that their payment code was not online, they took the payment code over. Yes. I'll pay now. Su Mingyuan didn't say much. He opened WeChat, scanned the QR code, and then started the operation. 1 minute later, Su Mingyuan completed facial recognition and payment. Okay, I've paid it. It really worked. Looking at the payment success message displayed on Su Mingyuan's phone, Li Ku was a little confused. A car worth more than 10 million yuan was actually successfully paid with Weixin? When did Weixin's payment limit become so high? Of course it worked. I'll get you the transfer receipt with the seal. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he opened his coin purse. Li Ku was shocked just now, so his eyes were still on Su Mingyuan's phone. Soon, she saw the number in Su Mingyuan's coin purse. So long. How can there be such a long number? Is this really the balance of Weixin account? Not the QQ account. Chapter 26 confirmed arrival. Li Ku had good eyesight and she saw at a glance that Su Mingyuan's change balance actually had 10 digits before the decimal point. The first number is still 3. In other words, Su Mingyuan's prestige change is actually more than 3 billion. Is this definitely prestige change? Which good person would put more than 3 billion in Weixin's change? As a salesperson at a Ferrari 4S store, Li Ku thinks he has seen the world. There are people who have millions of dollars in their spare change. Who among those wealthy people doesn't he have a few million in prestige and change? Not to mention the wealthy, even the landlords in Guangdong province would have millions of yuan in their WeChat accounts. Many rents are collected through Weixin, so it is normal to have this amount of money. However, it is unheard of that there are hundreds of millions of prestige coins. When the cash exceeds 100 million, it is not a small amount of money even for the richest people. Even though the rich are worth hundreds of billions, when it comes to cash flow, being able to come up with 2 billion is considered good. Of course, this does not apply to people like Lei Jun, who have hundreds of billions of cash in their company accounts. But this is also cash in someone else's company account, while prestige is personal. It is not easy to ask these wealthy people to take out billions of cash personally. Not to mention that so much cash is placed directly in the Weixin coin bank. The reason why prestige change is called prestige change is that it is pocket money. The money put in there is for pocket money. Since it's pocket money, I definitely won't put in too much. If you put too much money in there and you can't take it out when you need it, wouldn't that be causing trouble for yourself? After all, ordinary people have limited transfer and withdrawal limits. But when it came to Su Mingyuan, not only was more than 3 billion yuan lent, but there were no restrictions on transfers and payments. This is so shocking. In fact, there is nothing strange about this. Su Mingyuan is the largest shareholder behind Penguin. As a major shareholder, it makes no difference that there is a special limit for Weixin transfers. After Su Mingyuan became rich, his consumption has always been very high. In the past, when electronic payment was not well developed, cash could only be kept in bank cards, and you had to bring a card to pay. Now that all expenses can be paid with the mobile phone, of course he has to put more money in his Weixin balance. Of course, he didn't save this change on purpose, most of it was actually rent. Su Mingyuan has houses for rent all over the country. All the rent was paid into his Weixin account. The rent is high and the expenses are low, so naturally the pocket money will increase. However, he does not need to collect rent himself, as there are dedicated people to collect rent and keep accounts. He just needs to block the collection notification and sit back to collect rent without anyone disturbing him. Okay, I've sent you the voucher. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll check with the finance department right away. Please wait a moment, I'll be back soon. After Li Ku finished speaking, he turned around and hurried towards the finance office. Sister Liu, hurry up, I just sold 2 cars, and the other party paid the full amount, more than 18 million, have you seen the account? Li Ku rushed into the finance office and started yelling at the accountant inside. Full payment. By credit card, right? Credit card payments won't arrive until tomorrow. Accountant Sister Liu glanced at Li Ku and said lightly. No matter which company, accountants always look very impressive. There are a lot of rules, and people are very impatient in doing things. There is no way around it. Accountants' salaries are generally lower than sales staffs. No one would be happy doing so many miscellaneous tasks but only getting the lowest salary in the company. The same is true for Sister Liu. It's not a card, it's... Li Ku hurriedly explained. Of course she knew that the money would be deposited the next day after swiping the card, but this time Su Mingyuan did not swipe the card, but used Weixin payment, so the money would be deposited in real time. However, before Li Ku could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sister Liu again. That's a transfer. Wait a minute, there's a problem with the online banking, I'll check it for you later. Sister Liu waved her hands, somewhat impatiently. What she can't stand the most is the self-righteous attitude of these salesmen. He thinks that it's nothing just because he has good performance, and he likes to tell them how to do financial work when he has nothing to do. It's other people's business whether they obey her or not, she won't let anyone command her at will. She has been working as an accountant for many years. Why would she listen to these little girls? Sister Liu, it's not a transfer, it's a prestige payment. That gentleman paid more than 18 million using prestige. Li Ku couldn't help but say. Paid by Weishan. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Weishan pay more than 10 million? I've been an accountant for more than 10 years and I've never heard of this. Sister Liu sneered. She simply didn't believe that Weishan payment could pay so much money. It's true, Sister Liu. Look, Mr. Su sent me the payment receipt. I saw him transfer the money with my own eyes. Li Ku took out her cell phone and showed the screenshot that Su Mingyuan sent her in front of Sister Liu. How is that possible? Let me see. Sister Liu frowned, picked up the glasses on the table and put them on her face. Then, a look of shock appeared in her eyes. Oh my god, it's actually Weishan payment. Is this photoshopped? Sister Liu looked at the transfer voucher in front of her with disbelief. Having been in the industry for so many years, he has seen all kinds of payment methods. But using WeChat QR code to pay for more than 10 million yuan is really the first time in the world. It's true, Sister Liu, please check to see if the money has arrived. If it has, I will place an order for Mr. Su right away. Li Ku urged. Okay, I'll take a look. Sister Liu didn't dare to delay. Although the finance department is very impressive, this customer who can pay with Weishan is obviously not an ordinary person. If she really offends such a big shot, her career will be over. Soon, she opened the banking app on her work phone and entered the corporate mobile banking. Corporate mobile banking does not require bank online banking shield to log in and check bank balances and detailed statements. It's here. It's really here. It was paid by Mr. Su Mingyuan, right? It shows that it's paid by Weishan. Yes, it's Mr. Su. It's over 18 million. Is Sister Liu sure it's received? Yes, the money has arrived. I'll send the screenshot to the group. Okay, thank you Sister Liu, I'll treat you to dinner later. Good. After the payment was received, Li Ku immediately returned to the selection room. Mr. Su, the payment has been received. I will place an order for you next. According to our schedule, Portofino will arrive in stores in half a year at the earliest, and 12 will not arrive until the second half of next year. Li Ku said a little embarrassedly. She had no control over what Su Mingyuan said or who he contacted. She just told the customer the longest time to pick up the car according to the procedure. Well, I've already made the contact. Wait a minute. Li Ku. Is Mr. Su in there? Chapter 27 Top up 1 million first. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit pushed open the door of the selection room and walked in. Mr. Ju. Why are you here? Seeing the middle-aged man, Li Ku quickly stood up from his seat. The middle-aged man is the general manager of this 4S store, Zhu Xuanbo. Li Ku didn't expect Zhu Xuanbo to come to the selection room. Generally speaking, even if several luxury cars have been sold, Zhu Xuanbo will not show up. As a general manager, you always have to be a bit classy. If he had to show up for every customer, then it would be boring to be the general manager. Li Ku was shocked by Zhu Xuanbo's arrival, but the latter obviously had no intention of paying attention to her. When Zhu Xuanbo saw Su Mingyuan, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Su. Is it really you? When our Daxia district general manager called me just now, I guessed that the Mr. Su she was talking about might be you. Why didn't you inform me in advance when you came to order a car? I could have prepared it for you. Zhu Xuanbo obviously knew Su Mingyuan. When he saw the latter, he seemed very excited and respectful. Xiao Zhu. I remember that when I came to order a car, you were still a salesperson, right? Su Mingyuan had a good memory and quickly matched the Zhu Xuanbo in front of him with the little Zhu in his memory. Yes, Mr. Su, it's me. It was you who ordered 5 different models of Ferrari at once, making me the sales champion that year. Then he was valued by the Daxia branch and was quickly promoted. Zhu Xuanbo believes that his achievements today are absolutely inseparable from Su Mingyuan. Although he never saw Su Mingyuan again after that time, he would never forget this kindness. Well, I remember now. This is all the result of your own hard work. It has nothing to do with me. Su Mingyuan waved his hands and didn't take it seriously. Back then, Su Mingyuan was not as rich as he is now, and his clothes were not as classy as they are now. When he first arrived at the 4S store, Zhu Xuanbo warmly welcomed him. Su Mingyuan ordered 5 cars at once because of the other party's attitude. If the other party had a bad attitude, Su Mingyuan would not have been so generous. Therefore, this is all the result of his own efforts. You reap what you sow, there's nothing to be thankful for. Mr. Su, the headquarters just called me. Did you book the 12 and Portofino? Okay, Li Ku, I'll lock in the order for Mr. Su in a moment, and the headquarters will ship the car to China within a month. What about a month? Mr. Zhu, is this really possible? Aren't 12 supposed to be delivered in the second half of next year? Does their headquarters have any cars? You don't need to worry about that. If their headquarters says it can be shipped, then it can definitely be shipped. Just place the order. Okay, Mr. Zhu. Well, don't worry. Although Mr. Su and I are old acquaintances, I won't compete with you for the commission of this order. What belongs to you is yours. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Then get busy. Good. Li Ku happily placed an order with Su Mingyuan, while Zhu Xuanbo started chatting with Su Mingyuan. Mr. Su, according to the headquarters requirements, you can enjoy free lifetime maintenance on both of these cars. As for any problems that require repair, just get me a card, top up 1 million, and all repairs and insurance will be covered by it. If it's not enough, just call me. Su Mingyuan waved his hand and scanned the code to pay another 1 million. The biggest difference between luxury cars and ordinary cars is that you can afford to buy a luxury car, but you may not be able to drive it. Whether it is repair or maintenance, even buying insurance, the price is very expensive. For example, insurance. The BMW X5 that Su Mingyuan had that scoundrel smash today, the first year insurance premium for a new car is only over 10,000 yuan, and after 2 or 3 years the premium will drop to around 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. Overall, it's not expensive. But it's different for top luxury cars like Ferrari. The annual insurance premium for this kind of luxury car is 80,000 to 90,000 yuan, and as time goes by, the premium will not only not decrease, but may even increase. Some insurance companies may even refuse to provide coverage outright. After all, the older a luxury car is, the more likely it is to have non-accidental incidents. For example, spontaneous combustion. Once spontaneous combustion occurs, the insurance company will face huge compensation. It's not that we can't afford the compensation, but the compensation for one top-of-the-line luxury car is equivalent to the insurance of hundreds or even thousands of ordinary cars going in vain. Instead of doing this, it would be more cost-effective to not insure it at all. In addition to insurance, other maintenance prices are not cheap. Therefore, Su Mingyuan directly solved this worry for his children. $1 million for 2 cars, there will be no problem if they are used for 2 or 3 years. Besides this, the biggest expense of driving is fuel. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll go to the gas station later to get a card and just top up 1 million yuan into the card. $1 million worth of gas is enough for a little girl to drive for 10 years. No problem, Mr. Su, I will take care of all this. Half an hour later, Su Mingyuan left the 4S store with his 2 daughters. Before leaving, Zhu Xuanbo and Su Xiaoxiao immediately exchanged prestige with each other. With Wei Yixin, they can contact them in time if they have any problems with the car. Xiaoxiao, Jingjing's car has been bought. Let's buy you a car next. What kind of car do you like? Daddy will also buy you a supercar and an SUV. Su Mingyuan looked at his eldest daughter with a smile. When buying a car, you must be fair. The younger daughter gave her a supercar and an SUV, so there was no reason for the older daughter not to buy one for her. No need, Dad, I can just buy a cheaper car. Although you are rich, you can't waste too much money on us. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head repeatedly. If I were to buy my sister a car according to her standards, it would cost at least 30 million today. 30 million, this was a number they had never dared to think about before. Even if Dad has money, he can't waste it like this. Har har, girl, Dad makes money for you to spend. If you don't spend the money, what's the point of Dad making money? It's a happy decision. The Lamborghini sports car store is right in front of us, let's go take a look. Dad, no more. No, you have to buy it. 2 hours later, Su Mingyuan ordered an orange Lamborghini AMG and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class for Su Xiaoxiao. Originally, Su Mingyuan wanted to order a Lamborghini SUV for Su Xiaoxiao. But Su Xiaoxiao rejected it. Compared with the G-Class, she prefers the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The price is also cheaper. Su Mingyuan couldn't persuade Su Xiaoxiao, so he had to order a black Mercedes-Benz G for her. This series cost nearly 15 million. Chapter 28. Buy whatever you want. Mercedes-Benz and Lamborghini are also on pre-order. Mercedes-Benz is fine, there are cars in stock, so you can just adjust it, and it will arrive in about a month. The ordering period for Lamborghini is long, taking more than a year. But this is obviously not a problem for Su Mingyuan. With just one phone call on the same steps, you can easily have the car arrive at the store within a month. After buying the car, Su Mingyuan left with his 2 daughters. Dad, why are the chairmen of those luxury car brands so polite to you? Sitting in the car, Su Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. What is the identity of my father? How could he know the chairman of so many car companies at the same time? What kind of background is required to achieve this? Har har, this is very simple. Dad is friends with the CEOs of these car companies. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. Friend? Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing looked at each other and saw suspicion in each other's eyes. If it's a friend, it's not a rare thing to be able to book a car. After all, these cars have been on the market for a long time, so it is not difficult to produce them as soon as possible. However, this is only possible on cars that have been on the market for a long time. For a car like the 12, you certainly can't get the other chairman to make an exception just by using the word friend. After all, no matter how good the relationship between friends is, it is impossible to affect the interests of the entire group for the sake of one friend. So, there must be some other relationship involved. However, since Su Mingyuan didn't say anything, the 2 girls didn't ask any further questions. They just need to know one thing. That is, the man in front of them is their biological father. A father will never harm his daughter. Dad, where are we going next? Let's have a simple meal first, and then I'll take you shopping. Eating and shopping, this is the daily life of socialites. Su Mingyuan knew that the consumption thinking of his 2 children was still at the level of ordinary people. Even worse than ordinary people. After all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to have only 800 yuan for living expenses per month. A normal college student should have at least 1500 yuan. This kind of consumption mentality cannot be changed by simply buying 2 cars. It must be changed in all aspects of daily life. For example, eating and shopping. Okay, Dad, where are we going to eat? You will know in a moment. I will definitely not let you down. Good. Soon, Su Mingyuan drove back to the city center. After crossing 2 more streets, we finally arrived at our destination. Shangjin Center? Dad, are you going to bring us here to eat? Everything in this mall is very expensive. Shangjin Center is the most high-end shopping mall in Shanghai. This shopping mall brings together luxury brands from all over the world. Even a pair of socks starts at 1,000 yuan. It is impossible for common sports brands like those to settle here. In addition to luxury brands, there are also various high-end restaurants. It is said that the average consumption per person in any restaurant is over 1,000. Such a place is simply not affordable for ordinary people. The Su Xiaoxiao sisters are both born and raised in Shanghai. But because their family was not well off, the 2 sisters had never been to Shangjin shopping mall in all these years. Of course, I must have passed by it, but I have never been in it. If you don't have some financial resources, you'd be embarrassed to go shopping in this kind of shopping mall. As for eating, that's even more impossible. Who among ordinary people would spend thousands of dollars on a meal? Well, the restaurant here tastes pretty good. After dinner, I'll take you sisters for a walk. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. I brought the 2 sisters here because I wanted to impact their simple hearts. Let them know what the socialites in upper society eat every day and what they buy when they go shopping. Shopping is not just about going to the wholesale market to buy 3 short-sleeved shirts for 100 yuan and then bargaining. Real shopping means you can buy whatever you want and eat whatever you want by paying for it. Don't consider the value and price of the item itself. As long as you are happy, the purpose of shopping is achieved. Arguing with the seller over a $10 discount defeats the purpose of shopping. Of course, what is being talked about here is wealthy people shopping. For ordinary people, it is worth it if a big quarrel can save $10 on clothes. Dad, this place is too. Don't say it's too expensive. Don't say that again. Su Mingyuan interrupted his eldest daughter before she finished speaking. The two girls have been really well educated. If they were those materialistic little girls, they would never think that things are too expensive. Su Mingyuan even missed those little girls. When you are with them, you only need to consider spending money and don't have to take care of their emotions. But I love my own daughter. If you want your daughters to accept themselves better, you must patiently cultivate their character. All right. The two little girls stuck out their tongues mischievously. There is no way to avoid spending money, and since Dad has money, they might as well enjoy it. Su Mingyuan drove his Rolls-Royce directly into the underground parking lot. Shangjin Shopping Mall is worthy of being the most luxurious shopping mall in Shanghai, and the underground parking lot is full of luxury cars. Moreover, the starting price is for 500,000. It is hard to find entry-level BBAs priced at 200,000 or 300,000 yuan here. $1,000,000 luxury cars can be seen everywhere here. Even Dalao, Daban, etc. can be seen. Although the Rolls-Royce driven by Su Mingyuan was very eye-catching, it was not the only one in the parking lot. The parking lot is quite large, and there are staff members directing people back and forth. Under the guidance of the staff, Su Mingyuan quickly found a parking space. After parking the car, he took the elevator with his two daughters. The mall has 8 floors in total. There are 3 floors underground and 5 floors above ground. The second and third underground floors are parking lots. The underground floor is a high-end membership supermarket, which can only be entered by those with membership cards. The annual membership card fee is 888. The prices are high, but the contents are of very good quality. There are both high-end luxury goods and ordinary mass-market products. The supermarket's annual fee is very expensive, much more expensive than other membership supermarkets on the market. But the quality is really good. Moreover, ordinary people cannot afford the luxury goods upstairs, but it is still okay to come to the supermarket to buy some ordinary things. Of course, the expensive items in the supermarket are not affordable for ordinary people. For example, a bunch of grapes at 1,000 yuan, oranges at 50 yuan each, etc. Ordinary people are unlikely to buy these things. But for the rich, it is not expensive. There are 5 floors above ground, and the first to third floors are shopping areas. Shopping area, as the name suggests, is for shopping. All major luxury brands are also here. The 4th and 5th floors are food and leisure areas. It is mainly an area for eating and resting. Chapter 29, Sky High Price Membership Card. It was just time for dinner, so Su Mingyuan took the 2 children directly to the 5th floor. Coming out of the elevator, the 2 girls suddenly felt a little awkward. The shopping mall is designed very luxuriously and can be described as magnificent and gorgeous. Compared with the bustling shopping mall, although the 2 of them were dressed nicely, they looked a little plain. Dad, it must be very expensive to eat here? Why don't we go somewhere else? Su Xiaoxiao tugged at her father's sleeve and spoke cautiously. It's not expensive, Xiaoxiao. You will come to this place often in the future. Dad is bringing you here today to get used to it, but from now on you will have to do it by yourselves. Su Mingyuan touched Su Xiaoxiao's little head lovingly. As a socialite, she definitely has to adapt to this kind of place. High-end shopping malls are still open places. Even if you are a poor guy with nothing, you can still come in and have a look around. For the truly top wealthy people, they actually go to private clubs more often. But if you can't even accept high-end shopping malls, you will feel even more cramped in a private club. Therefore, Su Mingyuan has to slowly get used to taking care of the 2 little girls. But Su Xiaoxiao wanted to persuade her, but when the words came to her lips, she was blocked by Su Jingjing. Oh, sister, please don't say but. After all this day, don't you understand our father's temper? He brought us here, we definitely can't escape. Since Dad has money, we can enjoy it a bit. Right, Dad. After Su Jingjing finished speaking, she blinked at her father. That's right. Dad is the one who has the final say, what he says is what counts. Su Mingyuan smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the youngest daughter has gotten the hang of it. That's good. Su Mingyuan is not worried that his daughter will ruin the family. Instead, he was worried that his daughter would not be a spendthrift. The family fortune is so huge. What's the point of keeping it if there is no spendthrift daughter? Little sister. Su Xiaoxiao grumbled but didn't say anything else. Then, the two little girls held Su Mingyuan's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and walked towards their destination under the envious gazes of the passers-by. The mall was quite large. After walking for about 2 minutes, Su Mingyuan finally stopped in front of a restaurant. Wangjinglu. Dad, is this a Western restaurant? Su Jingjing took a look inside and saw plates, knives and forks placed in their hall. It looked like a Western restaurant. It's a combination of Chinese and Western food. There are both Western and Chinese food. It depends on what you like to eat. Su Mingyuan explained. Wangjiang Tower. Does it mean that you can see the Puhuang River when you eat here? Yes, I can see it. Wow, if we eat here at night, can we see the night view of the Puhuang River? Yes, you can see it. Wow, eating while looking at the river view, that's so romantic. If you like, we can eat here tonight. No, just eat a meal. Sir, do you have an appointment? The three of them arrived at the door and were immediately greeted by a waiter. No. Su Mingyuan shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. We need to make a reservation for our meal. As you know, many of our ingredients need to be reserved. If you don't have a reservation, I'm afraid. The waiter said sorry with a professional smile, but there was no apology in his eyes. This is also normal. I am used to seeing rich people, so I naturally think of myself as a rich person. However, they are not rich, so they will maximize their little power. Of course, they were not overbearing. After all, it is a service industry and we don't really look down on our customers. What? I need to make a reservation to eat. I don't see anyone in the restaurant. Su Jingjing's brows frowned instantly. There was no one in the restaurant, only a few tables scattered around. It seems that this store's business is not very good. Business is so bad, why do you still need to make an appointment? Miss, our store. When the waiter heard what Su Jingjing said, he patiently prepared to explain. But at this moment, a disdainful voice came from behind. TSK, you three country bumpkins. Wangjiang Tower has always been reserved for reservations. If you don't want to make a reservation, you can just apply for a silver card membership. As soon as the words fell, a woman dressed in fancy clothes and heavy makeup appeared in front of the three people. The woman was wearing something very sexy and had a good figure, with long thighs, a slender waist, and plump breasts, which was paired with a hip-hugging stepmother skirt, which made people very tempted. It's just a pity that the girl's face was obviously operated on by knife. The double eyelids are surgically done, the nose is padded, the pouty lips are artificial, and even the teeth look like they are put on. If their whole face is fake, then the body may also be high-tech. The only real possibility is his height. At 1.65 meters, he is not short. When the woman saw Su Xiaoxiao and her sister, there was an obvious flash of envy and jealousy in her eyes. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. This appearance and figure are really perfect. For a woman who is covered in high-tech equipment, she would be really jealous when seeing such a perfect girl. After all, even if I have undergone high-tech transformation, I can't compare to other people's natural beauty. This sense of disparity is really hard to accept. Isn't it just a silver membership? It's not like we can't afford it. We want to apply for silver card membership. How do we do that? Su Jingjing immediately started acting like a young lady. Isn't it just a membership? In the past, they definitely couldn't afford it, and they wouldn't have offered it. Even if he was confronted by the girl in front of him, he just remained silent. Although Su Jingjing has a carefree temper, she would not offend those who look powerful. She herself doesn't care, but she is afraid of bringing trouble to her family. But now it's different. Dad is rich, and they have become rich too. Since you are a rich person, how can you not afford to get a membership card? In Su Jingjing's opinion, a membership card costs at most 1,800 yuan, which is nothing at all. She has 1 million in her bank card. However, as soon as Su Jingjing finished speaking, the woman burst out laughing. Har har har, you want to apply for a membership card? Little sister, don't you know your own weight? This is Wangjiang Tower's silver card, not the membership of the video app on your phone. Do you know how much it costs to get a silver membership card? How much does it cost? Su Jingjing subconsciously looked towards the waiter. Our silver card opening fee is 100,000, and it's just the opening fee, it can't be used for spending. After opening the card, you can enjoy the reservation-free service, and all dishes, excluding drinks, are 10% off. The membership is valid for 1 year, and renewal membership after 1 year can enjoy a 10% discount. Chapter 30. Who said I don't have a membership card? Hiss. After listening to the waiter's introduction, Su Jingjing couldn't help but take a breath. So expensive? No, it's ridiculously expensive. $100,000 just to get a membership card. Moreover, this 100,000 yuan cannot be used for consumption, it is just for opening a card. Although you can enjoy a 10% discount after opening a membership card, this does not include alcohol. You know, the biggest profit for a restaurant comes from alcohol. Especially high-end drinks. The more expensive the wine, the higher the profit. After all, the more expensive something is, the rarer it is, and rare things are valuable. If drinks can't be discounted, it would be very difficult to make back the money spent on the membership card. Moreover, the membership card that costs 100,000 is only for 1 year. If you don't renew the lease the next year, it will be useless. This is the worst part. Who would spend 100,000 yuan a year to get a membership card at a restaurant just to avoid having to make reservations and get a 10% discount when dining? Not to mention 100,000, many people would not even accept a membership card of more than 200 yuan in some membership supermarkets. I think this is money that only a sucker would spend. Who would do such a stupid thing? Therefore, after listening to the waiter's introduction, the Su Xiaoxiao sisters were so shocked. The heavily made-up woman had been secretly observing the reactions of Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. She just wanted to see what the two girls' attitudes would be after they knew the price of the membership card. If they act like they don't care, then it is possible that these people are second-generation rich people. If he really was a rich second generation, she would not offend him. But if she acts surprised, then she might just be an ordinary girl. If it were an ordinary girl, don't blame her for being harsh with her words. The obvious surprise shown by Su Xiaoxiao and her two sisters made the woman realize that these three people must be ordinary people. Needless to say, those two girls were all wearing cheap clothes from Pink Sixy. As for the man, he doesn't look like a rich man. She didn't have any accessories on her body, and her clothes didn't have any brand name logos. Although he is quite handsome, being handsome is useless in this era. Money is the bottom line. Since all three of them are poor, she doesn't need to worry too much about showing off and getting slapped in the face. Har har har, no way. No way. You guys can't even afford a silver card, right? What are you pretending to be here if you can't even afford a silver card? Let me tell you, there's a gold card above the silver card. But it's no use telling you. If you can't even afford a silver card, why would you even bother with a gold card? Gold card. Su Xiaoxiao and the other person looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Is the life of rich people really so extravagant? A silver card costs 100,000 yuan a year, so how much does a gold card cost a year? 1 million? 10 million? Or even more? Ladies and gentlemen, the annual fee for the gold card is 10 million. The waiter smiled and began his performance. Of course, the 10 million is the same as the 100,000 for the silver card, it's just the card opening fee. But the subsequent benefits are also very high. You can enjoy the private room directly without making a reservation, and all dishes are 30% off, including drinks. All dishes are 30% off, including drinks, which is indeed a very high discount. Generally speaking, a restaurant's profit is between 10 and 50%. 50 is already very rare. Restaurants that can make a profit of 50% are basically those with extremely hot business. With a 30% discount, the profit is already very small. Especially for a high-end restaurant like this. The prices at high-end restaurants are very expensive, and the ingredients are naturally not cheap either. The profit is high, but the cost is also relatively high. Therefore, for top wealthy people, if they come to eat here frequently, a membership fee of 10 million is still very cheap. You don't even have to come often, just come once a month and you'll make your money back. 10 million for a membership card per year? Isn't that too much? Su Xiaoxiao no longer cared about other people's disdainful looks and started complaining directly. Spend 10 million to open a card just to have a meal in a restaurant. This is not food, this is loneliness. Har har har, so you better leave. The consumption level of this place is not something that ordinary people like you can understand. Of course, you can make an appointment to come back in the evening. But a meal will cost at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Can you afford it? After the woman finished speaking, the Su Xiaoxiao sisters also fell silent. They knew that their father was rich, very rich. I spent tens of millions today to buy 2 cars for each of them. But cars are fixed assets, especially top-of-the-line luxury cars, which still retain their value very well. It's not a loss to buy it. But this kind of membership card, especially the gold membership card, is a consumable. It has no purpose other than showing off. Not to mention the gold membership which costs 10 million per year, even the silver membership which costs 100,000 per year, the 2 sisters felt it was a waste. Seeing that the 3 people stopped talking, the woman suddenly felt even more superior. Then he casually took out a silver card and handed it to the waiter. I have a silver card, can I come in? Sure, sure. Are you Ms. Jia? The waiter took the silver card and took a look at it. The cardholder's name was on it. The 2 words, Jia Yang, are very conspicuous. Yes, I am Jia Yang. Jia Yang smiled proudly at Su Xiaoxiao and the other 2. Of course, Jia Yang's silver card was not opened by herself. In fact, she was not a socialite, but just a woman who frequented places of entertainment. Recently she happened to hook up with a super rich second-generation guy. This card was given to her by this rich second generation. This was actually not the first time Jia Yang had come to Wangjiang Tower, so she was very familiar with the rules here. Okay, Ms. Jia, you can come in anytime. The waiter said respectfully. Silver members are already high-end members in their store. There are no more than 2,000 silver members in the entire store. As for gold members, there are even fewer, definitely no more than 20. Some gold members only come a few times throughout the year. The main reason for opening a card here is to save face during business dinners. Gold members are hard to come by, so silver members are naturally extraordinarily impressive. Do you want me to take you in? Jia Yang waved her silver card, feeling very proud. No, I guess. Who said we don't have membership cards? At this time, Su Mingyuan suddenly took out a dark golden card and handed it to the waiter. I think I should be able to use the Jingshu Junlan box, right? The Jingshu Junlan box is the best box in Wangjiang Tower and also the one with the widest view. There is a guaranteed consumption for the private rooms. The cost of dining in this box must not be less than 1 million. If the price is lower than this, the minimum charge will be 1 million. Those who come to Wangjinglu for dinner are all big bosses, but it is rare to see someone spending 1 million on a meal. Therefore, this box is usually closed. Although it is closed, someone is always cleaning it to maintain the standard that it can be used to entertain guests at any time. Those who can use this box are naturally top wealthy people, and related services must be provided. Chapter 31. Our manager is very busy. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he handed the card directly to the waiter. Phut! Are you crazy? You just picked up a black card and regarded it as the Centurion Black card. Even if this is your Centurion Black card, it's still a credit card, not a membership card for this hotel. You've got the wrong place. Jia Yang laughed out loud. Everyone knows that the Centurion Black card is an unlimited black card, but even if it is an unlimited black card, it is just a credit card in Wangjiang building, not a membership card. Moreover, it was obvious at first glance that the card was not a Centurion Black card. As a credit card, it should at least have a card number and a magnetic stripe. At first glance, this card does have a number on it. But this number is similar to a membership card number. As we all know, Wangjinglu only has 2 types of membership cards. One is the silver card, which is the one Jia Yang has. The other one is the gold card. Apart from this, there is no third option. In other words, the card that Su Mingyuan took out might be a shopping card from a supermarket. In order to make customers look cool, supermarkets deliberately make membership cards golden. The reason is very simple. Not everyone knows the Centurion Black Gold card. As long as it is a black card, many people will naturally regard the black card as the Centurion Black Gold card. Even if it's just a black supermarket membership card, some people will mistake it for something else. It's okay to pretend occasionally. In Jiu Yang's eyes, Su Mingyuan is just pretending to be like this. Har har, this is the membership card of Wangjiang Tower. Su Mingyuan chuckled and continued. Are you the new waiter? Didn't you see the logo of your Wangjiang Tower on the card? The logo of Wangjiang Tower? The waiter was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and looked at the card carefully. Jiu Yang, who was about to enter the restaurant, also came over after hearing this. Then, the two saw that there was indeed a Wangjiang Tower exclusive logo in the upper left corner. Jiu Yang even took out her silver card for comparison. The two signs look exactly the same, and both have the three Chinese characters, Wangjiang Tower, written on them. In other words, this card is really a membership card of Wangjiang Tower. You didn't ask someone to make this card yourself at a printing shop, did you? Jiu Yang took the membership card from the waiter and flipped it over. I have to say that this membership card is really exquisitely made. There are diamonds inlaid around the top. The card surface is hot stamped black gold color. Su Mingyuan's name is also written in the lower left corner of the front of the card. In other words, this card is indeed Su Mingyuan's, and it cannot be faked. However, I have never heard that Wangjinglu has black membership cards. The silver membership card is the lowest level. Therefore, this black gold card is definitely not a membership card below silver. As for gold and above, come to think of it, it's unlikely. The gold membership card is enough to demonstrate the status of the rich. The requirements for applying for a gold membership card are also ridiculously high. With an annual fee of 10 million, not many wealthy people are willing to spend this money. There are only about 100 or 200 gold members in total. There are so few gold members and the requirements are so high. If there is a black gold membership above it, who is eligible to open this black gold membership? Therefore, in Jiu Yang's opinion, this black gold card must be fake. Don't think that just because it looks good it means it's real. The diamonds above may be fake. As for the appearance, it is easy to design a good-looking appearance by finding a store to do the design. It doesn't cost much. When the waiter heard Jiu Yang's words, his brows also frowned. Mr. Su, right? Our store doesn't have black membership cards. You must have made a mistake, right? The waiter thought Su Mingyuan was the kind of person who used his membership card to eat and drink for free, so his face turned cold. If he hadn't considered the impact, he might have already prepared to call security. Huh? As a store clerk, you don't even recognize your own store's membership card. Are you new here? Hearing the waiter's words, Su Mingyuan frowned. When he came before, he actually used facial recognition, and the waiters at the door basically all knew him. So basically I have never used the membership card. I didn't expect that something like this would happen the first time I took my two daughters out to eat. This made Su Mingyuan feel a little embarrassed. Yes sir, I'm new here, but I also know that our store only has two types of membership cards, silver and gold. The waiter said stubbornly. He had never heard of the black gold card in the store. If you haven't heard of it, then it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Now you have heard of it, right? Su Mingyuan glanced at the waiter calmly and continued. This matter is easy to solve. Just ask your manager. Is the walkie-talkie on your waist for decoration? New employees may not know about the existence of the black gold membership card at Wangjinglu, but as a hotel manager, he certainly cannot be unaware of it. Just contact the manager and this matter can be solved perfectly. Sorry sir, our manager is busy. If you have a silver or gold card, you can go in now. If you don't have one, you can make one on the spot. If you don't want to do it, then please make an appointment. Otherwise, we can only ask you to leave. Phew. The waiter's words made Jiu Yang burst out laughing again. The waiter seemed to give Su Mingyuan three choices, but in fact none of the choices was simple. Take out the silver or gold card. Judging from Su Mingyuan's expression, it was obvious that he couldn't take it out. If he wanted to take it, he would have taken it long ago. As for applying for a membership card directly? Judging from the expressions of Su Mingyuan and his three companions, it is definitely impossible for them to come up with so much money to buy a membership card. They might be able to have a meal at this restaurant, but they probably wouldn't be willing to spend 100,000 yuan to get a membership card for no reason. Finally, only the appointment was left. If they really make an appointment, they will be slapping themselves in the face. This feeling is so wonderful. Huh? Didn't I ask you to call your manager? As a waiter, shouldn't you ask your supervisor for instructions when you are undecided? Su Mingyuan's expression turned completely cold. I originally thought that the only person who looked down on others was the plastic surgery woman, but I didn't expect there was also this waitress. Since they like to show off and get slapped in the face, don't blame him for being rude. Sir, I told you, our managers are very busy. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. The waiter still said the same thing. This made Su Xiaoxiao and her sister angry. Didn't my dad tell you to contact your manager? That's right, my dad is much richer than you think. Since he took out the membership card, it must be real. You're a new employee and you've only been here for a few days. How can you be so sure that there are no black membership cards in your store? If your manager knew that you blocked your store's most distinguished black card member customers at the door, do you think you would be able to continue working there? Chapter 32, 50 Slaps. The two little girls were talking to each other and cooperating with each other very well. In the past, they would definitely not be so brazen. A black gold membership card of a higher level than the one with an annual fee of 10 million? Is this something that children from poor families like them can afford? But now it's different. Their father spent more than 30 million yuan in one go to buy them luxury cars, and he didn't even blink an eye during the whole process. The membership card produced by such a ruthless person is definitely genuine. Har har har, little girl, I see you've just reached adulthood. Or are you still college students? No wonder your eyes look so stupid. If this card is a real membership card, I will do a handstand and eat shit live on air. Coming again? The two sisters looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. What's wrong with people nowadays? Why do they always want to live stream themselves doing handstands and eating shit? It seems like the netizens really like watching such disgusting scenes. Oh? Are you serious? Su Mingyuan looked at Zhe Yang with interest. Of course, as long as you can prove that this card is real, I will do a live broadcast of eating shit while standing upside down. Zhe Yang said confidently. She is very confident. Even the waiter at this restaurant doesn't recognize this black card, so how could this card be a membership card of this restaurant? This is totally unscientific. Har har, forget about doing a live broadcast of eating shit while standing upside down. If this card of mine is real, you should slap yourself 50 times. Do your best. If you're reluctant to do it, I can do it instead. Su Mingyuan smiled faintly. If an ordinary person were to receive 50 full-strength slaps on the face, even if the face wasn't disfigured, it would at least be swollen. However, for Zhe Yang in front of him, his nose augmentation, dentures and chin padding might all be deformed. Su Mingyuan would not look down on people who had plastic surgery. Everyone loves beauty, and cosmetic surgery is just to please oneself better. The reason why Zhe Yang needs to be disciplined is just to make her see her own position clearly. She can't offend someone she shouldn't offend. Okay, I promise you, if you can't get in, then let me slap your two daughters 50 times each. Even if their faces are bruised, you can't be held responsible. As Zhe Yang spoke, she glared at the Su Xiaoxiao sisters fiercely. She just couldn't stand the fact that the two sisters were so good-looking. Why should people on Earth be divided into different classes? Do good-looking people have natural advantages in all aspects? People who are not good-looking will be looked down upon even if they undergo cosmetic surgery. It's not fair, it's really not fair. Give her a chance and she will definitely slap the faces of all the beautiful girls in the world. I can't agree to this. But it's not that my membership card is fake, but under no circumstances will I gamble with my two daughters. Su Mingyuan spoke from his heart. He finally reunited with his two daughters, so how could he possibly gamble with them? Even if this bet has a 100% chance of winning and there is not the slightest possibility of failure, Su Mingyuan would not agree to it. Dad. The two little girls looked at Su Mingyuan with emotion. They didn't expect that their father valued them so much. Grandma called them last night, worried that Dad would have other children or that he would favor boys over girls. Originally, the two little girls didn't think too much about it. But today, seeing that their father is so rich, they are still a little worried about their identities as girls. After all, it is said on the internet that wealthy families most hope that their next generation will be a boy. Because boys can inherit the family business, while daughters are married off. Of course, Su Xiaoxiao and her sister were also worried that their father would dislike them because they were daughters. But now it seems that they were really worrying too much. Whether they are boys or girls, they should be treated equally in their father's heart. TSK. If you don't want to gamble, then you don't want to gamble. Why are you talking so much? I think your card is fake. I don't want to talk to a pretentious person like you anymore. I'm going to eat first. Zhou Yang snorted disdainfully. She was actually trying to provoke Su Mingyuan into joining the bet. If she didn't follow, how could she pretend to be awesome and get slapped in the face? It would be too meaningless if you can't pretend to be cool and then get slapped in the face. Dad, bet with her. We're willing to bet on ourselves. That's right, Dad. We believe you won't let us get hurt. Dad, bet with her. The two little girls hugged Su Mingyuan. It's better to lose the battle than the personal defeat, and they can't lose. In the case of a sure win, the bet must go ahead. Okay, let's put it this way. If I tell you, I'll give you 100 slaps. Su Mingyuan thought about it and decided to gamble with himself. Even though he knew he would not lose, he was reluctant to push his two daughters to the gambling table. Okay, it's a deal. It's hard to catch up with him. Call your manager and ask him if he knows anyone with a black card. Zhou Yang turned her head and spoke calmly to the waiter. Well, Ms. Zhou, I am very sure that there is no black membership card in the store. The waiter said stubbornly. I asked you to call your manager, so I did. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm a silver member, can't you fulfill such a simple request to see your manager? If your manager doesn't come, will this guy admit that this card is fake? Zhou Yang glared at the waiter. The waiter has just repeatedly said that there is no black gold membership card in Wanzhonglu, but is it useful? Su Mingyuan insisted that this was a black gold card and asked to call the manager. In that case, please ask the manager to come out. Even in high-end restaurants, managers are just more senior waiters. If the customer requests it, he has no reason not to come out. Okay, Miss Zhou, I'll ask our manager to come out right away. The waiter nodded. Zhou Yang is a silver card customer, which means she is a VIP customer, so naturally he has to serve her well. He didn't dare to offend such a person. Silver card customers are people with a certain social status. However, just as the waiter was about to take out the intercom, he saw Su Mingyuan picked up his phone. Don't bother, I've already contacted your manager. Xiao Tang, come out for a moment, I'm at the door of your store. Xiao Tang? Hearing this name, the waiter was slightly startled. He remembered that his manager's last name seemed to be Tang. However, few people would directly call the manager Xiao Tang. Even those customers would call the manager Manager Tang. The waiter was stunned by the direct address of Xiao Tang. Could this man really be a very powerful person? Mr. Su, have you arrived at our restaurant? I'll be right out in 30 seconds. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone, and then Su Mingyuan hung up. Your manager Tang will be here soon. Chapter 33 Do it yourself or let me help you. Har har har, I'm dying of laughter. This is definitely the funniest joke I've heard this year. How dare you, a person who doesn't even have a single piece of luxury goods, claim to have Manager Tang's contact information. And you're pretending to be serious and calling her. Do you know who Manager Tang is? Seeing Su Mingyuan hang up the phone, Zhou Yang burst into laughter. It's no wonder that she looked down on Su Mingyuan. In fact, in her opinion, Su Mingyuan's behavior just now was too ridiculous. Manager Tang seems to be just a hotel manager, but her ability is for more than what she seems. She has been working in this restaurant for many years, and the network of contacts she has accumulated is not even inferior to that of the CEO of a company with a market value of tens of billions. Such a person is not known to every little person. Moreover, Manager Tang himself has a strong background. It is said that this restaurant belongs to Manager Tang's family, and being a manager here is just a hobby. Of course, no one knows whether this news is true or not. But one thing is certain, that is, Manager Tang is not someone that anyone can contact. At least, in Zhou Yang's opinion, Su Mingyuan in front of him definitely does not have such ability. Har har, we'll know if we can meet in a while. Su Mingyuan didn't say much. Because he had already seen a graceful figure walking towards him quickly in high heels. Mr. Su. Sorry to have kept you waiting. You haven't been here for a long time, why don't you come in? The Jingxiu Junlan box is empty now, why don't you let the waiter take you in? As soon as the words fell, a woman wearing a white hip-hugging skirt and flesh-colored stockings appeared in front of everyone. It was their hotel manager Tang Rong. Tang Rong looked to be about 28 or 29 years old, with very delicate facial features. In terms of appearance, she is not much worse than Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. Moreover, she has a mature temperament that Su Xiaoxiao and her sister do not have. This is a temperament that only mature women have. This kind of temperament does not make people disgusted, but rather makes people more attractive.
Manager Tang, I want to go in too, but your waiter won't let me in. He said your store doesn't have a black gold membership card. If it doesn't work, I'll just go to another restaurant to eat.
Su Mingyuan looked at Tang Rong with a fake smile. If the waiter had just called Tang Rong, Su Mingyuan would not have made things difficult for the worker. After all, as a newcomer, it is normal not to recognize the almost invisible black gold membership card. It doesn't matter if you don't know someone, but it's really infuriating when someone you don't know can't even do the most basic work of asking for instructions. This is a typical case of looking down on others. Su Mingyuan would naturally not be merciful when dealing with such a person. Working people are worthy of sympathy. Every penny they earn is hard-earned money. However, such workers who look down on others are no longer workers worthy of sympathy. They themselves had long lost themselves in the bustling scene. Such people should be severely punished by society. What? You don't recognize this membership card? When Tang Rong heard Su Mingyuan's words, her smiling face suddenly darkened. She turned her head and looked at the waiter with an unfriendly expression.
Tang, Manager Tang, I really don't recognize this membership card. The restaurant didn't even mention that we still have the black gold card. The waiter smiled bitterly. He never thought that this black membership card would be real. No one really told him this kind of thing. It's okay if you don't know him, but if you don't know him, don't you know to ask other colleagues? Or call me directly. I see you don't have a walkie-talkie. Do you have to leave Mr. Su outside the door for so long? Do you know what a black gold card is? This is something only the most distinguished guests of our restaurant can have. There are only 3 black gold cards in total. One is in the hands of the chairman, one is in the hands of the chairman's daughter, and the other is in the hands of Mr. Su. Hiss. Hearing this, not only the waiter, but even Zhou Yang, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but gasp. Is there really a black gold membership card? Moreover, there are only 3 of these cards. Are the other 2 still in the hands of the store owner's family? How so? You know, the boss behind Wangjiang Tower is very powerful. Su Mingyuan is able to possess one of the only 3 membership cards of Wangjiang Tower, and it is obvious that he has a close relationship with the other party's boss. How can you live a good life if you offend such a person? Zhou Yang might not care much, but the waiter was already terrified. If he was banned from hotels and restaurants in Shanghai because he offended Su Mingyuan, he would have no choice but to return to his hometown. Thinking of this, the waiter wanted to slap himself twice. How could you forget your last name after working in a high-end place for 2 days? Even if the other party is just an ordinary customer, you shouldn't be so arrogant. If I had just pressed the intercom at that time, I wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. Manager Tang, I know I was wrong, can you forgive me? It's good that you know you're wrong. Go to the HR department and resign. Then go to the finance department to get your salary for this month. Don't come in the afternoon. Tang Rong waved her hand and dismissed the waiter directly. She didn't need to hear the waiter's excuses. If he neglects Su Mingyuan, that would be 100 reasons to fire him. Manager Tang, The waiter wanted to plead for mercy, but was stopped by Tang Rong halfway through his words. If you don't want to be banned by all their hotels and restaurants in Shanghai, then keep on nagging. No. Manager Tang, I'm leaving now. When the waiter heard what Tang Rong said, he immediately panicked and quickly pulled up his pants and ran away. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. We will strengthen the training of new employees in the future. Something like this will never happen again. After the waiter left, Tang Rong did not relax and apologized to Su Mingyuan again. It's just a small matter, it didn't cause any impact. Su Mingyuan waved his hand, and then set his eyes on Zhou Yang. Ms. Jia, you should admit defeat in the bet, right? 50 slaps, do you want to do it yourself or do you want me to help you? Wow. Su Mingyuan's words made Tang Rong's face fall. Whether she did it herself or asked Su Mingyuan to do it, after 50 slaps, she would lose her face. Her face is full of high-tech equipment, and it can't withstand the slightest touch. How can she withstand a slap? Ahem, Mr. Su, it's all a joke, a joke. Zhou Yang laughed awkwardly. We were just joking, don't take it so seriously. Are you kidding? I'm not kidding you, Miss Jia. I recorded everything we just bet on. 50 slaps. If you don't want to do it, then I'll do it for you. You agreed to this yourself. Chapter 34, I'll accept the defeat. As Su Mingyuan spoke, he took out his cell phone and played the recording. He had long guessed that Zhou Yang would cheat and refuse to admit her mistake. This is a common tactic used by villains. Therefore, Su Mingyuan recorded the conversation with his mobile phone early in the morning. The recording was not intended to send Zhou Yang to detention. This was just a small matter and she wouldn't be sent there. However, with the recording, this guy no longer has the face to cheat. Sure enough, upon hearing about the bet that he had made so arrogantly and confidently, Zhou Yang's face fell. Shameful. It's so embarrassing. Why weren't you more cautious just now? Now, I wanted to show off and slap someone in the face, but in the end I got slapped in the face instead. However, Zhou Yang didn't care, as this kind of bet itself had no legal effect. If she really left, Su Mingyuan would not be able to do anything to her. As long as she is shameless, no one can slap her in the face. As for whether she was afraid that Su Mingyuan had an unusual background and would take revenge on her, she was indeed a little scared at first. Since this person could make Tan Rong so polite, he must be a distinguished guest of Wangjiang Tower. This can be seen from the black gold card that Su Mingyuan took out. But what can the guests at Wangjiang Tower do? This isn't he the only awesome restaurant in Shanghai. Maybe he just happens to have a good relationship with the owner of Wangjinglu. Tang Rong is actually just a small internet celebrity, a third-tier internet celebrity. But behind her stands a top second-generation rich capitalist father. Therefore, even if she really offended Su Mingyuan, she didn't feel there was anything to be afraid of. Su Mingyuan is awesome, and the capital behind her is also not weak. If it wasn't a life-and-death feud, the other party wouldn't take it seriously and do anything to her. As for whether it would be embarrassing to just leave? Anyway, there are no other bystanders here, so who would know what happened today? If you stay here and slap yourself in the face, you will lose face. Humph. You are being unreasonable. You want to hit me? In the next life? I'm leaving now. I'll see if you dare to hit me. I'm telling you, don't think you're that awesome just because you know the boss of Wangjiang Tower. The person behind me is not someone you can mess with. Zhou Yang snorted coldly. She just didn't believe that Su Mingyuan would dare to hit her in public. Oh? Who's behind you? Su Mingyuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Yang with interest. You'll be scared to death if I tell you. When talking about the person behind the scenes, Zhou Yang suddenly showed a proud and arrogant smile. The person behind me is Shanghai. Bang! Before Zhou Yang could finish her words, a huge personality-correcting palm landed firmly on her face. In an instant, Zhou Yang felt stars in her eyes, the world was spinning, and the whole world became blurry. Bang! Before Zhou Yang could react, she was slapped on the right cheek again. Zhou Yang was completely stunned because of the first slap. After the second slap, she couldn't stand anymore and fell to the ground. We agreed to give him 50 slaps. 2 have already been given. There are still 48 to go. Do you want me to continue, or do you want me to do it yourself? Su Mingyuan folded his arms across his chest and looked at Zhou Yang coldly. If you are willing to accept defeat, there is no distinction between men, women, young and old at the gambling table. There are only opponents and enemies. Su Mingyuan has never been a soft-hearted person. A soft-hearted person would never have been able to reach his current position. He was very clear about a truth: being kind to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. If Su Mingyuan's own strength is not strong enough today, then he will be the one to be defeated. He didn't think that a narrow-minded person like Zhou Yang would let him go. Since the other party will definitely not let him go, he will not give them any face. You dare to hit me. After a long time, Zhou Yang finally reacted. She covered her swollen face with her hands and looked at Su Mingyuan in disbelief. Su Mingyuan's attack just now was not too harsh, but this is only for ordinary people. For a plastic surgery girl like Zhou Yang, the 2 slaps just now already made her face look a little strange. The nose seems to be collapsing as well. The face, which was a little swollen due to plastic surgery, became even uglier. Har har, I did fight. Isn't that part of the bet? You have to accept the loss. Su Mingyuan smiled again and continued. Hurry up, there are still 48. A short pain is worse than a long one. Puff. Hearing this, Jiuyang almost vomited blood. Long pain or short pain, it's all pain. After 2 slaps, she felt like her head was going to be flipped over. If she were to be beaten by 50 of them, she would be beaten to death. I tell you, you're done. My boyfriend is coming soon, he is Yi Xiqing, the leader of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. If you hit me, he will never let you go. Jiuyang looked at Su Mingyuan with a stern look on her face but a weak heart. She knew that if she didn't introduce herself, Su Mingyuan would definitely continue to beat her. Even calling the police is useless. After all, even if the police arrived, it would take at least 5 minutes. 5 minutes was enough for Su Mingyuan to finish the remaining 48 slaps. So it would be more useful to bring up your boyfriend. Yi Xiqing is one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. In the circle of the 2nd generation rich in Shanghai, almost everyone knows him. Not only Shanghai, but it can even be said that almost all the young people in Daxia have heard of his name. This guy is also considered a half-internet celebrity. However, he did not become an internet celebrity by relying on any special talents or live streaming. If he were this kind of internet celebrity, he would not be able to become one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. This is a title that only the top 2nd generation rich can have. The reason why Yi Xiqing is so famous is because he has a super rich father behind him. Yi Xiqing's father is Yi Qianhua. Anyone who has been in the business world has heard of this name. Because he once ranked first on the Daxia rich list. The market value of the Yi Group under his name exceeds 1 trillion. The Yi Group's main businesses are real estate and investment. It owns more than 200 commercial plazas, several 5-star hotels, more than 1,500 cinemas, etc. Thanks to this, Yi Qianhua's net worth once exceeded 200 billion. Although the real estate economy has been sluggish in the past 2 years, Yi Qianhua has also fallen from the top of the rich list. However, he is still one of the top 10 super rich people in Daxia. His net worth is over 100 billion. With such a rich father, Yi Xiqing is also doing very well on the internet. He even publicly announced his dating standards online. When I make friends, I never consider whether they are rich or not. Anyway, none of them are as rich as my family. From this sentence, we can see how rich Yi Xiqing's family is. Most people don't dare to mess with the rich 2nd generation from such a family. Therefore, Jiuyang appeared so confident when talking about Yi Xiqing. She believed that after she said this name, Su Mingyuan would never dare to attack her. Chapter 35 Who Dares to Hit My Woman? This is indeed the case. When Su Mingyuan heard Jiuyang say that she was Yi Xiqing's girlfriend, his smile slowly faded. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he had encountered some trouble. Are you Yi Xiqing's girlfriend? Su Mingyuan glanced at Jiuyang, then shook his head helplessly and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Why did this guy find such a thing? What kind of aesthetic is that? Jiuyang definitely couldn't hear the second sentence Su Mingyuan said. Looking at Su Mingyuan's expression, Jiuyang thought that he was frightened by what she said, so she suddenly became confident. That's right. I am Yi Xiqing's girlfriend. It's the real deal. Send me the money right now and let me slap you twice, and I will pretend nothing happened. If I call my boyfriend over, he will definitely give you a taste of your own medicine. You should know how powerful the Yi Group is. You don't want to be targeted by the Yi Group, right? Yi Group. When Su Xiaoxiao and her sister heard this name, their bodies trembled at the same time. The Yi Group is a huge company. Even though their families were ordinary, they had heard of the name of this group. As for Yi Xiqing, he was a well-known playboy, and they had also heard of him. The 2 sisters didn't expect that the person they provoked this time was actually the girlfriend of the young master of Yi Group. This is trouble. Although they know that their father is rich, no matter how rich he is, he can never be compared with the chairman of the Yi Group, right? He was once the richest man in Daxia. Even if he has fallen from the altar, he is still a super rich man worth hundreds of billions. Normally, the 2 sisters would never come into contact with such people. Even if she is someone else's son's girlfriend, she is not someone they can meet at their level. So, the 2 sisters started to panic. They don't worry about their own safety. Their family is so poor anyway, and those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes.
But if the other party retaliates against my father, that would be troublesome. Dad is rich, so he must have many properties. Once the other party attacks these industries, it is very likely that my father will go bankrupt overnight. This is something the two sisters don't want to see. Thinking of this, the two sisters felt a little regretful. If I had known, I would have insisted on not eating here. If I hadn't come here to eat, I wouldn't have met Zhe Yang, and similarly, such a bad thing wouldn't have happened. Especially the two sisters frowned when they saw their father. In other words, even Dad feels the situation is tricky now. For a moment, the two girls became even more worried. But before they could say anything, Mingyuan, whose face was tense, suddenly smiled. Oh? Then call that Master Yi over. If he agrees to let you slap me twice, then I will kneel down and slap you twice. Hearing this, Sister Su Xiaoxiao suddenly became anxious. Dad, no. Absolutely not. Yes, Dad. If you want to apologize, I'll do it. Just hit me. How could you be so insulted? Ultimately, this matter is all because of the two sisters. As children, they absolutely could not bear to see their father being humiliated. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, Dad will be fine. Zhe Yang, right? Call your boyfriend now. I'm waiting for him to hit me in the face. Mingyuan gestured to the two children, then put his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and looked at Zhe Yang in front of him with disdain. Okay. Since you're looking for death yourself, I'll get my boyfriend over here. I'm telling you, my boyfriend is here, and there's no turning back. Zhe Yang said coldly. Okay, go ahead and yell. I want to see if this rich second-generation guy will offend me for your so-called girlfriend. Mingyuan sneered. This girlfriend thing is bullshit. How could a truly top-notch second-generation rich person possibly find a girlfriend who is an internet celebrity equipped with all kinds of high-tech equipment? Even if she is really a girlfriend, she is just a temporary girlfriend, the kind that you don't plan to develop into a future relationship with. Just for fun. Each of the top second-generation rich people is smarter than the other. Even if Mingyuan was not as strong as he is now, and was just a wealthy man with some strength, the other party would not completely break off relations with him. After all, once the relationship turns against each other, it will not benefit anyone. The wealthy all understand this truth. But it is obvious that Zhe Yang, who has the support of a wealthy family, does not understand. Har, my boyfriend, of course, is on my side. Just wait for your death. Zhe Yang sneered, and then she took out her cell phone and called her boyfriend. Hey, man, I'm in trouble. Yes, it's in Wangjiang Tower. He even slapped me twice, and my face was swollen. You have to help me. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Hee. My boyfriend will be here soon. After putting down the phone, Zhe Yang's face showed an arrogant expression again. The moment his boyfriend arrives, these guys will be dead. Okay, I'll wait here. Xiao Tang, bring the menu over, let's order the dishes first. Mingyuan waved at Tang Rong, looking calm and composed. Okay, Mr. Su. Tang Rong responded respectfully, and then immediately came back with 3 menus. Mr. Su, Miss Su, this is the menu of our restaurant. One is for Chinese food, one is for Western food, and one is for drinks and desserts. Take your time to read it. If you need me to introduce you, please feel free to ask. Tang Rong stood respectfully beside Mingyuan like a waiter. Well, Xiao Tang, let us take a look first. Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, the prices of the dishes in this restaurant may be a bit high for you. But don't worry, just order whatever you want, no matter how expensive it is, someone will come and pay for us soon. Being sucked into paying the bill? The Su Xiao Xiao sisters looked at each other, both feeling a little puzzled. What kind of sucker would come to pay the bill? Could it be Dad's friend? If it's a friend, then order less. When my father's friends treat us to a meal, they use his favors. Favors are the hardest thing to repay. Thinking of this, neither of the two sisters opened the menu. Dad, who is the sucker you are talking about? Su Jingjing asked curiously. Hey, isn't it coming? Mingyuan pointed across. Hubby. You're here. Zhe Yang looked in the direction of Mingyuan's finger. When he saw the person coming, joy suddenly appeared on his face and he immediately went to greet him. That's right, the person who came was Yi Xiqing, the only son of the chairman of Yi Group.
Yi Siqing is not handsome, but not ugly either. He is 1.75 meters tall, which is not too short. With his slicked back hair and powdered face, he looks a bit like a scholar. Let me see who dares to hit my Yi Siqing's woman. Chapter 36. Why are you here? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Siqing appeared in front of Su Mingyuan and the other two with a ruthless step. When they saw Yi Siqing, Su Xiaoxiao and her sister frowned. They didn't expect that Jia Yang was not bragging, and her boyfriend was really Yi Siqing, the son of the chairman of Yi Group. Yi Siqing is very famous on the internet. His photos can be found with just a simple search, and others cannot impersonate him even if they want to. In this case, wouldn't their father be in even greater danger? It seems that offending the son of the richest man is a rather troublesome matter. If it really doesn't work, the two of them will come forward to apologize and take responsibility for the matter. After all, we can't let Dad's career be affected. They are lucky to find their father. It would be unworthy if their appearance affects their father's career. However, before the two of them could open their mouths to beg for mercy, a faint voice rang out. Xiaocheng, I've heard that over the past few years, your aesthetic taste hasn't improved at all. Why is it that after eating too much coarse grains, you can't get used to eating fine bran, right? Small success. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Siqing's heart skipped a beat and he immediately looked around, trying to find the owner of the voice. Just now his attention was all on the Su Xiaoxiao sisters. This pair of twin sisters are so beautiful. Even though Yi Siqing was used to seeing beautiful women, he couldn't help but be attracted by this beautiful scenery. So, he subconsciously ignored Su Mingyuan, who was sitting at the innermost side. Hey, stop looking. Aren't I just sitting here? Su Mingyuan smiled and waved at Yi Siqing. Yi Siqing looked in the direction of the voice, and at just one glance he broke out in a cold sweat. Uncle Su, why are you here? Uncle Su. Su Xiaoxiao and the other two exclaimed. They never imagined that Yi Siqing actually knew Dad. Moreover, judging from the way Yi Siqing addressed him, it seems that he has a very close relationship with his father. Jia Yang, who was beside Yi Siqing, was even more stunned. She didn't expect that the savior she found would be her enemy's uncle and nephew. This is a little too unbelievable. Suddenly, Jia Yang thought of something very scary. Since Su Mingyuan and Yi Siqing are uncle and nephew, doesn't that mean that he and Yi Siqing's father Yi Qianhua are brothers? Even if they are not blood brothers, their relationship must be very good, right? Otherwise, how could Yi Siqing be so polite to Su Mingyuan? If they have such a good relationship, then if I just said something rude and offended Su Mingyuan, wouldn't that be? When he thought of this, Jia Yang's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Har, aren't you bringing my two daughters here for a meal? Su Mingyuan pointed at the two precious daughters beside him and said with a smile. Daughter. Yi Siqing turned his gaze back to Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. Uncle Su, could it be that the daughter you are talking about did it? Yi Siqing looked at the two girls, and suddenly some messy thoughts appeared in his mind. Sure enough, Uncle Su is still the best at having fun. Twin beautiful girls. It looks like he has just reached adulthood, right? This kind of top-quality fish can be caught. Sure enough, a man must not only be rich, but also good-looking. Just like him, he is obviously very rich, but the girls he hooks up with are all those internet celebrities who are full of high-tech equipment. If you want to catch a good-looking one, you have to become a dog licker. But Su Mingyuan is different. His good looks make him win at the starting line. Add to that the mature temperament of a man nearly 40 years old, which girl wouldn't be confused when she sees him? The most important thing is that this uncle is in great shape. She doesn't look like she's almost 40. No one would doubt it if I said 25. What the hell are you talking about? Xiaoxiao and Jingjing are my biological daughters. Su Mingyuan rolled his eyes at Yi Siqing in annoyance. This brat has a lot of messy thoughts in his head. What? Uncle Su, when did you have two such beautiful daughters? Why didn't I know? Yi Siqing seemed to have heard some unprecedented news. His eyes were as big as bells, filled with disbelief. At the same time, the little thoughts Yi Siqing had towards Su Xiaoxiao and her sister disappeared in an instant. He was indeed somewhat romantic in his relationships, but romantic does not mean vulgar. Being romantic does not mean being reckless. He can pursue ordinary girls, but if he dares to pursue Su Mingyuan's daughter, that would be purely a suicidal act. Not to mention whether Su Mingyuan will let him go, his father, the richest man in the country, will not let him go first. Therefore, after Yi Siqing knew the identities of the two little girls, he instantly put away the messy thoughts in his mind. He and these two girls are just not a good match. And he was the one who bowed his head. Do I have to report everything to you? Su Mingyuan glanced at Yi Siqing and said lightly. No, no. Uncle Su, you don't have to report to me. I'm just asking casually, please don't take it to heart. Yi Siqing's attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant, and he became serious. He said to the Su Xiaoxiao sisters. Sister Xiaoxiao, Sister Jingjing, hello, I'm Yi Siqing. I'm a junior at Shanghai Jiatong University now. If you need any help in Shanghai in the future, just let me know. My dad and Uncle Su are old friends, you're welcome. Looking at Yi Siqing's polite attitude in front of them, the Su Xiaoxiao sisters felt a little embarrassed and at a loss. The man in front of me is a famous playboy in Daxiar. How come he suddenly becomes so serious and docile? Are you sure the person in front of you is the super rich second generation Yi Siqing from the internet? Why does it look weird? The two people obviously didn't know how to answer Yi Siqing and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Fortunately, Su Mingyuan was there. Xiaocheng, are you from Shanghai Jiaotong University? That's perfect, Xiaoxiao and Jingjing are also from Shanghai Jiaotong University. They are freshmen this year, so you should take care of them in school. Su Mingyuan reminded. Su Mingyuan could definitely go and say hello to the school and teachers at Shanghai Jiaotong University and ask the students and teachers to take good care of his two children. This was no problem for Su Mingyuan. The problem is that schools and teachers only focus on students' learning problems. After all, this is a university, not an elementary school, junior high school or high school. Students still need to be responsible for their own affairs in life. Su Mingyuan was not afraid of anything else except that some yellow-haired man would set his eyes on his two beautiful girls. Creatures like yellow-haired beasts are still very scary, especially for good girls, who can easily be deceived by them. However, yellow-haired people usually bully the weak and fear the strong. Yi Siqing is also a well-known figure in the school. With him protecting him, those yellow-haired guys would definitely not dare to harass the two little girls. Chapter 37, Make Up the Slap. Chapter 37. When Yi Siqing heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, so the two sisters are also from Shanghai Jiaotong University? That's such a coincidence. Don't worry, Uncle Su. I will greet those brothers when I get back and will definitely take good care of my two sisters. There are still many rich second generations in Shanghai University, but they all follow Yi Siqing's lead. As long as Yi Siqing spoke, no second generation would be so blind as to provoke the two sisters. As for the yellow-haired man, Huan Mao may not be afraid of the parents standing behind these second generations, but they are really afraid of these second generations. After all, these second generations are really cruel when they get cruel. In the eyes of the second generation, Huan Mao is just their younger brother. Even the second generation guys don't dare to touch a girl, so Huan Mao is even more afraid to do that. Okay. Just your words will do. After getting the answer he wanted, Su Mingyuan nodded with satisfaction. By the way, Uncle Su, are you here to eat today? Why don't you come in? Yi Siqing then remembered something and looked at Su Mingyuan and his family of three holding the menu with some confusion. With Su Mingyuan's status and position, it is impossible for him to queue outside like ordinary people. No, your good girlfriend won't let us in. Su Mingyuan pouted angrily at Zhou Yang. Yi Siqing was not a fool and immediately understood what Su Mingyuan meant. Zhou Yang. The person who caused the trouble you mentioned, could it be my Uncle Su? Yi Siqing turned his head and stared at Zhou Yang with a changeable look. Husband, I didn't know you knew him, I thought he was a poor loser. Zhou Yang hurried to explain. If she knew the relationship between Su Mingyuan and Yi Siqing, she would never dare to be so arrogant. Although the woman is now Yi Siqing's girlfriend, she also knows her own identity. It is definitely impossible to get in. She was just an inconspicuous one among Yi Siqing's many girlfriends. When Yi Siqing gets tired of playing with her, he will kick her away. She had no plans to spend the rest of her life with Yi Siqing, she just wanted to get some benefits when Yi Siqing kicked her out. For example, the silver card of Wangjiang Tower in her hand is the benefit she got. There are many more benefits. Yi Siqing was very generous to his ex-girlfriends, and he would give each of them a breakup fee of several million. Zhou Yang came here for this purpose. Therefore, she is also very clear about her position. Don't dare to have any excessive thoughts. I originally thought that I could just make some money and leave, and at the same time, enjoy the oppressive feeling that comes with being the girlfriend of a top rich second-generation man. Who would have thought that pretending to be cool would hit a wall? Bang! You son of a bitch! Who are you calling a poor loser? As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, Yi Siqing slapped her hard in the face. Do you know who Uncle Su is? He is the largest shareholder behind our Yi group. If he is a poor loser, then what are we? Beggars. Yi Siqing was almost mad with anger. If Zhou Yang had offended another wealthy man, he wouldn't be so angry. After all, he was once the richest man. Even if he has fallen from grace, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. However, this guy actually offended Su Mingyuan. Can Su Mingyuan be provoked casually? No one knows that the Yi group is what it is today because of Su Mingyuan's full support. Everyone thought that the Yi group was built by Yi Qianhua's ability and background, but few people knew that if it were not for Su Mingyuan's strong support in financial and human resources, the Yi group would just be a small real estate company. The apparent major shareholders of the Yi group are Yi Qianhua and his son Yi Siqing, but in fact, the largest shareholder is a company wholly owned by Su Mingyuan. In other words, Su Mingyuan is the real boss of Yi group. Yi and his son, after all, are just workers. And now, Zhou Yang, the woman who was just Yi Siqing's plaything, actually tried to insult the capital father of their Yi family. Then she deserved to be beaten. She can't even figure out who their father is, so if she doesn't get beaten, who will? Old husband, I don't know. I really don't know. Zhou Yang covered her even more red and swollen face and cried. If she had known about this relationship, she would never have offended Su Mingyuan even if she was beaten to death. Don't call me husband, who is your husband? From now on, we are separated. According to Uncle Su's bet, make up the 50 slaps. Otherwise, forget about staying in the live broadcasting circle. Yi Siqing looked at Zhou Yang coldly. He had no feelings for Zhou Yang in the first place. The purpose of both parties being together is also very clear. One wants Yi Siqing's money and resources, while the other only cares about what's in his pants. So there is no pressure when swinging it. Breaking up is considered simple, but Yi Siqing is still very panicked. If his father knew that his woman had provoked Su Mingyuan, he would get angry and might break his legs. No, Master Yi, please let me go. If you slap me 50 times, I will really die. Zhou Yang felt unwell all over. She originally thought that a savior would come and save her life. Who would have thought that not only would it fail to save her, but it would kill her instead? If those 50 slaps had been given with such force, she would have been disabled even if she didn't die. Har har, if you don't do it, then I will do it myself. By then, you won't get anything. Yi Siqing looked at Zhou Yang indifferently. The choice has been given to her, it just depends on how smart she is. No, Master Yi, I'll beat you right now. Zhou Yang knew that he had no way out, so he could only grit his teeth and be ruthless to himself. Next, there was the sound of slapping people in the face one after another. This time, Zhou Yang really didn't leave herself any room for maneuver, and every slap was almost with full strength. She continued like this, and after only hitting 10, she felt completely dizzy. After hitting 10 more, I was now completely supported by my subconscious mind. If you continue to fight, you will probably beat yourself silly. Dad, let's just leave it at that. If we keep fighting, something bad might happen. Su Xiaoxiao felt a little reluctant. Even though the other party was hateful, she would still feel uncomfortable if she was really beaten up because of them. Besides, he hasn't committed any unforgivable crime, so there's no need to kill him. Okay, since Xiaoxiao said so, then let's do it this way. Xiaocheng, please take her to the hospital. Su Mingyuan waved his hand. According to his personality, it would definitely take 50 slaps before he could stop. But since his eldest daughter had spoken, Su Mingyuan certainly wouldn't say much. It's a good thing that my daughter has a kind heart, but will this bring her any trouble in the future? None of this matters. No matter what troubles there are, Su Mingyuan will nip them in the bud. Well, Uncle Su, thank you. Go. Good. Chapter 38 Luxury Box. Dad, are you really the largest shareholder behind the Yi Group? After Yi Siqing left, Su Jingjing could no longer suppress the doubts in her heart. The Yi Group is a company with a market value of 1 trillion.
If my father is the largest shareholder of Yi Group, how much would he be worth?
100 billion. 200 billion. Or more.
Well, I guess so. Su Mingyuan did not hide it and nodded with a smile.
Oh my god.
Dad, then my sister and I are the same level of rich second generations as Yi Sichen, right? The two sisters are feeling a little dizzy now. No wonder my dad is so generous and buys supercars worth tens of millions without blinking an eye. For someone worth hundreds of billions, this amount of money is really nothing. Har har, so you don't have to save money for dad.
You can buy whatever you want and eat whatever you want.
The little money you saved is not even 1/10 millionth of the interest earned by dad in the bank. Su Mingyuan said with a smile.
Gulp.
The two sisters swallowed. I was already very happy to have found my father, but who would have thought that he was a super rich second generation? This was such a surprise.
Are you hungry? Let's order some food. Xiao Tang, take us to Jingxiu Junlan's box.
Su Mingyuan saw the two children swallowing their saliva and immediately realized that they were hungry. It's already dinner time, so you must be hungry.
Okay, Mr. Su, the box is ready.
I'll take you on the two Miss Su there right away. Tang Rong nodded, then gestured to the three people to come in. This time, neither Su Xiaoxiao nor Su Jingjing said anything about not having to eat in the box. Although they still won't spend money lavishly, they finally accept this behavior. It is really a very simple thing to go from frugality to luxury. Accompanied by Tang Rong, the three of them walked into the restaurant. The interior of the restaurant is quite large, with an area of approximately 5,000 square meters. The hall is 2,000 square meters. The remaining 3,000 square meters are used for the kitchen, staff lounge and private rooms. Each of the boxes is very large. After all, in such a high-end restaurant, the role of the private rooms is obviously much more important than the living room. Under the leadership of Tang Rong, Su Mingyuan and the other two quickly arrived at the Jingxiu Junlan box. Tang Rong opened the door of the box and gestured for the three people to come in. Su Mingyuan was the first to step into the door of the box, followed closely by his two daughters. The moment the two girls stepped into the box, they couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! This box is so luxurious. No wonder the two girls were so surprised. This box is called a box, but it is more like a luxurious large flat overlooking the river. The entire private room covers an area of 1,000 square meters, occupying 1/5 of the restaurant. In this box, you can not only eat, but also have a room to rest. There's even a small pool for swimming. If necessary, you can even hold a small party here. There is a large round table in the middle of the box living room that can seat 30 people at the same time. Of course, there are also small round tables to fully meet the various needs of customers. However, the small round table is not used very often. There is a minimum consumption standard for dining in this private room, which is 1 million. If you spend 1 million to order all the dishes, you can order 20 or 30 dishes. The cost level in the restaurant is high, but not to the point where every dish costs hundreds of thousands. Dishes with ordinary ingredients cost about a few thousand yuan each. Only dishes with rare ingredients will have high prices. A small round table definitely cannot hold so many dishes, so they can only be placed on a large round table. Therefore, basically, the wealthy people who dine in this private room will choose to use the large round table. Directly opposite the round table is a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window. The glass window is 20 meters long and 3 meters high. The window is made entirely of bulletproof glass. It would not be easy to put such a large piece on the glass window even with a crane. The installation cost is estimated to be hundreds of thousands. But the effect of such a large glass is obviously very good. Standing in front of the glass window, you can have a panoramic view of the night view of the Puhuang River. However, this is not the highlight. The real highlight is the various decorative ornaments in the box, such as antique vases, famous calligraphy and paintings, etc. Even if an ordinary box has antique vases, calligraphy and paintings by famous people, they are all fakes or modern handicrafts. Even if they look beautiful, they have no value in themselves. But in this box, whether it is ornaments or famous calligraphy and paintings, all of them are authentic without exception. There are vases from the Qing dynasty, cups from the Ming dynasty, paintings by Jiyu Kaiji, calligraphy by Yang Jinqing, and many famous foreign paintings. Adding up all the scattered items, there are about a dozen or so. If these things were sold on the market, they could fetch at least a few 100 million yuan. If they were put on auction, they might fetch tens of billions. It is really unbelievable to see these things in a restaurant box. After all, if it was placed in an ordinary box, it would have been replaced by someone long ago. Even if the minimum consumption standard for the private room is 1 million, it cannot stop some people from coming in and replacing the prince with a cat. But it's different in the Jingxiu Junlan box. The fact that the restaurant dares to put these precious calligraphy and paintings and antiques here shows that it has the confidence. People who can use the private room in this restaurant not only need to be rich, but also need to have a certain social status. For example, Yi Xijing's father Yi Qianhua. Such people, no matter how much they like calligraphy and paintings, will not have any bad thoughts about them. If you really like them, just ask the boss and buy them. There is no need to damage your reputation for a few $100 million. Except for those with social status and fame, other ordinary bosses, even if they are wealthy, can afford a meal costing 1 million yuan, and the hotel will not provide this private room. Instead, they will go to the Bai Hai Chaoxing next door. In addition to screening consumers, the hotel's antique vases, calligraphy and paintings by famous people are also professionally protected and are placed in display windows or inlaid frames. All glass is also bulletproof. It would be difficult to get it out without the key. Moreover, there will be professional masters checking every day, so there is no need to worry about the problem of being swapped. However, although these calligraphy and paintings are very precious, the two little girls obviously did not realize this. They are not interested in these things either. What I was interested in was just the luxurious decoration of the box and the beautiful scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Dear ones, do you like this box? Su Mingyuan asked with a smile. I like it. Dad, this box is so beautiful. Can we take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments? Su Jingjing said excitedly. They are not gold diggers, but it would be a shame if they didn't take photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off when they come here to eat. Chapter 39. This is all made of gold. Of course. But let's order the food first. After that, you can take pictures however you want. If you don't have any food to take pictures of, people will think you came in to be waiters and take pictures for free. Su Mingyuan obviously understands the ways of the world. Since you are posting on your moments to show off, you must pretend to be realistic. There is no point in taking a fake photo. Okay, Dad. The two little girls finally calmed down. Then they sat down on Su Mingyuan's left and right. Okay, let's order. Aha! The two sisters agreed and finally opened the menu they had just received. However, when they saw the first dish, they were stunned. What? 2,000 for a cabbage? Robbery. Su Jingjing couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, they are now in a separate box with no one else around. The soundproofing of the box is also very good, so there is no need to worry about being heard and thought to be ignorant by others. However, regardless of whether you have knowledge or not, the price of this cabbage is too outrageous, right? And it's boiled cabbage. Can boiled cabbage sell for 2,000? Is this cabbage made of gold? Miss Su, this boiled cabbage is a state banquet dish. The boiled water in it is not just pure boiled water, but soup. The soup is made with the finest Jinhua ham, nutritious farm hens, fresh spare ribs, and high-quality scallops. As the saying goes, no ham, no beauty, no chicken, no freshness, no bones, no fragrance, all the ingredients are indispensable. The cost of these materials is already very valuable. Tang Rong, who was standing by, did not get angry at Su Jingjing's words. Instead, she patiently explained. Boiled cabbage can be used as a state banquet dish, and it has many different ingredients. If boiled cabbage is really served at a state banquet, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the country? Of course, this dish can also be made with ordinary ingredients, and ordinary restaurants also have this dish. The price is not expensive, just a few $dozen. However, there will definitely be a big difference in taste and texture. Moreover, the chef of Wangjinglu is a retired state banquet chef, so his cooking skills are absolutely authentic. Just considering the chef's cooking skills, this dish is not expensive at 2,000 yuan. So that's how it is. I was so ignorant. Su Jingjing scratched her head a little embarrassedly. From this point of view, this dish is not very expensive. Spending 2,000 yuan on just one dish is really a bit of a waste. However, Su Jingjing soon felt ridiculous for her own thoughts. The following dishes were more outrageous than the last.
Jingjing, order this dish first, it tastes pretty good.
Aha!
Then let's go on.
Good.
Oh my god.
This squirrel mandarin fish costs 4,608.
What is this Buddha jumps over the wall? It costs 16,800? And it's just a small bowl. This Longjing shrimp costs 23,600? Are you kidding? What kind of Longjing is used? This Victoria ice cream is the most outrageous, it costs more than 7,000 each? Is this golden ice cream? And these steaks, black truffles, and lobsters, why are they all worth tens of thousands? Is this all made of gold? Looking at the increasingly outrageous prices on the menu, even someone as quiet as Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain. Are all the delicacies in this restaurant filled with gold? Otherwise, why would it be so expensive? Even if you eat gold, it shouldn't be like this, right? In fact, there is a reason why the food here is expensive. For example, an ice cream that costs more than 7,000 yuan is truly golden ice cream. The raw materials for making this ice cream are Hennessy VSOP cognac and vanilla ice cream, as well as top quality ingredients such as for carat gold powder and gold foil. Yes, there is real gold and gold foil inside. However, they are all edible grade. Apart from this, the most unique thing about it is that the container for the ice cream is a Wedgwood crystal bowl. This container alone is worth thousands of dollars. Moreover, after eating the ice cream, you can ask the waiter to take their container home. Don't be shy, the store also encourages customers to take the items home. After all, this thing serves high-end customers, and even if you don't take it home, it won't be recycled for a second time. Precisely because the total value of these things is so high, the final selling price is naturally ridiculously high. The same goes for other ingredients. For example, the blue lobster was sold for 80,000 yuan. This price is actually very cheap. Blue lobsters are very rare. If they are caught in the wild, only one blue lobster can be found in 2 million lobsters. Wild blue lobsters can even sell for millions of dollars each. However, it is now possible to breed blue lobsters in captivity. But even artificially raised blue lobsters are very expensive. Even a normal-sized one would cost tens of thousands of yuan each. Moreover, in order to ensure freshness, all lobsters are airlifted from abroad on the same day to ensure that every lobster is alive and kicking. This is also why prices remain high. Dad, we really can't order it. Why don't you have some? After a long time, Sister Su Xiaoxiao finally put down the menu. Each dish costs at least several thousand yuan. Even if we order the cheapest dishes, if 3 people order for 5 dishes, it would cost tens of thousands of yuan. A meal costs tens of thousands of dollars, which is beyond the understanding of the two sisters. The desire for food and drink is the most useless desire. You can just endure it. Okay, let me have some. Su Mingyuan didn't mind. After taking the menu, he asked casually, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "Without Dad, my sister and I would eat anything. We can eat anything, sweet, sour, spicy or salty." Su Jingjing shook her head. Why should children from poor families be so particular about eating? As long as it can fill your stomach, you can eat it. Okay, I'll order it then. Xiao Tang, I want 1 serving of this boiled cabbage. I want Master Kang to make it himself. Master Kang is Kang Jun, the head chef of Wangjinglu and also a retired state banquet chef. Normally, the head chef does not do any of the cooking. He only needs to supervise his subordinates to prepare the food according to the ingredients he has prepared and ensure the quality and quantity are guaranteed. The chef will only cook personally when important guests come. Su Mingyuan is such a guest. Don't worry, Mr. Su, your dish must be made by Master Kang himself. Tang Rong said with a smile. Well. Then the next thing is to order the dishes that the 2 children mentioned just now, such as squirrel mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, and blue lobster. We want the biggest ones. Let's cook the Wagyu steak medium rare. I think they can eat it. I want 2 servings of ice cream, too. Serve when you're almost done. For drinks, I'd order philosophy juice.